unspeakable crime, murder at midnight. A deal I made, a life I had to take. Someone I loved once held so tight. The screens will follow me, cries of my ancestors set going. My operate, fasting in grain, shape shifting. I feel the animal hiding inside me. From the ancestors crying, I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. This form I desire, in missing blood I will devour. Ancestors gathering round the dwelling, the spirit inhabiting, evil enveloping, the dancing graves in the night, the spirit occupying and transforming, stolen heights, dark practices, my secret life, feathered outers, mysticism, intriguing, my operate, fasting in grain, shape shifting. I feel the animal hiding inside me. From the ancestors crying, I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. Give me the ability to hide in plain sight, so no one can see me, not even in the light. I am the crawler, I'm a within, I'm nobody's friend. This initiation is all part of the dark creation. My desires performing incantations. I walk in disguise. If I catch you, it's your demise. Shamanism, my religion, summoning spirits, manifesting myself and changing my flesh. A nightmare to behold. I'ma make you part of the fold. The skin of a man, the soul of a predator. The change is complete. This thing I become, my flesh has succumbed. My operate, fasting in grain, shape shifting. I feel the animal hiding inside me. From the ancestors crying, I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same.
Traveled and conquered many times. All right, guys. There's the chat. It's up. Now I can see it. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. This is PRT. And I am burning up in here. I'm like, it is hot in here, dude. Give me a break. Whew. But unlike the song, I'm not going to start taking off all my clothes. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. That's the go-to. They don't say, hey, you know, it is fall. Let's just, you know, let's open a window, you know, and or it's spring, you know, let's go outside. It's so hot. Or God forbid they should turn on the AC. No, let's just take off all our clothes. Whew, that's what Diddy did.
Oh, of course.
That's what Diddy did it. He took off all his clothes. Man, oh my gosh, dude. So she testified that girl, she's like pregnant or something too, man. She's like it's crazy.
Oh, just the debauchery and filth that they were going into.
Oh, dude, it is unfreaking believable, dude. So apparently he had a type too. He wanted her to be with certain dudes, and he liked certain type of guys. I can tell you right now, if that was me, I was him, I just, you know, there's nothing you can do but just be like, look, I'm a deviant, whatever I am, and just, you know, throw yourself at the mercy of God, the court, and the public opinion. I mean, it's done. It's really done. I don't know. If I was him, I'd just give it up.
That'd be it for me.
You know he's going to come back with some kind of defense. Ain't none of this true. Like, what about the 800 trucks that was delivering baby oil to your house? I don't know. People in the neighborhood like baby oil.
I like slip and slides.
Yeah, slip and slide in the back. Had a tree house for the kids and just come down slip and slide.
Not my fault you're poor. You poor people don't know how to deal with it.
I like to have the excess of everything. You should see my Costco bill.
Well, Costco came out and they said, like, we did not sell in baby oil.
All the baby oil. He's like, I had to order it directly from China. Directly. Found like metal
over there. They made it for me.
He's like, it ain't as easy as it look. We found metal shavings and all kinds of stuff. You know what it's like to be in a hotel with a slip and slide and you get metal shavings in your butt? It's not easy. Like Big Daddy Kane said, pimping ain't easy. It's not easy playing with baby oil. Let me tell you. A lot of things could go wrong. The fires, you never know. It just, the friction, you know. I'm sorry. It's you know, and I know it's low hanging fruit.
It is.
But it's so
hey,
bad.
but he hung them low.
Yeah, one hung
that
low.
Was actually one of the Asian guys there.
One hung low.
One hung low.
He didn't like Asian guys though.
No.
He didn't like white guys.
That's gonna be his defense. I actually love white guys and Asian guys.
He said that that girl said his preference was black guys.
Well endowed.
Well endowed, yeah. Unbelievable. This is in the court, folks. This is in court. And man, you just, you know, now you got to think about what we talked about a little bit on Jason Bland's show last night. It was his 10th anniversary. So after our show, I went on to Jason Bland and we talked. And one of the things that came up was like about criminality and how, you know, once you get to the upper echelons of criminality, I look at it as a 4-stage thing. You have the bottom of the pyramid, the widest margin, which is the little, you know, nickel and dime bag selling little the people that are actually flipping the grams.
Street level.
Yeah, street level. They're throwing it to somebody at a club. You get a little higher, and those are the guys that are working in half keys and keys like birds, you know. And I'm looking at it from a strictly drug, because like there's other types of crime, like guns
and they usually sell to the nickel and dime guys.
Yeah, and so they're the ones that give them. Yeah, and then there's the third level where you start to go up, and that is where you're at the crossroads. If you know, there's only a few people that are at the very top of that pyramid, okay, and then there's the very tip of the pyramid, which is really just another extension of the fourth level, and that is who allows them to do this, the shadow governments. And of course, if you're at that third tier, where there's not a whole bunch of people there, but you're moving like heavy, you're doing heavy stuff, and you're dealing directly with the producers of this, or their immediate go-betweens.
What would you say that it's mostly like suppliers and stuff like that, whereas
That's-
fourth level is like
Mhm.
growers and actually manufacturing?
No, fourth level is the street people that are flipping it around. They're not growing. They're not doing any of that.
Oh,
That's the base.
I was
You're
looking at it
going fourth,
backwards.
third, 3, 2,
I was
1.
looking at it backwards. I meant
Yeah,
like
one,
first level
being at the very top. There's like this one, that little tip.
that owns it all, but then is second level like the production?
Second
and
level
the
would
growing?
be, well, it can be, but it depends on what you're doing. You're not, the very top are the ones that are producing it. That's the one that's actually has the labs that are, because if you're talking, let's just look at for like if it was, Coke.
Mhm.
You'd be talking about people that are actually
Growing
stomping on it and doing all that and
Yeah.
mixing it with, and so, because a lot of people that, and I'm not saying this is like something, but if you've ever done it, like, that there's a particular weird kind of a smell or a taste. And I'm not talking about that gasoline, because they'll ship it in these shipping containers and sometimes in big trucks inside of gasoline. I'm not even joking. It's such an unhealthy thing to put in your body. And it goes directly to the brain and just kills brain cells. Your cerebral cortex is just complete. Your frontal lobes are completely destroyed. And so you'd be looking at like the people that are at the very top would be like those that are producing it, but then there's this middle go between that kind of has the face, and they become the ones that are distributing it from the growers, and then they take over those growers, because that is a plant, and then they add chemicals to it to enhance that plant, because you
Mhm.
could chew on cocaine leaves all day long.
Same with tobacco.
Yeah, well, tobacco is not like it's.
Well, I mean, not like
totally
I'm
different.
saying, like they
If you've
add
ever
stuff
chewed
to it.
yeah. If you've ever chewed it, they add stuff to it, but it's not like that. It's not gonna. They add stuff to it that's gonna make you. It's crazy. It's like jet fuel. And I'm not saying they add jet fuel. I'm saying they add stuff to it that's just completely. There's stuff they added tobacco that doesn't need to be there, and and if you ever want to know,
it's rat poisoning.
It's absolutely just to poison you.
I mean, it's literally rat poison in there. I'm pretty sure is one of the chemicals.
Gabriel, that's a lot. Gabriel says one of her coworkers is possessed. I think everybody's got that. I know it sounds to trivialize what you're saying here, but everybody has that coworker. Why do I have this red line on my head? Good grief!
From the hat?
Yeah, but it's
Is
not
it
even
too tight.
Look at this. Like it just sat on my head and just. Jeez. Don't look at this red line on my head here, folks. Do not look at it. I'm so embarrassed.
Well, it's weird because it's like you have an extra set of eyebrows because there's
now I got double evil eyebrows.
Yeah.
So let me finish what I was saying. What we talked about with Jason last night. If you haven't watched it, go check it out. I was on there last night, and we're talking about criminality and the nature of it, and what this has to do with what we were talking about with Diddy. Think about it. Once you get to a certain point, you have to make a decision. You're at a crossroads, and it's like you're either going to become one of these top tier people, but once you get to the third level, or not to the third level, once you get up that tier, like the second to the top level, let's put it that way, that is where I'd say 80%, maybe 75% of the people at that level start being introduced to black magic in some form or another. In particular, with the cartels of Santa Muerta, but there's Obeya, there's Santeria, there's hoodoo, voodoo, there's all kinds of different stuff. There's just flat out Satanism of every kind, every stripe. But everybody's doing something, and it's just to enhance their product, or it's to not get caught, or it's all of this other stuff to protect them and their products from their competitors, from the police or whatever. And so everybody's doing that. So in Hollywood, it's the same thing. And in the music industry, it's no different. In the music industry, they are literally, once you get to a certain level, it's the same thing. You have the low level people who first get in, and then the second level people who start to make it a little bit, and then they get noticed, and then they get to that third level, which is where Diddy was. And then you go into that crossroads where you decide, And he's just like, can't stop, won't stop. So he decided he was going to do it. And so he went for it and he became evil. I guarantee you that him, Jay-Z, Beyonce, all of them are into Satanism. Dark stuff, man. Dark stuff. I guarantee it, man. And I guarantee you that Jay-Z and Beyonce and all them, they agreed that who was going to take the fall. They were like, it ain't us. Because usually they'll pick somebody. You know how you get picked for that? You're doing stuff that's more out in the open, where everybody can see it. And so then you become the sacrificial lamb, because they're the thinking from the top dogs is you're already out there showing your ass. And so at some point you're going to get caught up in something. And so we're just going to throw you to the wolves and let you be the sacrifice, because that way we don't have to, throw somebody else out there. And then eventually you're going to get in trouble because you're out there showing yourself.
Yeah.
So the best way is to fly low for these people. And I agree. That whole bunch is very evil, Terry. They are completely evil. But I can say this: if you know their names and they're being caught up by the police, they're not the top dogs. I can promise you that. Okay. Just like who Soros is, he's not the top dog, and you knew who Jack Parsons. Everybody just Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons, or even Kissinger, he's not the top dog. No, these people are very bad people. They're doing very bad things, but these aren't the top, because the people that are actually in charge, you don't know their names. And here's something really weird. You guys, do you remember when I talked about the black pope, the red pope, the gray pope, and the white pope? Remember that? Mm-hmm. So this thing pops up on my feed on the news, right? And it says something about mysteries of the black pope, or the mysterious circumstances surrounding the black pope, or some sort of catchy title. I was half asleep, and it was a couple of weeks ago. And I look on there, and it talks very openly about the black pope and the red pope, which I have never seen that before.
No.
And they're like, oh, the red pope is known to handle politics, finance, all this little whatever it was, the PR or some kind of crap. And then they said, and the black pope actually was with the Jesuits. The leader of the Jesuits was called the Black. And so now they're coming out and openly saying, yes, there are these other popes, but they're not technically popes. And it's always been like that. Right? And monkeys might fly to my ears and my butt. No, boo-boo. It has not always been that way. And you're lying, Matrix. You're lying, because I talk about it. So then you decide to show it up on my timeline, on my feed, on the, how your phone has that, the Chrome or whatever kind of, and the news pops up. That's what it was. That's what it was. Not on Facebook. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's interesting. Why? Because, oh my gosh, I talked about it. So now you're going to tell me, oh, here's some article about it that just got written. And it just says that that's always been that way. This isn't a conspiracy. Yeah, because everybody is talking about it now. And what's amazing is so many people that argued with me. They argued with me on Facebook in this one group. It was like a Nephilim thing or whatever. And they were like, no, there's no red pope. There's no black pope. There's no gray pope. You're just full of hope. Conspiracies. And why do you not believe that? Because the Oogle told me so. Yeah. And these people, they have the retardation. You can't help them. I say, old chap, why are you so retarded? I don't understand it. I can't grasp the level of the retardation. It's very hard to understand. And so I sent a couple of these people the article, and this is what I got in response. Click, 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 click. Those are crickets. I don't know how to imitate a cricket, but that's all I got. That was it. Nothing. Crickets. So I messaged one of them back. You know who you are. I went to school with you. You have a big brain, supposedly. You think you're really smart. Now, we were in advanced placement classes together, but I got to tell you something. We used to call him Sweaty Balls. That was his nickname. Not because of his whatever thing, nothing vulgar like that. It's because when we were in middle school, we played dodgeball.
Mm-hmm.
He was so sweaty because he was fat and he had those little pudgy hands.
Mm-hmm.
And the balls would be sweat.
They'd be drenched.
Yes.
Oh, that's
so we called him sweaty balls. And then all through high school, and he's like, don't call me that. I have a condition. Your condition is called being pompous and stupid. In reality, you're very stupid. And you think you're smart. You have all the answers. So you felt like you needed to get on there and cause. I had to like block him on Facebook. So he shows up. He's like, this is my new Facebook account. Now, he doesn't totally talk like that. And if you know, you know. And if you're from my hometown, you probably know who I'm talking about if you went to school with this guy.
Sweaty balls. And
he was just like, look, I'm super smart because I'm ugly. I have no personality. I'm really mean-spirited. I'm obese, and I don't work out at all. I am so offended by fat. My fat is offended by you and your muscles, and by fat, I mean I'm actually big-boned and I'm husky.
Also, I went to college and you didn't. I have a degree. You don't have a degree. Where's your degree? I don't see your degree. I have my degree right here. See it?
He went to A&M. That explains a lot. And then he said that he was picked on in college too. And I was like, I could see why. Because you have a bad habit of going around trying to correct people.
Because I'm smarter than everyone else.
And he's Catholic. So I sent him the article and he's like, this proves nothing. It proves, because the article is from Ahuyu News, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he says Ahuyu is correct, and you were making a mountain out of a molehill as per usual. And I said, don't you ever question anything? He's also a person that believes that the last president was elected correctly, and that the president before that, which is the president now, should not have won that election, and he fought it tooth and nail.
All right, he's one of these people who believes Joe Biden is a Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then he also fights tooth and nail now that this is an illegitimate presidency. He also helped to put together the Pride Parade in our hometown. So that's another thing you've done. You have been an awesome guy. I will say this. Other than all of that bad stuff, you do have one redeeming quality.
He's a Cowboys fan.
No, I was wrong. He doesn't have any redeeming qualities. That was it. You have nothing. You like to say things, and then he tells me, I'm not afraid of you.
Who cares?
Who cares, dude?
You're still physically inferior.
Everybody picked on you in high school. I wasn't one of those people. I did not pick on you. In fact, you were so insignificant in high school that I didn't even, I was like, Tombstone when Doc Holliday, Val Kilmer, and Billy Bob Thornton standing there holding the shotgun because he's after Wyatt because Wyatt slapped him,
Yeah.
And Doc Holliday's like, oh, Johnny, I forgot you were there. You may go now. That's pretty much who you are. You're the guy with the shotgun just standing there going, you're Billy Bob Thornton in Tombstone. Go look it up. That's who you are. And I don't have any, what am I supposed to do? We have very little interaction in school. We were tutors together. So you chose to go and tell everybody that we were friends. You also get into you're very quarrelsome. You get into lots of problems with people. I will say this, and we talked about this, Anthony, and I'd like for Tony to be in here when I say this because I will wait till he comes back. Madcap. Where you going with that shotgun, Johnny? And he's like, Doc, I didn't know you was in town. I was over here acting like a badass. And he says, Wyatt Earp, and he's like, Wyatt Earp? Just standing there watching. I thought it was weird, too, as much as you hated jocks, how you wanted to be like the trainer for the basketball team. Like, what's going on with that? That didn't work out. So you were like, I want to be the trainer for the football. Did you just want to be around guys? Just a weird guy. He's just a weird dude. But you're very snarky, and you never miss an opportunity to mess with people. I will say this, and I haven't said your name, so you can't sue me, but I think you're a sociopath. And I want to talk about what that is. Folks have been asking me. Now, folks, put the link up there if somebody wants to jump on and be on the show. That's what we're here for today. But what is a sociopath? I can tell you 100%. If you really want to know, there is no 100% way. But there are cues. There are definitely cues that will tell you who a person, like a sociopathic person. There's a lot of body language. There's a lot of things involved. one of the ways just look into people. Ladies, if you're going to date a guy, and guys, if you're going to date a gal or whatever your preference is, I don't really care. It doesn't matter. We're not here to judge. I'm big, tall, fat, little, whatever, tiny, big, giant, in between, medium, doesn't matter. Some dudes like thin chicks. Some dudes like thick chicks. It don't matter. Some dudes like other dudes. Some women, same thing. Some women like big dudes, short dudes. I've never heard a woman really like short dudes. I'm sorry, but and I'm not making fun of short dudes. I'm just saying I've never really had a woman say that, because if a woman's certain height, she don't want a guy shorter than her. So it's kind of hard for shorter guys. And I have some friends that are shorter, and they're like, man, it's hard, But if you're gonna date somebody, don't go by looks. I know that is so hard to say, especially to a man. Men are very superficial and they go for looks. Women aren't they're not as taken in by looks. They're looking at your resources and what you can do for me. You know what I mean? And that's not everybody, but young women, and you got to say young women are programmed that way because the man had to do all the heavy lifting back in the day. Now it's like everybody can work and whatever. And it wasn't that way back in the day. A lot of times women couldn't get the same kind of, looked at for a job. It was like, oh, you want to be a secretary? That's, or a teacher. That's kind of what you were relegated to. And so, but you marry somebody, and I was talking to this woman the other day, and I've talked to several men and women when I've interviewed people for these stories. And it is weird because you'll talk to these people and they will tell you, I married the wrong person. I'm not a marriage counselor and I don't pry into their private, but I guess because people feel comfortable talking to you, that they will end up saying things to you like about their family and kind of giving you the background. And you don't know how many times I've heard people say, well, I think I married the wrong person. This is just, usually it's about a person they used to be married to, and they'll give you the whole laundry list. And I told this one lady recently, I told her, I was like, did you not see how many red flags were there? You just told me. She goes, I did. Sounds like Heather, like my friend Heather. And I'm like, you just gave me like a ton of red flags about this guy. A ton. First and foremost, he lived 2 towns over from where she lived in Illinois, right? And he had no friends in that town, but one. He had one person that was just short. He called his friend. That is a red flag, okay? Because if a person has no history or they're not talking to their family, you know what I mean? Because that's oftentimes they'll say, yeah, me and my family don't get along. Okay, well, maybe not. There's like 3 family members that I don't get along with, but I make the best of it. 2 of them I just force myself to deal with, and there's 4. The other 2 or 3 I force myself to deal with, and then there's another one that I don't. But you make the best of it, right? Certain people, you go around them, you don't like, you go to a family function, there's 1 or 2 people you're not real comfortable with, you just don't ever talk to them. I mean, you don't deal with them, right? But 99% of both sides of my family talk to me and deal with me. I'd say 98%, probably 98%. Huge family on both sides. My white side of the family is gigantic. I'm not even joking. You would think that my Hispanic side, but my white side of my family is actually bigger. Only in the way because I'm not real close to a lot of my mom's cousins. Like she has a ton of cousins.
Yeah.
A ton, and they're scattered all over Texas and up in Chicago, but I don't really deal with them. But my dad, because he had half brothers and he had 3 half brothers and a sister, and then he had a bunch of first cousins that he grew up with that were pretty much like his brothers and sisters. And strangely enough, my sister is my half sister. Her dad's one of my half sisters. Her dad's family. I was pretty close with her. Like I was good friends with her half brother, who was a year older than me. So me and him kind of grew up together, and I've been friends with him. And then I had two step siblings and You know, so I consider them Hispanic family. You know, I'm friends with them, and then I have a lot of cousins on my mom's side that I'm friends with. Point being, like, there's a ton of family there that can say, "Hey, I know this guy. He's not a sociopath. He's not whatever. He might be mean. Like, you want to mess with him." You know, so you have all these. There's a huge extended family there, right? And you have all these people. And I have 1 million friends here in Austin area that can vouch for who I am. And I'm not making a comparison to anybody. I'm just telling you, just in general, if a person has like maybe one friend and all their friends are kind of like out in cyberspace, I told this woman, I said, do you not see that? Did you not see that? And she was like, I should have. Then another red flag. Like, oh, I don't have a lot of money right now because I'm, whatever. My account got messed up. There's all kinds of excuses why. No, dude, it's called being broke, and he's depending on you to pay for everything. Because sociopaths believe that's what you're supposed to do. So then they start going out, and then he finally gets some money, right? And he woos her, takes her to the rodeo, does all these other things. They go for this trip down to Missouri, and they're like, oh, she's like, he's a good guy, whatever. Then money problems again after they first get married. And he wants her to pay for everything. Then he doesn't want to work because he's hurt. They're hurt all the time. And then he's like, I need to be on disability. My back and my butt, my crack, all that crack. And so you get all this weird, whatever that happens. And then another red flag. He doesn't talk to his family, right? So you don't talk to your family. You don't have any real friends, but this one guy who seems more like a mechanic or whatever that he uses, right? And the guy, he knew the guy, like he grew up with the dude, but he's not really. And his friends though on Facebook and Instagram, he's got 1 million of them. He lives in this whole outer space world, cyberspace, whatever.
Well, yeah, you can curate a fake personality online.
So actually, Crystal Grant, but he can. I don't think so. I don't even think that was from what she told me, which is a little too much information for me. But she told me that wasn't even like. And so it turns out though that this guy that she met online, of course, had 3 other girlfriends, and he was already married to 2 of them.
Wow.
One of them he was spiritually married to, according to her. And then another one he got married to her in Guam or somewhere else where it wasn't legally binding here. Some crap. I can't remember the place where it was. Not Guam. It was something else. And then he says, well, I'm not technically married to them when he got busted, right? And then he talks her into sticking around. And she's like, I just kept going back with him. Then I ended up with children. And then when the child is born, her first son, you know what he tells her? He says, I'm not going to let him come between us.
Oh, this dude is worthless.
Exactly.
God, what a bum.
So then he files for disability. We got our first, second. So I guess Cooper, you can jump back
disability.
in. Yeah, he files for disability.
Sociopaths can't ever be uncomfortable. Like their comfort level comes before everything and everyone else. Sickening.
And then he wouldn't pray. He wasn't into praying, whatever. Ultimately, he ends up like a lot of these sociopaths. He's abusive to the children.
Mm-hmm.
Not in the what do you call it? Where he didn't grope them or anything like that. He would hit them. He was very physically abusive. So yeah, it was and so this just went on and on and on. She was giving me all these red flags. I'm like, and I was like, did you love him? And she goes, I think so. But I know he didn't love me. I was like, yeah, he's incapable of it. He went to church and she got him to go up and do the prayer,
Yeah.
And so he did the salvation prayer. And then he goes home and she's like, do you feel different? He's like, yeah, I feel so alive. He's faking emotion. Like he's faking it. Right.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't do anything else with his newfound salvation at all. Doesn't change a beat. Didn't skip a beat. Doesn't change a bit. And then the next thing you know, he's not going to church. He's like, nah, I'm gonna stay home and eat tacos. You know, it was like that. And she would pray with him, and she would kind of look up, and he would just be like, he's twiddling his thumbs. Like, he's not into it.
Like, when is this going to be over with?
Thanksgiving dinner, and they're praying. He's like this. You know, he doesn't care. And a lot of this stuff went on before she got pregnant, before she married this cat. And I'm going like, let me put main house on here. Main house. What's going on with you, man?
Same old, same old. Can you hear me pretty good?
Yeah, I can. Hang
Yeah,
on
we
one
can hear
second. We'll be
All right.
finished with this segment, and you could just hang out for just a minute.
Absolutely.
So what ends up happening with this guy? She finally figures out, you know, but it's already, the kids are already 2 kids, and one's 6 and one's 4. And then we end up with this. And Cooper, what's going on, Cooper? Y'all just mute your mic for just a moment. And so they end up, you know, separating. He gets this. He's been recording everything she's been doing for the last several years. Yeah.
I hate that.
And then he cuts out everything. Like, he'll start a fight and then record her.
Yeah,
reaction.
Record the reaction. Yeah,
And then he uses that in court to try to get custody of the kids. So he gets custody of the kids, but she doesn't make enough money to really pay for the kids. So he's dropping them off with her like all the time. And she's doing it because she's taking them because she loves her kids. But she's paying this bum like $400 a month. And she's always got the kids. And he's running around in dance clubs and stuff and bars and whatever. And so she went to the judge and was like, look, you know, but they were like, well, you were ruled that you could only have the kids on the week, every other weekend, blah, blah, blah. And it's rare that a guy can do that, but he came ready. Like, he was ready, and he didn't want anything to do with those kids. He just wanted money. So he gave them up to her willingly because it wasn't enough money, because he was having to spend too much money, because he kept petitioning the court to get more money because he was on disability for his leg. Yet he could dance, and he was out mowing people's grass, you know, and doing stuff like that. So, you know, this is a sociopath. So there are markers, there are flags, red flags that you can look at and say, this person doesn't have a lot of friends that are in his or her, you know, circle, because they can't maintain friendships. I got friends that I've been friends with, like Jeff Martin came over and, you know, took care of our electricity, whatever.
Guy's got a heart of gold.
Good guy. Known him since I was like 10 years old, 11, something like that. Keith Bell, you know Keith. Known him since I was like 9.
Yeah, Keith's fun.
Brian Findley's on my Facebook. Go look these people up. You think and ask them, just message them. Say, what do you think of Josh Turner? They're on my Facebook. Just say, I'm a listener of PRT. I want to know if this guy's worth a crap. I'm not even joking. Paul Dejansky, that's another friend of mine. Go ask him. I've known him since 1997. Or your boxing coach that I've known for 15 years.
Yeah, Deuce.
Just say, hey, is this guy, can he fight? Ask him that. I'm not even joking. Do a dive on me. Find out if I'm full of shit or if I really have this, because these people say all of this ridiculous crap. Prove it, because you all live in cyberspace. You're friends with people who are in the land of make-believe. You don't have friends that you played ball with back when you were in Pee Wee League. I played Pee Wee League football with some of these people that are on my Facebook. You think I'm joking? I was a member of that community. And when I came to Austin, I made friends here in Austin. And I have friends that I was friends with since I was a teenager. And I'm actually still good friends with 2 of my ex-girlfriends. I say ex-girlfriends, I had a lot of them, but I'm saying like I talk to them, you know, like every once in a blue moon. They're on my Facebook. They're on my Instagram. And there's 2 of them that I do not talk to. Not because, well, there's only one in the whole world that I won't be friends with, no matter what. The other ones, we don't have no bad blood. We just don't, you know, she's seeing someone and that's no business of mine. See, that's the thing. These people will tell you too. I have no doubt in my mind that if you just messaged them, they would be like, he's not a liar. He's not full of crap. And yeah, he did what he said he did. Because I'm not a sociopath. These other people, they are. They really are. They don't have friends that are in their day-to-day life. They're always from some other state or from across the state. They don't live around them. Because if you talk to the people that are around these people, they're going to tell you that person is an awful piece of POS. That's how you know. That is one of the red flags. I've always known that. You know, you can talk to these people, you'll get to know who's who. Do you ever notice that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they'll be friends with somebody for a little while, and there's always a falling out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll ask them later, hey, whatever happened to so-and-so?
That piece of crap,
Yeah.
or the woman. There's a million different women they went through, and now they're all B words. You know. Oh, really? Okay. Everybody you've ever dated is a B word, and they're crazy psycho, and you're perfect, and there's nothing was ever your fault. Then the first thing you got to do is
screw me over.
Cop to your own BS. People ask me the things that I did in certain relationships with people or whatever. I made mistakes. I messed up. I broke their trust in different ways. I made mistakes. I messed up. I broke their trust. Somebody's playing their deal there, guys. You got to turn that off, or don't turn it off, but turn it down. Here's the thing. I mean, when you have, you know, a group of people that you grew up with, some of them going way back to elementary, and I lived in multiple different towns. I lived in a small town in West Texas. I lived in two different towns here in Central Texas. And I have friends from all of those schools that I'm still friends with to this day. I have friends from the private schools and the public schools I went to, and I'm still friends with three guys that I was locked up with as a kid. Anthony knows them.
Yeah.
We were locked up together. One of them from the reformatory, another one I was in, and I was never committed to a mental institution. I got put in a treatment center, and they keep saying he was committed by the mental institute. Yeah, whatever, dude. They said I had a drinking, smoking pot problem. I was 14, 15, whatever. And they're like, you shouldn't get drunk. First time I'd ever gotten drunk in my life. And wouldn't you know, I go get in trouble. I get caught. And they said, you have problems. They put me in a treatment center. Unfortunately, one of my step parents wanted me to stay in there. And so they did whatever to keep, you know. And they told my parents, they were like, he doesn't need to be here. I mean, you can take him home. He's not crazy. He's not a threat to anybody or himself. But they'll try to milk your insurance, because my dad at that time had good insurance back then. He had a good insurance plan. And they were like, oh, well, yeah, he needs help. And then the insurance runs out. He's cured.
Yeah.
He don't want no more drugs, do you? Do you? No, I don't. Okay, good. He's good to go. You don't want to drink either, right? No, I don't. Okay, let him out.
He's seen the light.
He's seen the light. And we've seen that your insurance is about to run out.
He's reformed.
So that's what that was. And got locked up every single time. It was for getting into fights. Just getting into fights. Or I was being around people who were doing things, or were getting into fights and doing stupid things. Because you ran around with people from the neighborhood, and the neighborhoods next to yours, you don't get along with them, and you fight them. And so it's the main house. It's funny how insurance works, right? It's funny. So you end up with these people, and this is important. I want to tell you this. I want you to know, we talk about everything from economics to politics to you name it. And I love the paratroopers, and I care about you. And so many of you reach out to us all the time. Myself, Nelly, Anthony, Tony. Where is Tony? I don't know what he's doing. But there's so many people that reach out to us. And it's crazy. We just get so many people. And they ask advice on a lot of things. And recently he asked me if I thought that this particular woman was a sociopath. When I said, I don't know, give me some cues here. What's going on? So I'm going to say that tonight. You know who you are. Your name is Stephen. I'm not going to say your last name, but Stephen. I will say this. I can't tell you one way or the other, but if I had to make a decision, like boom, on the spot, I would say stay away. There are cues when you talk to somebody. They can also tell you. And some of the things that, you know, just you got to be like, come on. And, you know, you got to know, like, if this person is trying to get close to you, My mistake on a couple of people in this field were that I took their word at face value, and some of them are very good liars, and they conned me. They were able to con me into believing that they were decent people. And when they came to me and told me, "Oh, so and so is after you, they're building an alliance against you," whatever, I believed them, and so I got upset, and I said, "Yeah, F that person," you know.
Yeah.
But what they got to understand is I've already dealt with those people, and they already know the deal. They already know what you did. So don't threaten me. Don't threaten me, because I'm used to dealing with sociopaths. I know what it's like to deal with sociopaths. They practice in the mirror. Can you imagine that?
Practicing, like mimicking emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my old roommate's brother was an absolute sociopath, and he told me and my brother about how he would like practice facial expressions in the mirror, and he would mimic, emotion. You tell somebody a story. I was at the Burger King parking lot, and I pulled out and I got hit, dude. And this lady, dude, she flew out of her car and nearly died. You know what they hear? Burger King parking lot.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm hungry. And they'll get confused, like the emotion that they're supposed to feel. They'll be like, oh, because most people, you hear something like that, you're like, oh, crap, what the F? That's horrible, because that's your natural reaction. For them, it's kind of like, You ever notice people do that? When they kind of laugh instead of and they'll say, oh, it's a nervous thing. That's two things. One, that could be a nervous reaction to just something uncomfortable, especially if they don't know you that well. That's normal. But if they're laughing and then they kind of cut back, they see that your look on your face is kind of like disapproval. They'll go, and they're
caught
for a split second. But it can be real quick. But it's subtle. But you'll catch on, and you'll be like, man, this person don't know how to react.
Yeah.
They don't know what it is that you're all upset about. If somebody gets hit by a car on a street corner and everybody's around going, oh my gosh, they're standing there, eating their Burger King that they got hungry for earlier when somebody told them a story about somebody dying. And they're just like, why is everybody all looking at this person? Why do they care about that crumpled up napkin on the ground? Because that's what that's like throwing toilet paper in the toilet. They don't care. They don't give a crap. It's no different to them. I'm not even joking. It's the same thing.
It's like reptiles, like they use that reptilian brain.
Mm-hmm. That's all they have.
They can feel anger.
Yeah, well, that's their overriding emotion.
Reptile. Yeah.
Well, and the anger or the sadness is only reserved for themselves.
Yeah.
Right? And there's different levels. There are sociopathic people who have room for maybe one person in their heart. Jeffrey Dahmer, by his own admission, he felt love for his grandmother, but he couldn't feel it for anyone else. He loved his dad. So he wasn't a complete sociopath, but there are people who have no love for anyone. They'll burn their whole family up in a fire. They don't care. They'll run them over with a car. They'll shoot them. They don't care. They'll garrote their own mother. They don't care. And there are certain people of a certain persuasion that will tell you that this is all environment. This is all created by the environment. Yeah, genetics isn't real. Genetics is not real. I don't understand that. What are you talking about? Genetics isn't real.
Yeah, let's say it's nurture, not nurture over nature. No, it's a combination of both.
So you have this weird set of people that run around. They're in this community. They're in all the communities. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. And they will lie. They will do the most ridiculous, say the most ridiculous things, do the most ridiculous things. In this community, we have people, that if somebody's willing to commit fraud and hoax, okay, and there are several that do this. But one most recently did it, and I'm just sitting there going like, are you serious? If that person is willing to commit fraud and hoax and do all these things, that means that they don't care about you. They don't care. There's no trust there. That you cannot trust this person at all. because they've done it time and time again, and they'll continue to do it. And like I said, there's multiple people doing it, but one in particular that did it most recently.
To do it so lazily too.
Yeah. And it is so damn ridiculous, dude. Bunny man. Yeah. Bunny. Yeah. And it's funny because they're actually, I had just talked about the Black Bunny Man on the show last Monday with one of the guests who came on. So that is my thing. I'm just like, there are people that are going to do that. They're going to fake it. They're going to commit fraud. They're going to do whatever. But remember, if that person is willing to do that, they're willing to buy subs. They're willing to use AI to make stories. They're make them up, whatever. They're willing to do anything. They'll buy views, likes, comments, whatever. Everything about them is absolutely fake, 100%. So the minute that person gets caught doing that, that's it. It's just like cheating. If somebody's willing to cheat, they're a sociopath. Yeah, throw Harley a wrench.
Okay.
Bigfoot reports and data. That's him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's they've already ruined themselves, but they don't know that they're ruined. They're too stupid and fat-headed and hard-headed to know that they've done that to themselves. And these people just continue on and on and on with this nonsense. But you can always tell there are a ton of just realized something. I'll be right back, folks. All right, so I got a call from the ranch. It's not work, it's something else. Anyways, I just give you that advice. My advice to you guys is that, there are people out there that you can't trust. You will not be able to trust them. You can never trust them. And the minute that they lose that trust, it will never be the same. And that should be the end of it. End of discussion. I mean, you fake, and I will never go out into the woods and go, "Oh, did you see that, man? There's some." If we record something happening, it's happening. We built this show on truth and trust and honesty. And these people can say whatever they want, but when you're out there faking and you're doing these ridiculous things, the behavior that has been exhibited by a multitude of these people is sociopathic. Find out how many friends they have that aren't in cyberspace. Do that. You could look into me. Go ahead. Go and ask people what they think of me. There's people on my Facebook. And I don't know everybody on my Facebook, so but most of the people that I've been friends with for years and years, yeah, you can look on there. Yeah.
I think some of the most dangerous people that you'll ever meet, honestly, are like when it comes to men in particular, like these quote unquote like nice guys, like people who try to like go out of their way to like outwardly put on this nice soft image, and like they particularly try to appeal to women because they have this aggression inside of them, but they're too cowardly and too physically weak to take it out on their male counterparts. And so that what they do is they appeal to you and to your nurturing nature, but it's only so they can get you to drop your guard down around them, so they can find out what makes you tick and how to further manipulate and exploit you. Like these soft, nice guys, they are some of the most dangerous people you will meet. They will subject you to psychological torment and abuse and emotional abuse, and they're probably more physically abusive than like someone who's like more rough around the edges, because they have this aggression, this energy that they can't get out on anyone that's not like physically inferior to them.
And there's so many of them too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got to be careful. You just got to be careful. People become adept at mimicking emotion, you know, or telling people what they want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
How many times on this show have I say things that are controversial? People don't like it. I just tell them, you know what? That's the truth. You don't want to hear it? Too bad. We had 800 people on the show last night. We probably hit 500 today, maybe. Who knows? But whether there's 10 people here or 10,000 people, you're going to hear what I know to be the truth. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I came out and I took a stand politically. And everybody's like, you're going to lose half your audience. I don't believe that. Most of my audience is sane. A few screwballs, a few eccentrics, but most of them have a brain. And I'd still think that it wasn't as close as they say it was. It was 70-30 at best for them. So I don't really believe that. And I haven't lost a whole bunch of people. Our sub count is down recently, but so what? It'll come back. And it'll happen organically. We don't have to do anything weird. Anyways, that being said, I'm going to get on with the show. I'm just telling you, laying it out there. And like I said, this is only aimed at one person, but really and truly, it's not even really aimed at I didn't bring it up to aim it at them. It fits them. It's fitting. But don't get excited, sir, because, that I mentioned, whatever. I'm not going to say your name. Not right now. You'll keep going because you don't know how to stop, because you have the retardation. And eventually you'll just have enough rope. But here's the thing. This fits for all of you out there. When I talked to this lady the other night, I'm not going to say her name until she's ready to talk about her story. Which sadly, it's an alien abduction that she went through. She had an NDE and an alien abduction. And she had no one, because this man that was supposed to be her love of her life was just a user and a loser. He's now in jail. He's waiting sentencing for fraud. What a shock.
Surprise.
What a shock. Who'd have thunk it? And I'm not trying to be mean to her, but I told her, I said, you can't be naive like that. She's like, well, I'm not anymore. And I'm like, it sucks because a lot of good people are hurt. They get hurt by the frauds. They get hurt by those who take advantage because they can't pick up on these cues that these people give them. They're screaming to you that they are sociopaths, that they have no love in their heart for anyone, and they will do anything for $1. They don't care. And what their favorite thing to do is do whatever it is that they're doing that's nefarious, and they blame you, whoever their enemy, whatever, insert name, and they blame them while they simultaneously do the exact same thing and worse. Look at Gangs of New York. Boss Tweed. You remember when Bill the Butcher tells him, he's like, you own the Crushers, why don't you do it? He goes, you're talking about muscle work. The Crushers are the police, right? Mm-hmm. And he goes, good heavens, no. The appearance of the law must be upheld, especially when it's being broken.
Yeah. Fitting.
Typical politician. Boss Tweed was one of the most corrupt politicians in New York City I'd ever seen. But he knew, just like the party that these people belong to, that, don't ever let a good tragedy, go to waste. And this person is a registered Dem from Oklahoma. So there you go. That's that.
Explains a lot.
Not trying to pick on people who
Surprise,
are.
surprise.
The 4 people who are can leave now out of anger. I don't care. Go ahead. But it's the truth. Your party is needs help. You don't have to go and become a Republican. I never liked Republicans. I'm still not really a Republican. But I see the writing on the wall, and I see that party needs help. They are sick. They'll go and hold on. They'll go and they'll sit down there in El Salvador for an MS-13 gang member, while they'll ignore a child with cancer. That child passed away recently, by the way. There was a little black boy, and he died. they wouldn't clap for him.
Yep.
But they'll run down there and bend their knees for this gangbanger. Disgusting. And that's this guy. He's registered to vote for them. He claims that he's, just like Jesus says, they claim they are the house of David. They are not. That's what he is. He claims that he's with you guys. He's on the right. No, he's not. You're a registered voter of the Democratic Party. That right there. If you're registered to vote for that party and you're saying all this stuff about you're a fake right there. You're lying right there. And everything you do and say is a lie. Sociopathic behavior, folks. And he's not the only one. There's a bunch of them out there. A bunch of them. And then they get together like grapes, like clumps. And infest things like demons, because their demons all get together and roll around together. But if you want to look into somebody, see how many meaningful relationships they have with, and see how many people they have them with over long, extended periods of time. And let me tell you something else. Before I get to the main house, I'll get on there. I promise. Just give me one more second. I'm going to say this. You need to think about this too, folks. Don't be one of these people that the minute somebody screws up, you throw the baby out with the bathwater, because I screw up. Everybody screws up. And most people are decent, and you give them a second chance and they'll fix it. They'll make it right. They'll try. Not always. When they don't, then you have to move on. Quit trying to help them, fix them, whatever. They're broken. And it's not your job. You're not the personality handyman or woman that needs to fix them. They got to do it themselves. And the big red flag is when they don't talk to their family. They won't talk to their family. Like I said, there's only one person now in my whole family that I don't talk to. The other ones I tolerate. Even if I don't like them, I tolerate them. There's one person that's like, I don't see them very often. And Anthony knows who she is. She's on our mom's side of the family. I can't stand her. When she talks, I want to walk out of the room. When she says things, she's always making innuendos. Me and Anthony and everybody else just roll our eyes like, yeah, okay, whatever. Mm-hmm. You and your brothers. Yeah. We all do the same thing. We're just like, yeah, okay. But I tolerate her. And if she ever called and said, hey, I need help or whatever, I'd go help her. It's my cousin. I'm not going to be, begrudgingly. I would, but nah, I mean, I would. She's a typical young person that has weird ideas. But other than really like maybe those 2 or 3 people, I don't really have a problem with people in my family. Business partner, had the same one for almost 19 years now. I have another one that I've had for 9 years. 9 freaking years. And still another one that I've been working with since 2005. Those are business relationships. When we go out and we run into people that I did business with in the past, I'll let you talk. What happens typically?
Oh, they're always like, oh, your uncle, he's a stand-up dude. I've known this guy for a long time. And they always say like, he's never played around with my money.
Yeah, I was gonna
always got paid on time and what I was owed. Never screwed me over. And like you maintain business relationships for like years and years and decades, just a long time.
Even people that you don't work with anymore, like and they're just like in an adjacent thing, or like let's say like for security, for example, they might work for a company that has something to do with ours. They will still pull in a good word and say something to that other company for us because of just the fact of who you are,
yeah,
and what of a good impression you made on them.
And I don't do things on a transactionary basis, because that's another thing. If you're dealing with someone and everything they do is like a transactionary thing, get away from them. If everything is about the time, the money, whatever, and they don't talk to you as a person, and I'm not talking about these people that do this pleasantry thing. How's the kids? Really good. Okay, let's get back to, let's talk about money. Because those kind of people, you don't want to. That's why you go out to business lunch with people. That's why I've even had to hit the links. I don't really like it, but to talk to, so you get to know somebody. Is this person just a shark? Are they a sociopath? Are they just going to try and devour what I have? Are they going to try and do everything they can to screw me around? Are they, or lack of self-control. That's another thing you don't want to deal with. Someone who dresses a certain way, not to be mean or ugly, but people who dress sloppily, like all the time. Everybody does it sometimes. I'll be like, I'll run to the HEB and I'm like, I hope I don't run into anybody I know because I look terrible wearing chanclas, you know. But, you know, for the most part, though, I don't really care. But if you see this person always disheveled, they don't care about their appearance. They have no discipline, slothfulness. That's another red flag. That means they don't have any self-control or discipline. That's a no-no. And you're like, you can't do business with this person because this person is not going to get up for a meeting, or they're always running late. They could be really busy. My mortgage broker's like that. He's very busy, you know, but he makes up for it when when he gets there. You know, he takes care of business. But some people, they're just always running late. There's always an excuse, a different excuse every time. And they're not really into, you know, they don't care about you. The roofer, when I would talk to him, here's what he did. Like, I'm right here. He's looking off into space while I'm talking. When he talks, it's just like a machine gun.
Yeah.
Then when you talk, he's like,
checks out.
He just looks off. He's looking over your head. You're like,
it's waiting for you to stop talking.
He doesn't care what you have to say. He doesn't give a crap what you have to say. He doesn't understand it. There's a sociopath. He's got a form of sociopathy. I don't know 100% what it is, but it's definitely there. And these are the people that are going to tell you about me. Every time that guy ever talked to me, he had somebody who screwed him around with money. I don't know. I don't have that kind of problem. Most people don't. You know, every time you talk to them, they're like, "Oh, I'm going to, have a problem. Money. Somebody did this. Somebody did that. I did all these roofs. This person didn't pay me. And blah 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 blah." What if you're not doing a good job?
Yeah. All these people owe you all this money.
100% of the time, nobody pays you. I mean. Maybe you suck at doing your job. Maybe poker just ain't your game, Ike. I know. Let's try the quiet game. How about that? Oh, he could never do that. They could never be quiet. Called just shut the F up game. Anyways, folks, just warning you, letting you know there are sociopathic people out there. They do what they do, and those are the red flags. And I promise you, if you come across these red flags, you will be best served to go the other way as fast as you can. Because they are the way they are, so thieves think everybody steals, liars think everybody lies, and murderers think everybody's a potential killer. Cheaters think everybody cheats. Because they're sociopaths. They don't understand human emotion and behavior or morals, and they don't have a moral compass at all. So they're going to think that you are like them. So they can't understand friendships. They don't understand relationships. They don't understand how that works. They don't get it. They don't understand why things don't just fall into place and work for them. They've done all the things they're supposed to do. Pretend to be sad at funeral, check. Pretend to be happy at wedding, check. Pretend to give to the community, check. And I'm talking about something besides homemade hot sauce that looks like baby diarrhea from a crocodile. All these things, they check off all these boxes. Go out on date, pay for ice cream. Check. Go Dutch on the meal. I'm just saying. Not even trying to be ugly, cute, or mean. I'm just being honest. And they think that you had to have gotten your money and your wealth or whatever ill-gotten gains. All the ill-gotten gains I had got flushed down the toilet, and I started over. By the time I left my security to go start my business, I was making $9.50 an hour. Ooh.
Lighting the world on fire.
Yeah. I mean, that's okay, I guess, for 05 or whatever it was, But then you start, 06 comes and you're, and I was only working like 1 day or 2 days a week, whatever. And then I started working full time doing it. And eventually worked my way up to $9.50 in 06, 07, whatever it was. And then I was like, I'm going to do this full time. Can I get a little more money? They're like, here's 50 cents. but you got to pay your dues. And then I started making some money, and I opened up my own business and did my thing, and met my partner back in 08. And he was with another guy, another partner, who robbed him blind. And I kept telling him that guy's a villain, and I would not have anything to do with that guy money wise. Dealt with him one time. He didn't pay me. That was it. So I hope your life goes well. And for those of you who, I hope you learned something today when I tell you these things. I hope that you understand who you're dealing with in this community and in your life. Be kind to each other. Doesn't cost anything to be nice. People act like it's killing them, like they're trying to ask them to donate a kidney to be a generous person or a genuine person. And if you ever date somebody and they're in the mirror practicing and they're not an actor, and they're over there going, huh, whatever it is they do in the mirror, because they're trying to pretend to fit in. That is a demonic Nephilim spirit inhabiting a human body. That's what they are. That is absolutely, in my opinion, what they are. Get rid of them. Get away from them. Don't just get away from them. They're very dangerous people. And they'll be hating me. They'll be like, that damn Josh Turner you listened to told you these things.
Yeah. He got in your head.
And then they go to leave. They're like, hey, don't leave. Don't leave me. I'm very sad. Yeah, exactly. Get away from them. Kick them to the curb, because it's not a good person. Thank you, Alan. My phone keeps sliding because I don't have a case for it. But here we go. Main House, what's going on with you? Thank you for letting me ramble there.
Oh, I like to ramble. I am so totally into those narcissistic traits. Are you kidding me, bud? It's so common. It's like, pick up a stone, toss it, boom, you're going to hit one. So
Yeah, pretty much.
They're everywhere.
it's like, preach, baby, preach.
We're getting
I think
outnumbered
the
down
whole
here.
room was lit up on that. I'm sorry. What did you say, sir?
I said we're being outnumbered big time.
Oh, yes. Goodness. It seems to be a way of self-defense. Is just trying to kind of go numb and not get. But that's the sad thing about it, man. There's so many good people out there, but we're all scared to reach out, because you reach out and damn, you hit a narcissist. It's like, no, let me go over here.
Yeah.
Damn, you hit another one.
Like potholes.
Makes it hard to
all
open
over the
yourself
place.
up to form relationships with people.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when you're dealing with people, especially the narcissist, you kind of, if you're around that, if you're like a work environment and stuff, and you have to tolerate certain behaviors, just go along to get along, as they say, you can pick up some really nasty habits yourself without even realizing and stuff. And then I don't
They
know.
rub off on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
Contagious.
it's like holy shit. Yeah,
They're
nasty
the
stuff.
ones
But was
that
that
lead
the?
people down criminal paths.
Oh, I don't know about that. But yeah, or you see people, doing stuff they shouldn't be doing. It's like, man, I need to say something. What's that old saying? Evil persists when one good man won't stand up.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. Most of the
but I didn't
time.
really.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I didn't. I'm bad about talking over people. Please forgive me on that.
Totally okay. Waiting on you.
Sorry, I went. Oh, yeah, it was one of those 3 second. Yeah, man, I got the memory of a goldfish. 3 seconds and it's gone. So,
Oh, that's all right.
Happens to the best of us.
So what I was saying was that they will lead people down a destructive path that they would normally not follow. I think that when you look at the case of Diddy and what he did, that young lady said that he got her, she was high all the time.
Yeah.
He kept her high.
Mm-hmm.
And so he could use her, and he's a menace. I mean, he was 37, she was 19. Not that I'm not saying anything, but goodness gracious, 18, was that 18 years older than her?
Yeah.
right.
I mean, what business do you have doing with someone? I mean, and not because there are
Here's the
young
thing, like, if
women
you-
that might date an older guy, maybe 10 years, but
I was gonna say, like, you might fall in love, and love is love, but like it's different. I feel like he specifically targeted younger women because of some weird fetish or whatever.
Yeah.
Or
Well, they were too
'Cause
young
they
to
were
realize he
vulnerable.
was full of shit. So.
Yeah.
yeah,
Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss.
that's all right.
Yeah, they hadn't been around the block.
Yeah,
They
I mean,
didn't
seriously,
know.
older guys who are dating younger girls is because women their age know better. They look and go, no, I don't think so. And that's probably not with, I'm talking, 10 years, but she's 18, he's 36. No, man, that's wrong on so many levels. That stuff.
Well,
But,
especially because like that's someone who still has their whole life ahead of them. Like they still have all their 20s and their 30s ahead of them, and then you've lived
Yeah.
yours, and you choose to like spoil theirs by like
exactly.
Diddy, keep her high, drunk, and whatever.
Yeah.
It's evil.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah. John
But
Maddox hit the
did
nail on
y'all-
the head there. Predators. That's not love. That's predator and prey.
Yeah. Do you think he's actually gonna see justice? Do you think justice will be served though? I think he'll walk.
I don't
I
think
think
he's
he'll get
going to
away with it
walk.
like
I think he's
everybody
going to do a little bit of time, and then he'll be out like Michael Vick or, any of these other like Michael Vick. Like let's take him for example. Totally different scenario, but still a criminal. Like I'm an animal lover, an animal advocate, and dog lover too. And he killed, like they said, over like 500 dogs or something like that. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And the way he did it in court, they went into detail. And that
Good
bastard
Lord.
is running around free after like a couple of years. And murder's murder. I mean, you kill animals that they don't look at them as human. I get that. I understand that. And I agree with it. But that many, and he
Yeah.
electrocuted them. He
Mhm.
drowned them. He burned them up. I mean, you look at that soulless bastard, dude. I mean, I can't even tell you like the anger that burns in me when they have him on like a talk show or like a podcast or whatever. You're going like, what? And then there's that woman that actually participated in the murders of those two, that couple. And it was racially motivated. There were 3 black people that actually murdered this white couple. And like I said, I'm not on here trying to be like racial or whatever, but that's a hate crime. And the 2 guys got the book thrown at them, but she was out in like a couple of years, and then they were both adamant that she was involved in every bit of it. And then she was on like some talk show with like Oprah or somebody, just acting like it was no big deal. I'm like, what is this? And these people that do these things. Another one that makes me sick is the one that killed Natalie Wood. Is it Robert Urich? Is that his name? He was in
But they
Heart to
couldn't prove
Heart.
that he did it.
Yeah, he can,
Yeah.
but he did. I mean, and he's over there on like it made me sick seeing him on what's that idiot? He's ever since Dr. Evil. What's it called? Austin Powers.
Yeah.
He hasn't had anything since Austin Powers. The dude that made it, Mike Myers. I mean,
Yeah.
he's just washed out. I mean, he tried to do something recently that was terrible, but he had him on there, and I'm like, why would you put him on there? Like, I wouldn't give that dude a job, or Beretta, the guy that played Beretta. I wouldn't give him a job. I wouldn't give what's his name a job, O.J. Simpson or any of them.
Yeah.
What did
Let's give
Beretta
Casey
go down
Anthony
for? I'm
a
not
job.
familiar.
Robert Conrad. There you go. Beretta. He was the one that played Beretta. What's his name? Look his name up. Just at the top of my head, I can't remember his name, but he played Beretta when I was a kid. We used to watch reruns. He killed that woman. Like, and then of course they had a big, did he do it? Whatever. You're like, duh. I mean, like it's these Hollywood people and these singers, these sports stars, they make me sick, dude. I just can't stand them. I just can't stand any of them. They make me sick.
What was the show?
Or was it Robert Wagner? Was it Robert Wagner?
Might have been Wagner. Who's that guy that Oprah was
Robert
tied
Wagner
to?
killed Natalie Wood.
Robert Blake.
Robert Blake was,
yeah, here he is.
Yeah, and Weinstein, he's another one. I mean, but he got put in prison, and Epstein would have been charged, but they he unalived himself. Of course, I mean, it's Robert Wagner. There you go. So you have Robert Blake, Robert Wagner, those 2 scumbags. You got Michael Vick, who did what he did, and then that lady that was just walking around free, who killed that couple with those guys. And I mean, that couple, they were tortured and raped and done everything bad to them. Jesus. I mean, it was a horrible. And then they burned them alive, and by 3 people, and one of them, the female, who was involved in every bit of it, and she got like a slap on the wrist and is running around free. The guy, I don't know what it was.
Or female. A lot of people don't think females are capable of something like that.
No.
I mean, your first reaction is like, no, not, because we're sweet and docile and all that jazz, but Jesus.
Well, a lot of these bangers that were shooting and killing each other, just shooting each other up over there in Jacksonville.
Mhm.
Look at the ATK and the KTA, those guys. The ones that did that song "Who I Smoke," you know, Young and Ace. He's got some pretty cool music. I mean, he's got that one song, "You Want a War." I forgot the name of it. Game Over.
Yeah.
Game Over. Catchy tunes, you know, but I kind of understand him because I mean, like, he was going to his brother's birthday and they shot and killed his brother and his two friends right there in the car.
Mhm.
And he was shot 8 times and he was just a kid, you know.
Jesus,
So
yeah,
his
right.
anger toward them was like just intense. And up to that point, I guess he really hadn't done anything to the other side. And so they murdered these people and then they mocked and made fun of on social media about how his brother looked when he died and about how his friend looked or whatever. So he got even with some of them and then he made a song, you know. It was like, but they couldn't
Right.
prove that him and those guys did it. But he was like, you know, it's "Who I Smoke," and they said the names of the people, you know, and then they put the name on there and they were like saying the people's names, their nicknames. And they were on the golf course, and it's kind of funny but then it's kind of sick,
Sad.
you know, it's sad. But here's the sad thing about it. Most of those guys, when they got taken to court, whatever, they said that there were females that set the other on both sides. It was the females that were setting
set 'em
these
up.
guys up. Yep, every time.
Well, what is
They're
it?
the females.
Honeypots? I mean, espionage.
Yeah.
I mean, back in the 50s and stuff, they were doing that. The Marilyn Monroes of the day. Hello.
Mhm.
I mean, that ain't changed just because, you know, time has passed. And so, but
Yeah.
it comes down to the innocence of the world. You know, we are raised to believe that and we're raised with good. We're not exposed to the evil until it's just crazy in your face, shocking. But how do you protect the innocents yet prepare them for the world?
Mm.
You know, how do you politely warn your kids about stranger danger without scaring the hell out of them? I mean, and really trying to, and that's what happens. People fall through the cracks. They don't know about the red flags until after something's happened.
Yeah.
That's some scary stuff.
That's why you have to be, you know, like, vigilant yourself because, you know, nobody taught me these things. I had to figure it out. And dealing with people from the underworld, you will absolutely see the red flags.
Oh yeah, I don't envy your job at all. Working security. Oh
no,
bet
this
you
is
see
back
all
before I was
sorts of things.
security. When I was doing security at a nightclub, and then it kind of led into me doing other things before I turned my life around and became, you know, recommitted to Christ, I should say. And then I started doing security full time. But yeah, I started to see that I had to change, you know, my way of thinking, you know. But one of the things that I kept was my ability to sniff out these frauds, these nefarious hustlers. And when I started in this community, I started seeing that. I because of my background, I was able to spot it real quick, which made me good at security, like in being able to be a consultant and tell people, look, this is what you need, this is what's going on. Run the stats in there and find out what the problem is, whether it's gangs or it's, you know, just regular old drugs or whatever, both, or if it's homeless people, because you can tell by what they steal, what is being stolen or what is being broken. And if it's just straight up vandalism, then it's usually just teenage behavior or whatever, or mentally ill people, you know. So you have to be able to judge that. You have to be able to say, here is what's going on, and I can tell you this is what the problem is. This is where we need to put the cameras. This is where we need to put the guards, blah, blah, blah. And just being in the underworld, though, you can look at people and read their body language. It's very rare that somebody be able to sneak up and hit me.
Yeah,
because-
wasn't there a guy that came at you, or there was a story you told a couple of shows back about this lady, and she got there after the fact. The guy had already, whatever was inside of him had already popped out before she got there, but she caught it on the tail end. And I mean, how many times have you come across that where you thought, oh, it was just a homeless person, and then as you approached, it turned out, no, this is something more nefarious that's going down, and you had to step back and call Jesus to come on, back me up on this one, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that happens a lot because there's a lot of people that are demon possessed. I mean, there's a lot of people that are mentally ill, but it's also mentally ill, demon possession, you know?
Well, do you think mental illness might be a possession of a sort, and they're just misdiagnosed, saying it's mental illness,
Sometimes,
and it's like, no, they need to, or do you think it's legit?
sometimes. I'll say this sometimes, and I say certain mental illnesses can be mimicked by, and I know this is going to sound completely bizarre, but we've talked about it on the show before. People that get, and Cooper, if you want to join in the conversation, you can before you say what you got to say. You can totally be a part of it.
for sure.
Yeah. So, but you can get this mental illness that is caused by the parasite. And when I say the parasite, I mean like this. It would, if you would look at it, it would look like the black
Under
goo.
microscope.
Yeah, and it's caused by that, but it is also AI can create that.
Well,
And
now I
know
got a
that sounds
question.
weird.
Have you
Go ahead.
have you heard the thing about the purple rain and this blue rain? And
Mhm.
do you?
It happened here in
What's your
Texas.
take on that, or is that something we touch on? I don't want to go off subject too far out there. I don't know.
Doesn't matter. You can talk about it. That's what you want to talk about. What do you want to know about it?
Well, have you experienced? Because you're in Texas, right? You're in Austin.
But it's a huge place, and that didn't happen where I'm at.
Okay, yeah. That's how much of it's real and how much of it's BS. That they're just. Do you
I
think
mean,
they're
it
just
really
trying
happened.
to fearmonger?
No,
It really did
happened. I
happen?
mean, the blue rain. There was a bunch of people who took videos and pictures of it, and I have a friend that lives in that area, and he was like, "Yeah, it legit happened." I mean, it didn't happen right there where he was at, but it happened like adjacent to him, and you know, his wife works in that area, and it happened. But what is it? We don't know because nobody's
That's
talking
terrifying.
and saying, "Hey, this is exactly what happened."
Well, exactly. Nobody's talking about it. If you do talk about it, they shut you down real quick. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, or oh, you don't know. It's like the chemtrails and stuff. Oh no, that now they're finally admitting to the chemtrails. You know, 5 years ago, no,
Well,
that's not
kinda.
chemtrails. That's just yeah, kind of. You're right. You know, it's it's chemtrails until you actually call them out. No, that's not chemtrails. Like when
They
Florida
wanna
passed that.
rename it geoengineering now,
Yeah,
Yeah,
geoengineering. Yeah.
right? It's non-existent when we're talking about it 10 years ago, but now it is true.
Geoengineering.
It's self-evident, and it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a cycle that they constantly repeat. It's like something isn't true. It's just a conspiracy theory. That's the beginning of it. But then
Until too many people come forward. Yeah. Right.
yeah, and then they'll say, okay, it is true, maybe, but it's not as bad as you think it is. Here's why, and then they'll transition from that to, oh, it is true, and it's a good thing, and here's why. Here's why it's a good thing, and then it's just like this constantly repeating cycle over and over and over, and people just don't
Marketing tactics.
see it.
I think people
Huh?
get numb to it. I think that's the plan, though, is to absolutely saturate the information so that you don't know what's true and what's not. And that's kind of where I'm kind of like, is it true? Did it really happen? Boots on the ground. It's like some of the stuff you see, I'm like, I don't know. You really got to trust your source. And because I have friends all over, and I'll actually, did that really happen? That was like, honey, I live in Montgomery, Alabama. And I don't know if y'all heard about that big old thing about the little ferry, ferry downtown, and that racial thing. That got blown out of proportion. It was awful.
What was
Absolutely
it?
awful. They had it was drunk people bumped into or were in the way. The ferry couldn't dock, and it was some obnoxious drunks, and some words were exchanged, and their racial slurs, and they got their butts whooped and stuff. But they carried it too far. They took chairs and they hit a woman with a chair, and people were applauding that. And I'm like, no, that woman was just sitting there in shock, and y'all attacked her. That's wrong. Now, don't get me wrong. The big boys, you said what they said. Take your licks. You know, if you took a dump, admit to it. You said the word, deal with the consequences. But the bystanders or the people that were with them were like in shock, like, what's going on? It just went crazy. But it wasn't as big of a thing. They were talking about an ATM got knocked over. They broke into an ATM, and it was like, oh, they had they were making out like there were big, major racial fights down here. And it's like, no, that was just some dumb people being stupid. And it was an event that didn't that they were like the whole town's on fire, and I'm like, no, it's really not. We realized that
Well, yeah,
was
they got to make it out to be more than what it is because it causes more division, and there's money to be made in that.
Well, I think it
Yeah.
ties back to the chemtrail technology or any hidden technology to make light of it. If you've ever heard of the poop note, frequency weapons that can affect people, that they're not going to tell us about. And you get a crowd of people together and just initiate the smallest, emotional turmoil. And then who knows what type of technology they're using to create these type of disturbances.
Right, the sound weapons. Well, they've shown those on crowd control, bringing out those things that makes you
they've had it
project
for a
like a
long
straw.
time.
Yeah, those
so-
loudspeakers.
And it's
Eileen Wuornos, until the day she died, swore up and down that she was being like psychologically tortured with these frequency weapons. Which I mean, yes, she's crazy. She's crazy. Fine, whatever. But the thing is, crazy doesn't mean wrong, and people don't keep that in perspective.
Right.
It makes me question, like, could this,
Right, how far crazy
maybe she
were
was
they? Or
right
did they
about
go
that.
crazy because nobody would believe them?
Yeah, exactly. Like there's people who have done things that are so nefarious and so out there that they become perfect targets as like guinea pigs for different like technological tortures.
Yeah,
because nobody's gonna believe them.
And I got to say this: if you look at like what you were saying about people having mental illness, it's kind of like which came first, the chicken or the egg. Were they demonically possessed, leading to mental illness, or did the mental illness open them up to demonic possession? But mental illness can also be caused by people using energy weapons, or mental illness leaves you susceptible to that. There is this, what I was talking about, the AI thing. Do what?
Or drugs.
Or drugs.
You know how the CIA is heavily involved in drugs, and there's the whole philosophy
like
of how these drugs have consciousness.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What, Cooper, hold on one second, main house. Cooper, what was that again?
There's that theory of how drugs have, if you've ever read the famous book Don Juan, or the teachings of Don Juan, how drugs have their own consciousness, and how much of that lingers around even if you stop using.
Oh wow, I'd never heard that theory. Interesting.
Yeah, and the drugs in themselves can make you, if you do hallucinogens, it can absolutely open up, like you can be like, hey, this is, how do I say it? Like, I'm finding the truths, but then also it can lie to you depending on who you are. Because I know people who are nut jobs, they're going to have they're going to come to nut job conclusions. If you're a rational and sane human being whose brain is working correctly and in tune with its spirit, you will come up with a little bit of enlightenment. You can. It's possible. Now, it's not every time, but you can come to some introspective, and then you kind of soul search and you're like, oh crap, I found some answers. I found a lot of answers the first time I did LSD. I found a lot of truths there. It doesn't mean that I think people should run out and do it, because if your mind is not right when you do one of those, you could have hell on earth for however many hours
of people.
into that. And so most people
open yourself up to something you can't get rid of. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so I suggest most people stay away from it because they're not going to be able to handle it. I would never do any of it again. I haven't done it since the early 2000s, but when I was a young person, I did experiment with it, and I did come to some pretty damn amazing conclusions about certain things, and it opened my eyes. And then I even, like, hallucination, that's different. I mean, peyote, I took the button with the Utes, and my friend, still my friend to this day, and we saw like a lot of weird stuff. And there was a mass, people said it was a mass hallucination. There was no mass hallucination. 14 people, and we all saw the same thing.
Yeah. I don't agree with a mass hallucination. Yeah, if there's a whole ton of people, something went down.
Yeah.
That's just a deniability, a way to say, no, it was mass. I have never. Come on, man. They got to come up with something better than that. But people like a quick answer. The fear. It's like, oh, no, that really didn't happen. It was mass hallucination. Everybody feels safe, and we go back to our 9 to 5s, and everything's fine. And so you don't have to think about it anymore. It's real easy to take the path of least resistance. Oh, it's taken care of. We're all safe now. but it's still out there.
Mass
See, and
hallucinations
Bohica
a
says-
bigger conspiracy theory than the other stuff.
Right.
Because I think that taking certain things, and like she just said, or he said, acid trip in the woods at night, worst nightmares
Yeah.
ever. I tripped at night in the woods, and I didn't have, but it wasn't like deep down in the woods. But I mean, we were
Yeah.
camping.
Well, I have a quick story on that if you want to hear it.
Sure.
I live in Colorado. I grew up in
You
Boulder.
haven't.
Don't hold
So
it
when you
against me.
talk, hold on one second, Cooper. When you talk,
Uh-huh.
there's like this.
Clicking.
Yeah.
It's like a crackling, like a snap, crackle, pop on your
Hmm.
microphone. I don't know
Yeah,
if
it's kinda
there's
like-
anything you can
It's my
adjust on your
phone,
end.
so I don't know.
Maybe
I
you can
can-
get out and try to come back in.
Sure.
Just jump out and jump back in. I like your Clint Eastwood avatar, by the way.
And got real
Psychs.
quiet.
I used to babysit my friends on acid. You
Oh,
had to be the
No.
babysitter because they were all on it.
jeez.
Oh. Yeah, when I was younger, it's funny what we do when we're younger because we don't know any better. We don't really have a sense of danger. I think that's something you develop as you get older and stuff, or you've seen a few things by the time you're older. But I know I used to go ghost hunting, and but I wouldn't go at night and stuff. I'd go like during the day because at night it's just too spooky. But we went out to this cemetery, and they were supposed to have done. We had heard that they cracked open graves and all this stuff. And so I was boots on the ground. Let's go see, guys. So me and one of my buddies went out there, and sure enough, we got out there, and there were graves that had been dug up, and they had they weren't. I don't know. They had like these big concrete boxes that it was dug down. They were cracked open, and we were out there and we were looking. And I noticed in the woods there was this dude, and he had on like a cloak, and so I got my buddies just like, look, there's somebody over there. We got to go. There's somebody in the woods watching us. And I'm thinking satanic cult, and we're out in the woods, and it's just me and him. Nobody knows we're out here. This is not a good situation. But when I got his attention, the dude ducked down. So he looked, and he's like, he didn't say anything. He said, man, you're just spooked. So I waited a few more minutes. Sure enough, the guys popped back up. And so I quietly got his attention. I'm like, look. And so he turned his head, and he saw the guy in this cloak. And he looked at me, and he said, don't walk, run. We hauled butt to the truck and got out of there quick. But there's in that same, everybody has those little haunted places in their town. This was called 13 Bridges. And the reason it was called 13 Bridges is when you went down, you'd count 12 bridges, but on the way back, you'd count 13. And how it happened, I have no idea, but it was always that way. And you could make a point to count. Well, one of our buddies, and this was back in the day when you carry your hunting rifles on the back of your window.
Yeah.
And
racks.
Lamar went out. Yeah, the gun racks. He was down there, and he was just himself, and he was going down counting bridges, just something to do. And a car blocked his access on the bridge. And then he started to back up, and another car backed him on the other end. Lamar reached back, cocked that, grabbed that shotgun, ching, fired one into the air. And needless to say, they let him pass. But you got to be careful when you go on these little ghost hunts or stuff like that. You don't know what you're going to come up across, and stuff. But
Did
we've
that
all
help my
had.
audio at all?
It's still cracking.
there.
So,
No.
are you using the speakerphone on it, or
I'm using
or the-
just the speakerphone. Yeah, well, that's kind of the only option,
Oh crap!
I
Well,
think.
Just do what
Oh,
you got to
that's
do.
all right.
We'll deal with it.
Well, quick story. It's kind of brutal, to be warned,
Uh-oh.
but
Folks,
for-
let's leave. Let's get out of here.
But hide your kids, hide your wife,
I
because they
already
be
got
brutal up in here.
PTSD. I'm already like, I'm going to sue you. Folks, if anybody else wants to jump in, come on. I know somebody else had come in and jump back out, but if you want to come in and join. I know we got
There
started
was
a little bit
some-
late, so what?
some kids taking, I believe it was hallucinogenics, up in a town called Netherland in Colorado.
Mhm.
And what they ended up finding the next morning, law enforcement was called on the scene. It was in a campsite. And this kid had basically tied up his friend like a deer to a tree and basically field dressed his friend in the wilderness. Which, if you don't know what that means,
I know what it means.
yeah. So
Did he think the guy was? Did he mistake his friend for an animal, or did he just lose it? And
I don't know. I'm not sure what his exact perspective was on it, but yeah, it's just the idea that you're not controlling yourself when you're on these substances. You know, I'm sure they were both on it.
right.
There's also a story of 3 guys who chained up their friend said, "Chain me up, I'm going to become a werewolf," and he did. And these people were like, "Yeah, I don't know. You can probably look this case up. It's been on TV, and different people have told this story. But I mean, the one guy said, well, you know, one of them, I guess, was on a hallucinogen or something, and he saw it clearly. And the others, but they were like, well, that's because he was on. So they always find some kind of way. But I can tell you, having experimented with certain things back when in my youth, you know, it doesn't make you, unless you're on certain, like I would say, like peyote button, you know, or if you're on DMT, you don't really have like that kind of, you don't hallucinate like that. Psilocybin and sativa, they're different things, but they can make you hallucinate in certain ways. Seeing tracers and you see that you'll see things run by you. You'll see things moving around, but I think that's the doorway opening to the spirit world. I mean, I just do, because it looks like whenever you're at your house and you see something go by you. That's what it looks like.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. I mean, the people who've had sativa trips, and Tony, you and I were talking about that. And what was the guy's name? Ari, was it Ari Shapir?
Ari
Shafir,
Ari
the
Shafir.
Ari Shapir.
comedian.
Yeah. He's like some comedian, but Ari was saying that he lived in this underwater world, and people are going, "Oh yeah, right." Well,
it was like on a podcast, and you're watching him, like he's being recorded, and like he's sitting there just freaking out for, I would say, like, I don't know, maybe like an hour. And at the end of it, when he comes back, he's like struggling to breathe. And like you see him just like struggling to survive. And he goes like, I was underwater. I had a wife and a kid. And like the first thing I came back was like, I don't know how to breathe air. I don't know how to use my lungs. So
yeah, salvia. I was saying sativa. Sorry. Sativa is a type of marijuana. Salvia. And I know friends that have taken it, you know, and dude, I was at a party and a bunch of people started taking it. And I was like, dude, and then some of the people there were on MDMA, and there were other people that were taking acid all at the same party. And then some of them were going around mixing it. One person that I know, I think in my whole life, and they smoked salvia while they were candy flipping on acid and basically X, which is MDMA. And that person ended up going to the hospital, and then they went to the psych ward for like a week.
Oh, God.
And I'm not even kidding. Her name was Sherry. I remember, I know her. She's okay. She's still around. But I talked to her probably like, oh gosh, probably been since 2017, 18, something like that. Last time I talked to her, and it was like Facebook. And then, you know, we said, hey, what's up? She used to come to the club, and I asked her, this is before I started the show, so I haven't talked to her since then. And now she's dating my friend Warren that I used to hang out with years ago. But she told me about what happened. And it was a nightmare, dude. It was like everything, all the fragments of her mind were coming together and trying to make a cohesive picture. And it was just, the sativa wore off, and because you know what happens with these drugs is that and when you do crazy stuff like that, you know, and I don't recommend anybody doing it at all, period. But you know, these people, they do this, and her mind went like the sativa kind of took over briefly and overpowered the others. Like if you're doing any of these narcotics, typically the acid will overpower it and just take over. And then, but if you're taking these uppers with it, you'll just be like, and your blood pressure is going to be through the roof too.
Yeah. So
if you're an older person, you could drop dead. I'm not even going to lie. It's not something you want to be doing. And then but she was a young person when this happened. I remember I was at that party. I was young. It was like 1999, 2000, something like that. And so she ended up going into the state hospital. She was there for like a week. And the sativa had the salvia had hit her, and so she was in another world. She was walking through this desert world, and it was populated by these lizards, not walking on two legs, just lizards that were coming up and talking to her and morphing, and their eyes were real bubbly. And so she had this weird, like, just bizarre trip. And then when she came out of it, she had this residual that was clashing with the MDMA that was overheating her. And so she collapsed, went unconscious, and had a seizure. Then she went into cardiac arrest, and they revived her. So she had a near-death experience with that. And she just fell into this hole, like this tunnel, like she spiraled. She was just like you're out parachuting, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And she could feel this wind, and then she just stops before she hits the ground. And she's just kind of slowly spinning in a circle. And these dark figures come up and grab her, each one by a different limb, and they start to take her, which I told her what I thought was the abyss. Then she wakes back up, and she's in this ambulance, and she's looking around, and everybody's face is just melting and moving around, you know, and there's all these tracers. That's the acid. And so she had just melted her brain like it was, you know, mush. And so for a week, she was going in and out of like the astral plane because she would leave her body. And she would stop breathing, and then they put her on a ventilator, and then they sent her back to the hospital, then back to the state hospital. They said, okay, she's fine now. She's stabilized. She's just mentally she's not there.
Yeah. She
was almost like catatonic. She would kind of follow, you know, and somebody would take like a light or a finger, but she was still very catatonic. But she was having all kinds of stuff going on in her head, and she lived an alternate life with this. Now I need to get back in touch with her. I've known Sherry for years, and so I need to get back in touch with her. And she used to be Sam, you know, Sam. Mm-hmm. That was her roommate for a while. And so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And so she and another guy I used to work downtown with years ago, that they were living on the east side, and they had a house or whatever. And the last time I talked to her face to face was probably like 2004 or 5, something like that. And she was just anti-drug, big time. But like I told her, I said, if you would have taken any one of those by themselves, you probably would have ended up in the hospital. But I still don't recommend anybody taking that because, you know, yeah, you might go to an alternate reality, but you may not come back.
Yeah.
Something that happens to her now. Yeah, you get stuck there, you know. Something that happens to her now, welcome back, Clint. But something that happens to her now that happens to her periodically is that she'll be staring at certain objects in her house and they'll get blurry, and she'll stop looking at them because by her husband's admission, he tells her, you know, hey, you know, you get catatonic for like an hour, but what happens is she stares at that and she goes off into this alternate reality that was created. Okay. Literally, she believes that it was created. So the reality that she goes to, that she slips off into, she's like God there.
Yeah. I was just going to ask.
She created that reality. And so she can control anybody and anything. And she's like, it's pretty intoxicating.
It's kind of like a walking lucid dream.
Mm-hmm. But it's because she's like, you can just be, you know, like whatever. But she goes, there's this voice that keeps yelling at me, and I'll come back to reality. She said that it's weird. It's like this, and get this, folks. It's like an alarm clock. You know how when the alarm goes off, you'll be dreaming about something. Like one time I was dreaming about I was making breakfast. I was like getting toast, and I was like, doo-doo-doo. And I heard, and I'm looking around the kitchen trying to find the sound. And then I looked and I saw this alarm clock that looked kind of cartoonish, and it was kind of, you know, moving around, like bouncing around.
Yeah.
Not like it didn't have there was no pareidolia, there was no face or anything, but it was just doing that. And I was like, stop that. And I hit it with a spoon. And then I woke up and I was like, whoa, what the heck? And it was my phone. I reached over and I knocked my phone down, and I stumbled up, and I was just standing upright in bed, or out of bed. It was like 10 years ago, but I was just like, dude, what the heck was that? I was dreaming about it.
It happens to me all the time. Like, I don't really remember my dreams much, but like one of the few times that I usually do remember my dreams is like when Anthony or someone's coming in to wake me up, and they'll be talking or whatever, but like I will remember seeing someone and they're saying whatever they're saying, trying to wake me up, like they're talking to me, and I'm just like, why are you just screaming Tony at me?
Like it's a dream. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, and then you have these weird dreams. The weird, I'll tell you what, the worst dreams you'll ever have is if you do fall asleep on a drug. And I'm not talking about the downers. If you can manage to fall asleep on an upper, you will have the wackiest dreams you've ever had. Your brain is trying to subdue that poison that's in you. And you just have these awful dreams. I mean, it's just crazy, dude. I don't know how to describe having a dream on acid. I've done it. You have to take something to bring yourself down to come down. Like I said, I haven't touched it since in 20 something years, but I just remember being a young man and trying to, I'm like, I don't want to go to sleep. I've been up for a day and a half, and you're just like, so then you fall asleep, and you're having insomnia, but you're asleep. You know what I mean? And the sleep is not satiating. It's not really doing anything. You're just kind of like there because you're tired. It's hard to fathom, but
lucid dreaming without the perks.
Yeah. But my friend, I need to talk to her and see, because she saw some really weird things. For months afterwards, she had issues with seeing entities and things like that she didn't know whether they were real or not. When she described them to me, I was like, I think most of those probably were. Because people who don't take drugs see those. Now, my other friend, Willie, who died back in 2020, he had brain cancer, but he died at the age of 50. He's a few years older than me. And he was my driver years ago, because, he would always take over and he could drive no matter what he was on. I was a great driver. And he was a big, tall, black dude, man. He was my roommate, my best friend for years, and he was always like going out with some girl, and then it didn't work out. He'd always end up back living with us. And I'd just be like, well, take your stuff and go back to back to your side of the house. It's always there, because I knew he was going to come back. Him and my brother, man. It was like always, oh, this is the girl, man, and then never works out, because they never look at themselves and go, maybe I'm just not doing something right. But
we'll see you in a few months.
They would always, and Scorpion did it a few times too, man. He'd be like, I love her, dude, and it would not work out. But here's the
but
thing.
They saw demon faces without the drugs you were talking about.
Oh yeah. And here's the thing, Willie, like he ate a sheet of acid one time because he was, he had the funniest thing happen to him too. Like, okay, so he ate that sheet of acid. This isn't funny, but he ate a sheet of acid and he tripped for a month. And when he was like a senior in high school. Can you imagine still tripping? Like you feel like you're tripping every day for like a month? Because he had a stuttering problem, and his own brothers and sisters told me that he didn't have that problem. He did not have that problem. And then he took that acid. I know another guy named my friend Aaron that did the same thing. And
it's like it tore up some neural pathways or something.
Messed something up. And then, because he told me, he goes, I used to not have that problem, and now I do. And it was so weird. So one time, Willie was lucky. He used to get pulled over all the time because he drove this really fast red sports car. And he got pulled over one time, and he did not smoke marijuana. This is a true story. I am not making this is a crazy story. So he gets pulled over by the police, and we had just joked with him about it. We're like, dude, you're black, you're driving a red sports car, and
you're gonna get pulled over.
You're basically a target, dude. Okay, the police are just waiting to pull you over. And so, so he was upstairs with the DJ and whatever, and that DJ was a pothead. He liked to smoke pot, right? So Willie takes off into the night, and he's like, I'll see you guys back at the pad. I said, all right, man. So I kind of ended up taking a detour. We ended up going to eat at this place. It's not there anymore, but it was Magnolia Cafe right there on
Lake Austin
Boulevard. Yeah. And there was another one on Congress, but that one always got real packed. The other one did too, but not as bad. So I'd go to that one over there by Deep Eddy. And so I went over there to eat, and, we get home and it's like 4 a.m. or something. There was like your stepdad, Tony, a bunch of us, we were all there, and Willie wasn't there. Cause and so the DJ that we were talking to, he said, well, Willie said he was going to be here and then he was going to go back to the house. And so he told me he was going back to the pad. I don't know which one, what. So he never showed up at the restaurant, and then we go home. He's not there. So next day, I get a call and Will's like, "Hey, man, they give me one phone call, whatever," and he's like, "I'm going to be in jail over the weekend." I said, "What happened?" He goes, "I got pulled over, got a DUI." Now you got to realize that DUI is driving under the influence. That's what they give you when you are under a drug, typically, not always. At least back then in Texas. Now a DWI is driving while intoxicated. That is typically 100% drinking, especially back then.
And it's a more severe offense.
It's very much more severe.
Yeah.
So right. So here's what happened to Willie. He's getting pulled over, and he's like, "Oh crap, I'm getting pulled over." And as this cop's walking towards him, he's like, my breath smells like alcohol, so I'm going to alleviate that by taking this cigarette out of my shirt pocket because he had this polo, and he took the cigarette out and he lit it up and just started puffing it as fast as he could. The cop goes up, roll the window down, whatever, and he's like, "Yes." And he puts the cigarette in his other hand, and the cop is like, "Geez, Louise, what the heck?" He's like, "So you're just getting stoned while you're driving, huh?"
Wow.
And then it hits Willie. He's like, "I am smoking a joint."
Oh shit.
And he's sitting there. He's like, "Yes, I am smoking marijuana." And it was like a very little bit. It wasn't a full joint, So what happened was our DJ Cosmo, who he if you remember Cosmo, folks, I told this story on another show. It was about the dog man of Marfa, Texas. And it was a Halloween where him and his girlfriend, I told this on DER, where they were playing in a cemetery. You remember that? And one of them kicked the bottom of the door. Like there were these dogmen creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Cosmo told me that. So he looked me right in my eye and told me that. He was from Brazil. Oh, well, he wasn't from there. His family was, whatever. But he was like, "Dude, I'm telling you the truth. This really happened, blah, blah, blah." And his girlfriend they were real adamant that really happened. And so, I whatever. But Cosmo, he liked to smoke pot, and Cosmo, he took a joint and stuck it in his. Willie didn't smoke weed. Willie did not smoke pot. He would drink, but the guy stuck the part of a joint in his pocket and said, "Here, take that for later." Cosmo didn't know, and Willie thought it was a cigarette that Squid had given him earlier, but then he had forgotten that he smoked it because Squid smoked menthols, and him and Willie were the only ones that smoked menthols. And Squid smoked menthols because most people don't like menthols. So when they go to ask, you offer them a menthol. "Oh, well, all I have is menthol." That's how he literally starts smoking them.
Yeah.
And so people will be like, "Ew, brother, ew, what's that? Ew, brother," So, but Willie would smoke them. So he gave Willie a cigarette. And Willie forgot that he had smoked it on the way to the car. So when he pulled that out of his pocket, he thought
he
it was
was
a
so
cigarette.
nervous. Yeah.
He was drunk
Jesus.
and nervous. Lit it up. So the cops take him in, and they don't even give him a breathalyzer. It would have shown that he was driving under, he was driving while intoxicated.
Mm-hmm.
So they just automatically gave him a DUI, driving under the influence, and a possession charge, which was dropped because it was such a small amount. So he gets out. Now get this. Here is the real kicker, right? He gets out of jail. When they took him in, he had a backpack that they searched. He had some CDs in there, and one of them was an Eminem CD. And in that Eminem CD was 2 grams of cocaine.
Oh my God. How'd that happen?
Well, I mean, he had it in there, and they didn't even open the CDs to look inside.
Oh,
so
wow.
So we get back to the house, and he's like, "Oh man, I forgot that was in there." I'm like, "What the freaking F are you doing?"
So he got off easier by smoking that joint.
Dude,
Saved himself.
yeah, because eventually they would have gotten around to searching all that stuff if he wasn't just in there till the Monday when you go before the judge, and the judge just said, "We're not worried about the possession charge. It was such a small amount." And he ended up getting a DUI, and he got, but you're just like, "Oh my gosh, dude!" Like, but that's a true story. Like, and then when he said, "Yeah, I had this and that in there, whatever." But golly, can you imagine all that? Just
right.
Smoking that joint probably saved him.
Mm-hmm.
Golly,
Having in charge. Yeah.
Nuts stuff. So Cooper says something about the setting he switched. Well, come back, Cooper, if you can. Anybody else want to jump on? Come on, too. I know we got a little bit of late start, and we've been kind of erratic lately about what, but we're trying to get back on schedule. We just have a lot going on in our lives. So what else do you got going on, Main House? Tell us what's going on.
Oh, nothing right now. But when I was younger, I had a few stories going back to those demon faces you were talking about. And this wasn't drug induced. But I worked with a girl that had the diamond pupils like lizard eyes. And but this was before lizard people was a term or anything like that. And I asked her one time, because rumors, and I'm one of these people that I'm kind of straightforward and to the point, and I don't fuss around with gossip. I just go straight up and ask. And so I asked her, I said, "What's up with your pupils?" And she goes, "Oh, it was a birth defect, and we just let it go with that." And stuff. But yeah, she had the lizard eyes, but she said it was just a birth defect. And she did. It looked weird and stuff, but nothing was ever said after that. And then I was out and about with some friends, and it's the back deck of our house, and they came over, and this fella, his eyes swapped. And there's an old saying, if you see something, no, you didn't. That is one thing we hold to. If you see something, no, you didn't, keep on walking. No, you didn't, keep on. If you hear something, no, you didn't, keep on walking. And in that particular case, the eyes clicked, and they were talking about all sorts of weird, paranormal stuff like we were talking about now. And he goes, "Oh, I got something to show you." And he looked at me and went, click. Or I say click. He just looked over, and his eyes went from normal to like that fucking slitted thing, and then back to normal. And I'm like, I didn't see nothing. I'm like, "Oh, excuse me," I got, and exited, got the hell away from him. But, and that's one I can't explain. Now, the birth defect, yeah. Okay, that's legit. But how this dude was able to, I don't know if he had contact. No, I can't explain it. I just know I saw it. I had been drinking that night. There were no drugs involved, none of that. But his eyes, damn sure, he blinked, they went funky, and then they went back normal. And and we're talking about like black. It's not black. It's like bloodshot, really bad bloodshot, but it almost had a black rim around it. When it went from normal, regular white pupil with like a chestnut colored eyes to like this bloodshot, black rimmed, like he had eyeliner on, and then the slit, like I'm trying to think of a lizard that has that type of eye shape, and then back to normal. And how it went from white pupil to this bloody, bloodshot, black rimmed lizard eye, and then back to normal. But it scared the living hell out. I was like, "Oh, hell no, we're not doing this." And because ghosts are one thing, we're talking about that. But when you actually, I'm one of those people, I like to see it from a distance. Give me a running start, 20 feet. Oh yeah, I see you over there. As long as you stay over there, we're good. But this guy was like 4 feet from me. He was close. And I was just like, holy shit. No, I didn't see that. I'm leaving. Y'all have fun. But and I can't, to this day, I can't explain. He did it. And he thought it was real funny. And I did not find any humor in it whatsoever. But it was just an oddity that I could not explain. And I've seen weird things here and there growing up. But that was the weirdest thing that I experienced up close. And have you ever had someone's eyes switch? Or have you ever seen things like, because y'all talk about like really weird stuff.
Yeah, I've seen someone's eyes switch, but there was one guy in particular at our club. And I told this story on the show, and it's become a pretty infamous episode. A lot of people have asked me about it. I got into a fight with a guy, and he was fighting my bartender, who was an ex-con who had been in prison for 5 years. He was a big, tough guy. He was like 6'6". We had several people. I wasn't the biggest, tallest guy there. We had several people bigger and taller than me. But this guy, I'm not bragging, but I was considered probably one of the better fighters, the best one in that club, and probably one of the better, if not the best, downtown, because I bested most of my rivals. And back then, we could handle things with fisticuffs. We didn't have to get into gunplay all the time. Now, I'm not saying it didn't happen with people, but I was pretty good at throwing hands. And I was a pretty good wrestler. I was a pretty good fighter. And that's just something I've been good at my whole life. My grandfather was that too. And so was, a couple of my uncles and my cousins were pretty quick. My dad's got quick hands, and I'm very quick handed. And so this guy, that being said, this guy was getting the better of my bartender, who was a big dude, and he would double as a bouncer if we needed help. He'd come in there and jump in, and he had tried to stop him from going at the female bartender who was dating that guy, the lizard, as we call him. And he jumped on my bartender. And when it first started, not really anybody got involved. We just figured he had it, but he didn't. And I had to go over there because Willie came and got me and said, I can't get this guy off of him. And I'm like, Willie's a big, tall guy. He's a Creole from Louisiana. Willie was Lake Charles, tough dude. Came from tough stock, you know. And so I had to go over there and peel this dude off of him, and I couldn't keep him. I couldn't hold him. He was strong.
Super strong.
But
Yeah.
I gave him an epic ass beating, and he took it and didn't go unconscious. And it was like hitting, I don't know what you want to call it, foam rubber. You know, it just felt weird. The texture of his body, but there was like this bone, this hard bone, and it was on his back. And it was like this, the back where your shoulder blade should be was bigger and more squared, wider on both sides. And I was like, what is that?
Right.
And then he had this weird spine, like the ridges.
Ridges. Yeah.
And I have a friend who is really good friends with Tony, your stepdad, and mine, good friend. And she knew the girl that he was after, and she had helped her. And she's a big girl. She's a big girl. And she tried to stand up to this dude, and this dude put her through a wall. And then her roommate jumped in and tried to, you know, and they're not small women. One of them, she's a friend of ours. She's African-American girl. I say black because she's black, but she was a tough girl, you know. And so I couldn't believe that this guy was able to just overpower her. I'd seen her beat up dudes, and he wasn't a big guy. That's the thing. But my brother, Scorpion, who's in the chat, these two, and of course my friend Squid and Chico, the door guy who was a luchador wrestler down in Mexico. These were tough guys. A couple other guys that are former military. One of them was in the stockade for 2 years. He's a tough guy. I mean, these are tough guys, and they watched this guy's eyes slit up. And you know, and eventually when I got him outside, we were able to get him under control and throw him out. And then he came back like a couple days later, like on a Tuesday when we reopened. And he tried talking to me, and he said, we need to work this out. We don't need to work out shit. I said, dude, my bartender's scared of you. She's terrified. She wants nothing to do with you. She filed a protective order against him. And what do you call that? Where you can't come within so many feet. What's it called?
Restraining order. No,
restraining order. Then it became a protective order, whatever. Because he had put physical wounds, whatever. And I looked him in the eye, and I told him, I just blurted out the words. I was like, I know what you are. And he's like, oh, really? What am I? I was like, you and Omar. There was another guy who was a friend of his. I said, you and Omar, you speak all these languages. You can do all these things. This doesn't make any sense. I said, and I know what you are. He goes, what am I? I said, I think you're a reptilian. I told him like point blank right to his face. And then he grabbed my arm, and he told me, he's like, well, he goes, well, you're not like us. He goes, but you don't know what you are. And I never did figure out what the hell he was talking about. I'm like, what are you talking about? I pulled my arm away. And then he was like, he goes, yeah. Like, I just always thought he was trying to get inside my head. So I didn't know what he was doing. And I just kind of backed up. And of course, sorry, go ahead.
You didn't investigate? You didn't get like a shaman? Like, I'd be curious as to what he meant. You don't know what you are.
I've had a lot of people look at me and tell me that there's all kinds of stuff. I mean, they've told me all kinds of wacky things. And Tony's mother was one of them. Tony's mother. Well, that I, in a past life, that I was like, I had a lot of past lives, but 4 or 5 past lives ago, I worked for a Chinese emperor, according to Tony's mother's people. Do you remember that, Tony, when they were telling us that? So, yeah, so I was told that I worked for this Chinese emperor, like as a bodyguard, and he was of this reptilian bloodline, but that I was not, but that I was that bloodline that I had been serving these different like kings or whatever you want to call it. And
Reptilians.
when they reincarnated, they weren't always reptilian, but they would reincarnate in different bodies and different orders and different species and different whatever. And that I had been going along with them. But I guess I rebelled. This isn't me talking about this. I never say this because I don't know if this is true. And it just sounds like, I mean, it could be just made up for all I know. The reason
but
I
it's a
do
good story.
believe some of the validity to it is because Tony can tell you, do you remember what your mother's shaman in Vietnam told her about my uncle, about my...
Yeah. So the first time my mom called this woman that she had in Vietnam, she was talking to her, and we were all sitting in the garage, if I remember correctly. And we were all just sitting there talking, and she was on the phone. And I remember just really quickly asking, are you named after someone? Like someone in your family that are you named after them?
Mm-hmm.
And you were like, no, my name is Joshua. Like, there's no one really named after. And then she goes like, no, it was like someone that died right when you.
No, she said somebody that died before I was born.
Yeah, it was like someone that died before you were born, but like you were named after them, and it was your uncle Paul.
Which is my middle name.
Your name is Joshua Paul Turner. So
Mm-hmm.
it was weird, but and she also would like say little some other things about it that you were just immediately, I could tell like, oh, okay, there's obviously something going on here because there's no way you would know that.
Yeah, because I had never told your dad that. So how would he, that was weird, dude.
Well, also, like, she spoke full Vietnamese. It wasn't like something that my child or that my stepdad was going to go and talk to her about. So it would have to be something that my mom would learn about. And my mom didn't know anything about that. So it was just crazy.
And his mother had been going deep into this shamanism to the point where I don't agree with it. It's not me, not my thing, but she would have a spirit that would come through and talk. Her voice would change, her face. I'm not even joking. And it was a spirit, and it would talk, and it addressed me directly, and it was known as Tiger. And it would say things about me. It even predicted who I was going to marry. And at the time I was dating this other woman, and that was so weird to me. They were like, you're gonna, because this woman was like 12 years older than me. Right. And so that's Anthony blowing his nose. He's Louise, dude. Like a trumpet.
Our pet elephant.
Like a trumpet going off in there. so that's why he goes to the other room to blow his nose, but you still hear it, dude. I know Anthony's probably listening, going like, great. But no, so this, I just wanted to make sure people heard that. Didn't think that there was
just had a pet elephant,
a weenie dog in there crying or something. But no, this, what was I saying? Okay, this individual addressed me one time. Not always, but it would, but I was there in the room, and it was talking, and basically it was not
about
her.
Your marriage.
Yeah, and it said that I was going to marry someone my age or close to my age, and that they were going to be of my same race. And I was like, what? I'm mixed. You know what I mean? Like biologically, And so the girl I was dating at the time, the woman I was with, she was Mexican. She was from Mexico City. And she was a very industrious person. She was a really cool person, and we're still friends to this day. She has an insurance company, or she works for an insurance company. But yeah, I was just like in shock. And so when I told the woman that I was with, she was just kind of like, huh. So when we split up, she was like, well, maybe you're going to meet that person, and I'm thinking, what? I don't believe in any of that. So when I met Nellie, it just ended up happening. And then I thought back on it, and I was like, oh crap, that actually was told to me that was going to happen.
Yeah.
And it did happen. And it happened around the time that they said it was going to happen. And so I was like, I don't know. There's some things. So this same group of people, these two women, were telling his mother that I was of this bodyguard like lineage that had guarded these different kings. And some of them had angelic blood. And one of them was known as the Dragon King. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that because the dragon was revered in China. So or the Dragon Emperor. He was known as the Dragon Emperor of the Second Han Dynasty, and that I was his personal bodyguard. But then I was also a warrior in Japan, that I was told. And I was like, now this is the thing about that. I was and I told Tony this too. I was like, how come all these past lives were in Asia? You know what I mean? And then when I have these dreams, I'm like in Germany, and then I'm like in Cleveland and Boston, you know, but yet.
But if you think about it, it makes sense, because if you look at how recent, like he's talking about the Han.
That was a
Emperor.
long time
Yeah,
ago.
and these are like these past lives that you're remembering now would be like your more recent ones.
Yeah, recent. Well, yeah, because I met a guy on the astral plane, and I know this sounds completely nuts, but it happens. Okay, and my brother can attest that there was this gangster who literally astral projected into our house, that haunted house we lived in. I'm not even joking, and he tried to threaten me. And I woke up out of my body and confronted him. We didn't have a fight or anything, but he left. And he told my brother about it. He said, I tried to talk to your brother, because this guy practiced voodoo. He was a practitioner. And my brother told me, he says, yeah, that guy said this and that. And yeah, I said, yeah, we had a confrontation. He was in our house. And I was out of my body. And I confronted him, you know, and told him, get out, you know. And so we had this argument, whatever. So I had this weird, like spirit guide that I was told by this shamanic friend that my friend Dominic knew. And they told me his sister, who passed away a few years ago, who they still don't know for sure if it was a suicide or murder. I don't know. But California is what it is. You know, they're just like, well, she shot herself twice in the head, which, you know, they said that it was some sort of reflex. I'm like, dude, I don't know. It was weird. Totally weird. But she was a good friend of mine, and she introduced me to this guy who was like a shaman, and he told me some weird stuff. Like, he told me that I had all these past lives, and that there was this guide that I was seeing, but I was also lucky. If you want to come on and talk about some of the stuff you've had happen, you're talking about dreams and Dogman and all this stuff. Lucky, jump on. But by all means, you don't have to put your face on there. Like, Main House hasn't got her face on there. She's just talking. But so to talk about this, let me go back. Okay, so this person told me that there's a guide, and that it's actually you. And I was like, really? And they said it's you from the future. Like, I was like, you know, I had smoked a little bit. You know, this was like 20 years ago, whatever, 20 something years ago. And I was like, really? Like, this is the biggest bunch of bullshit. You know, and I totally was just like, and this person, though, they were looking me in the eye, and they were just like, this is true. This is absolute real. This is true. I'm not lying to you. And then that guy's friend ended up opening up like where they did DMT down in like Costa Rica or something. If I remember correctly, the whole deal. And so I'm sitting there and I'm listening to this person. So about 2 weeks go by, and I end up having this like dream, and I meet this tall, gaunt guy with glasses who had a German accent, and he called himself Fritz. And I was like, who are you? And he goes, I'm you, but I'm from the future. And I'm like, literally talk like that. I've told you, Auntie Tony, y'all know this already.
Yeah, you told me this a long time ago. But before the show was even a thought.
Yeah. And something that me and Armando had talked about, but he goes, I don't want to weird out the audience too soon. So I never talked about it. And I don't know if I've talked about it on here or not, but I have seen what he called the soul matrix. And he was speaking in German, which I understood. But it was weird, and it was a future me, but also a past me, which is hard to comprehend. But he showed me, like, we kind of like stood in front of each other, and there was another one behind me, and then this sort of like weird door opened up, and there was like this. I don't know how to call it, like lost there. Oh man, this thing it's just spinning.
Let me see.
Okay, is everybody there still there? So anyways, there was like this soul matrix thing, folks, that kind of popped up, and it was like, I don't know how to describe it. And it was like, it was weird. It was like this, there was this person in front of me, a person behind me, but we were all the same person. And I stepped out of the line and kind of looked forward and backwards, and I could see all of these people. Mostly male. I didn't really, and maybe further back there were some females, but it looked like males mostly. And then when I turned, we were all kind of like one entity, and he was talking to me like, but I was still him. It was weird. And he goes, do you understand? And I said, yeah, I understand. And when I woke up, I was like, I totally don't understand. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Because when you come back to this world, what's going on now? This is really distracting. Okay, yeah, it's work, I guess, whatever. But this, anyways, I'm being distracted. But anyway, there was this weird, like, and so I saw what looked like a soul matrix. And that's what it was called, was this soul matrix. Cooper, let me bring you back on here. And then somebody else popped in and out. I don't know what's going on with this thing. But anyways, so there was this like matrix that I was in, but it was just for your soul. You know, it was weird. It was like, I don't know how to describe it. And I saw these weird past lives, and I could go back into this matrix and look. And there was like this Roman soldier looking guy, and there were all these different types of people, you know, going way back. And then there was this one guy who looked like he might have been Japanese, wearing like this robe. I don't know. I don't know what it was. I can't tell you.
I'm
that's
definitely of the persuasion that stuff's real. The astral world.
Well, yeah, I know the astral plane is real for sure, 100%. But whether that was or not, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't. It was very like not like lucid dreaming, more like a very vivid dream. Like it was almost like a real. Like it was like this. It was like this reality. It was like being in this reality. But when I went back, it doesn't transfer. You know what I mean? It's like trying to listen to a CD as opposed to digital. It's just, it's hard to fathom. I don't know how to describe it. It's just a weird thing. And I've always wondered.
Leads perfectly into what I was going to say. Is my mic working?
It's working better. Let's do it. What do we got to do?
Well, I was going to say a dream of mine as well. It relates to a story you said a while back. If you remember that story, I think maybe it took place in Vietnam, but it was about that black spider in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you want to remind the viewers at all about that, but
which one? We've told a lot of spider stories.
It was like a bathroom spider that was kind of a normal sized spider. It wasn't one of those giant spiders. And I think they had dreams about this spider as well in the story you told. And they tried to kill it several times, and they couldn't kill this spider.
I remember that was in the Chinese restaurant.
Yes, the Chinese
That was
restaurant.
in a Chinese restaurant. I know exactly who you're talking about. We need to talk to them. The dude does acupuncture. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's crazy because it had to probably be maybe only 2 weeks before you said that story, and I watched it as soon as you came out with that story. I don't remember if it was live or not, but only 2 weeks before you said that story, I had this compelling dream. And, I've been to the whole Carl Jung dream symbolism stuff in the past, but I hadn't really gotten into, or I had kind of fallen away from remembering my dreams and analyzing them and all that stuff. I hadn't done it for years, but this dream pops up, and it's this spider, one of those dreams that you have just before you wake up. And it's communicating with me in some way. I don't know how to explain it, but when you have these kind of astral dreams, there's a level of communication that can take place that's not really verbal, but it's not really a thought form either. It's like this subconscious type of communication where you're not necessarily conscious of what's being communicated. And the spider's trying to, I don't know what it's telling me. It's trying to communicate with me, or it's directly communicating with my subconscious. And I wake up from this dream, and it's the first time in a long time I'm compelled to get online, search up the symbolism, and try to figure out what the spider is, because I was certain it was some type of real species of spider. And suffice to say, I couldn't find this spider. And when you were telling your story, you verbatim told what I researched about my dream, which was a funnel web with an Australian redback red design on the back of it, not underneath it. And that's exactly what I found while researching this. So I think that story kind of gives a lot of validity to your channel and what you say. It certainly does for me because I experienced it, and I'm certainly not, on here being paid to say this by you guys or anything.
Mhm.
The only time we've ever communicated is in the live chat. So, I mean, that was a very compelling experience for me, and that you came out with that story so soon afterward was really fantastic.
Yeah. There's a lot of, here's the thing, Cooper, like a lot of people tell us that. Anthony and me look at well, so do you, Tony. They look at the emails quite a bit, but mostly I do. But the email, and we get them every day. It's like a ritual. I get up every day and I move them over to a folder, according to what they are, and then I'll go back and I'll read them. And I back them up on that. Well, actually, I don't know where the hard drive is now. When we moved, I need to find it because it's got 1,000 of them on there. But we move them over, and then I'll go in and I'll organize them as best I can, because when we first started doing this, I'm guilty of it too. We were just throwing stuff anywhere. It's like, we'll just throw this over here, and we don't even have a name or whatever. We became more organized, and it was actually a conversation I had with Tony Merkel. And me and Tony were talking about getting organized, and it was just a conversation. It's like talking shop.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, dude, one of the hardest things about this, because he does this full time. I do it a lot, but it's not my job. You know what I mean? Lucky, I hope you come back on, man. I'd love to have you back on, and Main House too. And whoever that other person was that was trying to get in, that kept blinking in and out and come back. But he does this, he said eventually he had to just buy what he says is take the bull by the horns and just quit his job and just do this. And he told me, he said, that's the only way you're going to do it is just, you have to. And I know what he's talking about. It's like burning the ships, like Cortez, just marching forward. And I told him, I said, yeah, but my company is a big company and my partner is older, and I'm probably going to have to be doing more work soon, not less. And so I'd love to be able to do this, but it doesn't pay the bills. And so, and he said, yeah, I understand. And so, yeah, see, that's the thing. Main House says I'm in the queue. That other person that came on, they were blinking in and out, and I don't know what's going on. This thing is not keeping people in the queue.
They might be having some technical difficulties on their end.
Everybody is? That's what I'm saying. Lucky was in, he was out.
Well,
like,
if it's everybody, then it might just be the system itself.
Yeah, something's going on here. Like, it doesn't want people to tell their stories. The Matrix is listening, Cooper.
It is.
Well, I mean, based on that crackling sound from Cooper, he might be the Matrix.
Cooper, are you listening in on us as we're talking to him?
He's an AI voice. He's a bot.
I'm planning the show. I'm directing the thoughts into your mind.
Are you recording us?
He's like,
he actually
can't let you do that, Wolf.
He actually is the spider that he just described.
Yeah, exactly.
He was just talking about himself.
They tried to smash me.
He's weaving our reality like his web.
Yeah, the weaver. But the thing is, we will get these stories, and there's always somebody that will say, hey, I listened to your show and I have something similar to that. And that has led to so many encounters. I talked to somebody today from the Philippines. The messenger, they messaged me, and they were on the Philippines. And I get a lot of people from the Philippines because we had talked about the Philippines. And then after we did those strange demons of Japan, there was like 2 or 3 people from Japan that had jumped on. One was an American who was visiting her grandparents in Japan. And so then I looked on Amazon, and there every month there's like 2 or 3 people from Japan and Korea that buy my books. And there's always just like 2 or 3. It's weird. And so you get like certain, you talk about certain regions or areas, and then somebody will say, hey, most recently talking about Germany and Poland, and then, and a few people from Eastern Europe, Australia, but people will say, hey, it resonates with me what you were talking about. Welcome to the show, Lucky. And so people will say, hey, you were talking about such and such. I got a story like that. Or they know somebody who has that story. And so you'll get this weird like flow of that information from that region. Just like we had Samuel on the show a couple of weeks ago. Was it last week or the week before? Talking about Guyana. And now I had somebody from Dutch Guyana that messaged me and was like, hey, Suriname. And he was like, I have a story to tell you. And it was this creature that was from the water, what we were talking about. And because I kept saying, I believe that's a water creature, the name of it, And Samuel was like, no, this is like a Bigfoot creature, but this thing is actually a hairy creature that'll grab you in the water. So you got this weird like dynamic that goes on, when people tell a story, like you heard the spider story and then it happened, or it'll happen afterwards. Somebody will go, oh my gosh, this is something that happened to me. I mean, it's just weird. I mean, and it does show.
What I find interesting is that these different regions kind of have their unique cryptid sightings or kind of, their own different stories. So, it takes kind of telling these stories to kind of get the connections globally. But what's interesting that they're so unique by regions, like I'm saying on this kind of astral plane, is how much of this is non-physical, how much of this is potentially directly tied to the human power or the human subconscious, and what are we manifesting culturally?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a collective consciousness could be conjuring things up. But one of the things that was interesting about what I said earlier, this guy who was like a well-known gangster that showed up at my house in a spiritual form, he told my brother, he's like, it's easy to go in and out of your house because it's a vortex. And we came to that conclusion because we had these ghost hunters from San Antonio who used to do ghost tours. And they were like, your house is extremely haunted and there's a vortex here emanating from the mirror. And my brother, he's in the chat. He can tell you that. That's true. We're writing a book together about it. And so it makes sense. He just jumped on the superhighway and just popped out of that mirror. I mean, that's weird to think about, but that's how those vampires do it. I mean, they just walk into like this mercurial mirror thing and walk out of it. And I believe that's where, and thank you for being patient, Lucky, and main house. But I think that's where the thing about how you can't see their reflection, it's that silvered mirror. It repels their reflection when they are in the astral form, which is where they like to travel. They travel through the shadow realm, which is what the reptilians do. But I think that most of the reptilians that do that are the viril reptilians. They use the viril energy, but they're blood drinkers. Folks, if you're new here, you're going to think this is some batshit crazy stuff. You're like, what did I just walk into? These people, can you imagine? The paratroopers, you know. But imagine a newbie that just came in like right now, and they're like, and that's all they heard was like,
this is some advanced weirdness right here. I'm not ready for this, man.
Can you imagine though?
You took too much, man. You took too much.
I hate to laugh about it, but imagine what I did, the sentence I just said, right? And somebody just pops in and they're like, oh, I was going to do some business with this guy. I wonder what this guy's up to. And
I thought he told ghost stories. What the
I'm going to give random $1,000 donations. Well,
he's just somebody that's like, hey, this guy's got a security business. Let me look it up here. He's got a show, huh? Let's see what he's talking about.
What the hell is this blood drinking lizards going through mirrors?
Blood drinking vampire lizard. And it sounds funny, but it's not really when you stop and you think about it, because of the people that have had to deal with these things. They're real people, every one of them. So then some random newbie though, that just like, I'll just check this show out, and this because it's so, can you imagine that?
Right.
Oh, I like ghosts. I like UFOs. Blood drinking vampiric reptiles
going through your.
Yeah,
exactly. Good stuff.
Can you imagine that? Because like you got to think that they're probably thinking these people are not. Remember that time I was just ragging on the ops, and that one girl popped in and goes, "What's going on this show?"
Yeah,
oh yeah,
and she's like, "I don't know what y'all talking about," but her avatar was like a black lady. But she popped in and she was just like, "What's going on in this show?" And she's like, "Oh man, this is popping." And then she was like, "I'm gonna come back for this." Because all she heard was the after hours, just me talking crap about, a few of these near duels. And I guess it was funny because I was doing voices and whatever, cracking up, and so Anyways, let's go to Lucky here. Cooper, you're welcome to hang on, stay on, and you too, Main House. Just hanging out, whatever.
Oh, I'm waiting for Lucky's stories. I was reading his stuff in the chat. I'm like, spill it,
Yeah,
Lucky.
that's what I'm saying. So, so what's going on with you, Lucky? Welcome to the show. Have you ever called in before? I don't think you have.
You there with us?
Lucky going once.
You might have your microphone muted.
Maybe his mic is muted. I don't know.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. There you are.
Sorry, I had my mic muted.
Yeah.
I watch your show all the time. But yeah, I got a lot of stories. Like I've had paranormal stuff happen to me all my life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Eastern Kentucky, and I see a lot of Kentucky people come on your show sometimes, and they all make us look bad. First of all, I've never seen a Bigfoot. I mean, anything's possible. Whatever, like they could exist, but I have seen Dogman before, and I've had several experiences with a Dogman. I've seen a demonic demon once, and I've had a lot of like paranormal ghost, stuff happen to me over the years. But usually when I see the demonic stuff, it's always like between like 2:45 to like 3:15 a.m. in the morning time. I mean, it's kind of weird. I don't know why that it is. But when I seen the demonic, one time when I seen the demon, like I was half asleep, half awake, and I woke up and looked in my doorway of my bedroom because I fell asleep on a couch, and I seen this black demon. It was like 7 foot tall, and it had like half its face was red, and the other half was all black. But it looked just like the demon from Insidious Part 2. It scared me pretty bad. Like, and I kind of shook it off, like I looked it up again and it was gone. But the weird thing is, the girl that I was dating at the time tried to commit suicide like 2 days before I seen that demon at my house. Like she took all her medicine. Like she had like a lot of mental problems and stuff. But yeah, like I don't know if it might have been a cause. You think that demon might have had something to do with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things they like to do. Suicide, and I'll explain this if you want to take a minute here for me to get into this. There are a lot of people who've told me. I had somebody most recently, it's a horrible thing, but this was a guy first person that reached out to me for his wife. And she's like, she listens to your show regularly, mostly the Sunday show. Oh boy. And their son took his own life, and it happened a couple of years ago. And he wanted me to convince her that she wasn't really communicating with her son. And what I ended up, after kind of doing an investigation into it, and this, Anthony, this is kind of a bummer. We've had this before. But I told him, I said, I can't tell you that because I don't know, because people do reach out from the other side. And I know a lot of people want to be real rigid about their beliefs, but you can't. You just can't. There is too many up in the air things. I saw my grandmother after she passed. I saw my other grandmother who died when I was almost 2. I saw her like 3 times in my life. Saw my grandfather in the house that I lived in, and that wasn't a ghost tricking me. I know the difference between being tricked and legit, and that was legit. And so I know that was my grandfather, because there was stuff that was happening that was trying to hurt me. I think my grandfather was there to try to stop it. I felt that peace, and I slept very well after I saw him.
My last wife, she passed away from kidney and liver failure, but like I seen her after she passed away, like 3 months after she passed away. I was home alone at night, like on my laptop, like listening to this song that we used to listen to. And out of the corner of my eye, I seen her walk from the bathroom to the bedroom. And she was wearing the same thing that she was buried in. So when I went to the bedroom to go look, I turned on the light. I seen this black shadow come from the closet. underneath the bed. And I used to have like a lot of paranormal stuff happen to me at that apartment.
Mhm.
And whenever I left the apartment, like I put salt all the way around the windows and the doors and everything. And I said, whatever is in here, you're not welcome to come with me or follow me. But I don't think it was her. I think it was something pretending to be her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do that too.
Opportunistic.
Yeah.
And I used to wear her wedding ring around my neck. She was buried, she wore that ring whenever she passed away. And after she passed away, I had the ring and I used to wear it around my neck. And I used to have all kinds of paranormal stuff happen to me. So, I was like, well, maybe it's the ring because it had like a diamond. And I heard like sometimes you get like stones and stuff. Like sometimes like demonic stuff can like go inside the stone or something to, because sometimes atoms get haunted, by like demonic stuff, by like the demonic stuff. So I gave the ring to her daughter, and her daughter said that she used to see her mom all the time. Like one time she seen her standing behind her in the bathroom when she was brushing her hair, then she vanished. And then another time her other daughter had the ring for a while, and she said she's seen her too. And her daughter still has the ring, but I'm just wondering if it's from the demonic presence that I had in my home at the time, But my baby's birth mother, she was a witch. She practiced Wicca, and her mother and aunt, her whole family were into this Wiccan stuff. And whenever I met her, like they told her that you're going to have an abortion or get out of the house. So like she came to live with me, and we, were together for, we had several kids together. But after we broke up, she had went back to her family, and she told me like she was going to curse me, like, and all this other stuff. And I was like, well, I got the power of God, and you do whatever you want to. But sometimes I think maybe she did curse me, like I've had a lot of bad luck over the years. Like, and I think, when my wife passed away, my second wife, I think that had a lot to do with me being cursed. Like maybe she got the tail end of me being cursed, and, they punished me, by making me watch her pass away the way she did, kidney failure and liver failure. And, I don't know what's your insights on that.
So your first wife practiced Wicca, is what you're saying. And
Yeah,
she may have cursed you.
Witchcraft. She said she did. She told me she did.
Well, she probably did. And that's, I always say this, a magic practitioner, whether they're white or black, magic, whatever, it's only good until you make them mad.
Yeah.
It's like gnomes or fairies or whatever.
Yeah.
The little people, there's multiple races of them, but they're always the same.
Mm-hmm.
They're nice to you until you offend them, which is very easy to do.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a Welsh tradition. If you break an egg, a goose egg, a certain way, you'll make the fairies mad. I'm like, really? So if I crack a goose egg a certain way, then they're going to get pissed off because, that's pretty much going to happen. So don't offend them. How about not be around them? That's like having agitated neighbors like I used to have. They were always getting upset. These neighbors I had, they were from the Middle East. And eventually I ended up like having physical altercations with two of them. I'm like, you're about to be really upset a lot. Because you're always offended and always upset. I'm about to make you really upset. So one of them like stood up. He was Americanized. He thought he was tough. He takes his cordless phone. He's like, whoa. He's like trying to pick up his pants as I knocked him unconscious. I'm like, I'm not waiting for you to get set up and pull your pants up, boy. The whole family gets offended because they're going to be offended, and they cursed us and whatever.
My baby's mom has had a lot of bad luck over the years, and I think it's probably because of the way she cursed me. Like, but I ended up raising my kids on my own, and she like lives in California and now or whatever, and she has like a lot of bad luck, and I think that part of that's from all the
they bring it on themselves.
Yeah, she brought it on her, all the spells and stuff she does on people all the time.
That's what this dude's family was doing. They were doing all kinds of stuff to people. One of our neighbors' dog died because they took credit for it. They were like, so the neighbor, he thought he had lived there for a long time. He's a good friend of mine. He lived there for like 10 years. And when I moved in, he'd already been there for like 7. I'm sorry, 6. And then he said, he's like, I'm moving. He's like, these people are nuts. And there was another guy who was actually from the Middle East. He was Egyptian, but he was like, these people are crazy, you know? And I hadn't had any problems with them. And then one day they started like dead birds started showing up in our front yard. And what they didn't realize was we already had a bunch of bad stuff in our house. It was like, you're not doing anything any different. So I don't know what they sent and what they didn't. I couldn't tell the difference, you know. But apparently they had cursed me, and I was just like, I didn't even know why. I didn't know what I did. And then their dog, the neighbor's dog, ended up dying. And then that guy, he was like, I'm going to go and find out. And so the dog had no poison in its bloodstream. And my friend who's a vet did him a favor and checked, you know, for that, and his toxicology, whatever, sent it off. And the lab at Texas A&M said that there was nothing unusual except that the dog had an advanced form of it was like leukemia, but it was like mimicking it. And how did that just develop, you know? So they did something, but there was no poison, but it was like this dog had an illness that this guy didn't know. But the guy said, your dog will be dead tomorrow. And he died. So these people, but they had so many problems. Every one of their kids went to jail or ended up in prison. Every one of them, 2 of them ended up in car wrecks. One of them ended up like paralyzed from the waist down. And they were all into this. They were gypsies from the Middle East is what they were. Mm-hmm. They weren't Arabs. Yeah. They were gypsies from the Middle East. And they were, I guess what my offense was that I had told my neighbors that lived next to me, they were like these sort of hillbilly people. I got along with them. They drank a lot, but they didn't cause me problems. And I told them, I was like, they were telling me all the crap these people were doing and saying to their kids, you know, and they were going back and forth. Kids, they were like in their teens, 20s. And I was like, well, they better not mess with me because I'm not going to play with these people. And so I'm walking to my mailbox, and the guy comes down, and he's this little sawed-off little dude. He goes, you want me to play with you? And I never forget this little dude. I patted him on the head. I said, dude, go play. Don't mess with me, dude. You don't want to play with me. And he's like, I'll curse you. And he was holding up this little snake thing charm. And my brother was like, they kept parking their car in front of our house. So my brother put a note on their window, and it said, park your car again here and see what happens. F around and find out. Signed, big angry white people. You know, and it wasn't just white people that lived there. Willie lived there too. He's a big angry black guy, I guess. But but D was, you know, he was the way he was. And so this guy comes over there to Willie, and he goes, you make this note? Why you make this note? Willie looks at it and he reads it, and he says, do you see me? I'm black. And he throws it in his face. And then the next thing you know, we ended up with a dead sparrow on the front porch, which my dog Caesar grabbed, and it was so bizarre. And I have 3 witnesses to this. He literally grabbed the bird and took it back over to their house without being told and dropped it in their yard and came running back to me. And I was like, so I looked at Willie Squid and Scorpion, and I was like, did y'all just see that? And so I walked over there to see. I was like, okay, this is where the bird came from. So I I banged on the door, and the little midget dude answered the door with his little midget family. And excuse me, I'm not supposed to say midget, little people family. They weren't real midgets. They were just short people, right? And they were all like, hey. They're like carbon copies of these little weeble wobbles. And one of them kind of started pushing away toward me, and I shoved him back in the house. Get out of here, dude. Don't touch me, dude, little people, whatever. And so, not to be mean about short people, but they were pretty ridiculous. And my brother just smacked one of them, you know. So then they called the police, and I told the police, I was like, they left a dead bird on my front porch. They did. And then one of them got stabbed in a nightclub that night. And they tried to say that I caused it. I said, first of all, I wasn't there. I didn't have anybody do it, and I don't practice magic. But if you do things, there is a law that says spiritually it will come back to you, and bad things are going to happen to you.
Yeah, if he's spreading stuff like that, maybe like he brought it on himself. That's his own karma.
He did. You know, then he tried to reason with me. He calls me and he's like, hey, we need to talk so we don't have problem. He goes, you losing life, me losing life. So what are you talking about me losing? I'm not going to lose my life. I don't know about you. I was like, but I don't, you're the one fighting with the whole neighborhood, not me. I was like, you mind your business, and they don't have to have a problem. And I hung up. Get out of here. But these people, they take the trash out themselves because they do this evil, wicked stuff. And then when bad things happen to them, they're like, why my son die? Why can't, because you were cursing everybody, fool. I mean,
right.
Stop throwing dead birds in people's yard. Maybe your son wouldn't have passed away or whatever the hell happened. I mean, and then to answer your quote, you were talking about though, could it have been your ex-wife? Could it have been her that cursed her? Possibly, maybe, yeah. Could that have been the wife that you saw? Could that have been her spirit? Yes, maybe, possibly. Just because you're living in a house that's full of things going on doesn't mean that you won't actually see a loved one that's coming to check on you. Now, if other people have seen her too, and it wasn't in that particular house, maybe it was her.
The reason I don't think it was her is because when the black shadow thing in the bedroom.
That definitely doesn't sound like, because if you see that and it's just, but then again, shadows though, sometimes spirits of the deceased, they're blacked out. They look like shadows.
No, it was like a black mist, like came from the closet and went underneath the bed.
Yeah, I don't think that's her.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. Was she a nice person?
Yes, she was. Like, she had a really good heart.
Sounds like you really loved her.
Yeah, I still do.
Oh man, how long ago?
It's like 7 years ago, but
feels like yesterday.
Feels like yesterday, and I mean, I've had relationships since then, but I've never anything that's come to that close of being, like soulmate type stuff,
Before she passed, did you feel anything? Like, did you feel it like it was coming on?
Yeah, like I've always been real into like an intuition about people. Like, I could meet somebody and tell you everything about them just by looking at them and talking to them for a few minutes. Like, I've always been real intuitive.
Yeah.
And I've always had, like, I do believe in past lives, and I do believe I was reincarnated. And I've just had, you just know, and like astral projection, you were talking about that earlier, and I do believe in astral projection, and I think I do that a lot because I dream about places I've never been to, or certain situations that's never happened, and then on down the line in the future, I end up going to a place or some certain situation ends up happening, and I'm like, I think I've known this, or I've been here before, and I just remember, like, yeah, I've dreamt about this, like, But I do have a couple of dogman experiences. Like, I don't know if you want to hear them right now or whatever, but.
Well, how in depth or long are they?
They're not too long. I mean, my first dogman experience is like, I was like 12 years old, and me and my mom had just moved into this apartment, and it was really weird because out of this whole apartment complex, this one apartment building faced the woods, and there's only two people that lived in this apartment building, and it was us and this older lady. And the older lady, you'd never see her, but I just always wondered why they would never rent out apartments in that building. And then I asked the next door neighbor that lived across the way, and he said that he had told me these satanic worshippers used to live in that building, and they used to do like sacrifice like dogs and stuff there all the time. And it's really weird because when we go to sleep at night, like every morning the back window would be open or the back door would be open, and we'd put like sticks in the window or a chair against the door so it wouldn't happen, and we'd lock it and it would still come open. And one night I was camping out in the backyard with my friend, and I kept seeing something in a tree like looking at us, it had red eyes, and I was like, what is that? And I was like, looking, and then I ended up seeing through the darkness and seeing what it was, and it was like this tall, like a wolf man creature or whatever, and it started like growling. So we had gotten scared and like ran in the house, and then a couple of weeks later, we were walking back from the school dance down my road to my apartment building, and there's a group of people walking behind us too. So we're walking down this road, and all of a sudden I heard something growl in the woods, and I seen those red eyes again. So we took off running, and the people behind us kept on walking, and they were walking down the same road, and there was this construction like truck on the side of the road. It's like a bulldozer. So like I was looking back as we was running, and the people behind us started walking past the bulldozer, and all of a sudden, whatever it was had came out of the woods and jumped on top of this bulldozer, but it had cloaked itself. Like you couldn't see it, but I seen the bulldozer, like it jumped. It was so heavy, and it jumped so hard on the side of this bulldozer, on the wheel, that the whole bulldozer like kind of tilted.
Jeez.
And these people,
Yeah, they're heavy.
yeah, and these people like that were behind us, they started running too. So I was like, you know, I ran back and told my parents and everything about it, but you know, nobody ever believed us. But another dogman experience I had was like a couple of years ago. I was near the Daniel Boone National Forest, or whatever, and I was going driving by this river, and like I was doing like 55 miles an hour down this country road, and something like black ran out of the woods, ran across the front of my car, and I tipped it with the edge of my bumper. And as it was turning around, I seen two red eyes, and it was like looking at me as it was kind of like, you know, knocked off its feet a little bit and swung around and like landed, kind of like skidded with its hand and caught itself and like ran back into the woods. And I had dropped my phone in the floorboard, and I was like, I'm not about to stop this car to pick this phone up, because if I stop this car, whatever's out there is gonna, you know, come and attack this car. But I just kept on driving or whatever. But I'm pretty sure that was a dog man that I seen, you know. And that's both my dogman experiences right there.
When you know, and here's the thing too, that Daniel Boone National Forest has a ton of activity. I mean, it's dogman, crawlers, Bigfoot. Kentucky, you know, is literally is built like it's just on a giant cave system.
Mm-hmm.
Most of Texas is too. So I've told people before, you know, like if you know they think, well, I want to get eaten by one of these creatures. I think it'd be worse to be taken to the underworld down in there and then just
I don't want to live
stuck there. The Bear King, that story where the woman was taken.
Mm-hmm.
That story is, I don't know if I've told it. It's the one from the 1800s. That's the legend that it took her to this cave.
Part of that dogman stuff, I think that's all from the you know, the fallen angels, when they were, you know, creating all these creatures and stuff that were not of this world. You know, like I don't know if you know, I've heard you talk about it before, but I think that comes from those creatures that the film the fallen angels had created. You know, like a lot of dogman and stuff, and I think they're in other dimensions because they taught them black magic and stuff too, and you know, spells. You know, the fallen angels did, and I think they go through portals and dimensions, and I think it's all interconnected.
It is. Yeah. And to touch on this subject that you talked about with the demon, the black and red, that's a very common thing. Somebody asked me that one day, and I used to never be a fan of black and red. When I was a kid, I hated it. And I've always, I stand by this. I say this, and I don't care what anybody says. The black widow spider was a genetically modified creature, not probably by the humans now, but going back into our past somewhere. Maybe it was the fallen Anunnaki, whatever you want to call it. They genetically created that creature. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you, because it has the strongest webbing. And now they are using it. They are manufacturing it, and they're using it in bulletproof vests. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very strong webbing. And this thing, it has these straight lines on it, which is very, very rare in nature. And not only does it have straight lines, but it has two pyramids facing one another.
Well, the demon that I've seen, like, it looked just like the one from Insidious Part 2. And I've always been scared of demonic stuff, so I never watched demonic movies or anything. And I was describing it to somebody one time, and they had said it sounds like the Insidious Part 2 demon or whatever. And so I looked it up, and yeah, it looked just like it, except it was more muscular and more built. And the red in its face looked just like that, except it was on the right side of its face and only had it on one side of its face, you know. But I heard they based that demon off the one from the real life, you know, situation that happened.
Yeah, and Dick Richards just says, I found one of those nasty beasts under my parents' sink here in Canada. The interesting thing about the black widow is that its cousin, which is just basically another species of the redback, like that Cooper was talking about, that's an Australian spider. And they have these weird, they can have spots on their back that are red, but they always have that hourglass. It's weird because that particular color, black and red in nature, is always poison. It's always like, that means stay away.
It's danger.
Danger. And so
It's blood and death.
Yeah. And so you have that. I mean, in like, of course, like sports teams will have it. If you want, like this right here is the logo on there is black and red, but I don't, it just looked cool because I thought that it wouldn't look as good if it was just orange or whatever. And our other logo is orange, so I mean, but the red and black, it looks badass in some ways, but there's reasons why it's considered deadly, because a lot of these poisonous animals have it. And there are a lot of animals that are black that are very poisonous and deadly. The black mamba, for instance, the funnel web spider, black, or a really, really dark brown. But I do think that these demons, though, in particular, there's a type of demon that does look that way. And they have that black and red look to them. Red is anger, and of course, black is the abyss where they come from. And so they wear those markings. And it's easier. It's weird too, and it's easy to be dismissive of it, but it's the truth. I mean, the black widow is a very hardy creature, and it lives in multiple climates. It's found in northern Europe. A friend of mine from France told me they're all over the French, region. They're all over the place, and it's oftentimes these creatures that are seen with that red and black, and people will talk about how they'll get down and crawl like a spider. And you're just like, dude, what in the hell? There was this demon that was this guy from Denver. I don't think we've talked about that one yet because I had just read this one, but there's a couple. So I was thinking about doing one about the Rocky Mountains because it was just, there's a lot of stories from there. We had one out of Black Hawk and another one out of Breckenridge. But this one, the guy he'd come back from a trip to Vail with some friends that had come in from Utah, and they had gone skiing. And when he comes back, the first night he was back, he had this demonic entity crawl over him. And then he was dreaming that a giant spider was crawling on him. And he wakes up and there's this black and red demonic entity with this baboonish looking face looking down at him. And it was sprawled out like a spider. But it was just four limbs, but it had a tail. When it got off of him, he saw this like thing moving around, alien species looking thing, and he realized like he remembers that they were telling ghost stories when they were up in Vail. And one of his buddies that he had invited brought his girlfriend along, and she was a practicing witch. And she made a joke to his girlfriend about how she could conjure demons and stuff, or made a comment. So he retorted with a joke, was like, yeah, I'd like to see you try that with me, like jokingly. And she's like, okay, I will. And then she said, when you get home, you'll see something. And he goes, I was just drunk as hell, hammered, and didn't think nothing of it.
It's a poor choice of words.
Now, when Shelby, I shouldn't say his name, but when he told me this story, he had told me that he had been drinking a lot of Coors Light. I said, so you were sober?
Yeah. Oh, so you were properly hydrated.
I was like,
good.
so you were drinking a lot of water, my friend. You were not drunk. You did not drink Lone Star. So, I'm joking, folks, but you know what I'm saying. So anyway, he did. He said he had drank like 15 of them. I said, well, that's about a Seagram's wine cooler. But
Zima.
It's the banquet beer, or what is it that the guy says?
Miller High Life.
What is that? The guy that played in Tombstone 2, Sam Elliott.
Oh yeah.
He's like the banquet beer, and you're like, get out of here, Sam. Come on, don't try to sell me that. But it's that they drink a lot of that over there. When I was in Black Hawk, they were just like giving you asked for a beer, they give you that. They give you Coors. Like they're like, yeah, because everybody just wants that crap. They're like, would you like some beer with your water? No, I would not. I just want this, no hops. But he said he had been drinking a lot of beer, and I said, what kind? He said, Coors. I made a joke, but yeah, he did. He said he was so drunk he barely remembered it until he saw the damn thing crawl on top of him, and then he called his friend, and he's like, Brandy was her name. He said, Brandy, I think she cursed me. So the guy, his friend, goes back and confronts her, and she was like, well, he wanted to see one. And he was
right.
And then when they split up,
Careful what you wish for.
yeah, well, careful what you wish for. When he split up from her, she cursed him too, and he saw the same thing. So she had, and I was like, what does she have this thing on call? You know, and not to make light at all, but it's a scary ass thing, dude. Like, I mean, and it was black and red, like what you were talking about, Lucky. That's scary, dude. I haven't seen a black and red ghost or demon, and thank goodness. I mean, but I've heard people talk about it, and it does seem to be something that these practitioners can conjure up. Now, I read something about the Ifrit, and not Ifrit. Is it the Hadrit? There's a type of jinn that is known as a sentinel, but supposedly the CIA experimented with this in the Levant. They actually were in oh God, what is the country? It's on the tip of my tongue. Don't nobody tell me, because if you've heard this already, please don't tell me. Syria. I'm over here screaming like an idiot. Syria. No, Syria, right? Okay, so get this, Lucky. If you want any kind of backstory to what maybe you saw, the CIA opened up a portal in Syria. And that, a lot of people say that's why they wanted to go in there so bad and get rid of Assad, because he wanted them to get rid of it. They built a Stargate in southern Syria with the help of the Mossad. There was a whole article about this. And so these Levantian demonic entities that were coming across, they were black and red. That's what they looked like. And so the sheiks in that region told them, do not go into that area. And they go, no, we're going there for that purpose. And he's like, why would you do that? They asked him, like, why would you want to do that? It doesn't make any sense. Because we're the freaking CIA, dude, and we're freaking evil and don't give a shit. How about that, you know? Now we're going to go blow some shit up with our friends from Israel. Oh, get out of here. Yeah. You know, I could just see some dumbass, you know, holding this.
I've seen some videos on YouTube here a while back. It had, they were driving in Syria, and it had, like, reptilian statues, like ancient reptilian statues.
Yeah.
In the city. And I was like, what? Why would they do that? If it didn't exist, why would they make statues of reptilians? Like, and these are thousands of years old, you know, like over 1,000-year-old.
Well over that. Yeah. Well, have you ever noticed though too, Lucky? And I don't know, Main House, maybe you've seen this, and anybody in the audience that's listening, whenever we talk about reptilians, they always put a little disclaimer on there. These are fictional creatures, don't they?
Yeah, they always put the little Wikipedia link at the bottom of the video.
And also, folks, don't forget, pay your taxes, because we need them so we can blow shit up. You know, and this, come on, dude. It's like so obvious to me. And then they demonetized one of my lives when we were talking about them 2 weeks ago. They were just like, yeah, we don't think that we should give you money for this because we're, you know, okay. Because I'm saying things that hit home. When you talk about things that hit home, they always come after you. That's why I want to go and just put everything on my damn website, because I don't want to deal with it.
We don't want bullshit. It sucks having to censor ourselves.
Yeah, because if I'm not censored, there's a lot of people going to be in a lot of big trouble.
I mean, we're not sailors.
I'm going to say it,
but we're a lot more free mouth than this.
Yeah, I have to bite my tongue.
A lot more funnier too.
A lot more funnier. Yeah, we'll have you in stitches. But seriously though, these people, you just want to, you know, force choke them like Vader. You know, I find your lack of truth disturbing. You know, and it makes me sick, because you have to sit here and they shovel this crap on top of you like a big pile of it, you know. And I would love to just tell everybody what exactly is going on and who's behind it. But The problem, though, with the website too, though, and I had a friend of mine from the UFO community tell me this recently, and you guys probably know, I've heard him talk before, but he's like, dude, they're going to attack it. They're going to attack it. They're going to shut it. They're going to tear it up because they're not going to let you continue to say things.
Yeah, the government controls everything we do. I mean, we all think we're free. We're not really free. We don't own anything. They can take it away from you any
But you
moment.
pay taxes on it, and you
So
Yeah.
property taxes.
You know, listen to Abe Finkelstein, what he says: "We tax you from the time you're born till the time you die, and you think you're free." Yay. And you're just sitting there listening to this crap, and we take your children and we feed them to you, and you like it, and you just, when you hear them talking about it, you're just like, good grief, these people are just totally mind effing us every way they can, and they're doing everything. Their harp is messing with the weather. And people will tell you, where are your sources for this? You're crazy. I'm like, dude, read a freaking book. And they're like, well, I tried to Google this and I couldn't find. Of course, you're not going to find it there. Okay.
Yeah.
Find another browser, stupid. Another, what's it called? Search engine. Search engine.
Yeah.
Go to a library.
Go to the library. You know how many books are out of print now? The books that I have about 500 or 600 books that are out of print that would probably, if certain people came to power, they would burn them. They would go and they burn them. So I keep them hidden because I don't want anybody finding out and then going, that's where they're at. Go get them. So I don't want anybody to know where they're at, because if they did, they'd go and they'd burn them. They're always talking about how the Nazis burned the book. You don't think these pseudo-communists that we're dealing with would do the same thing? They would. Because guess who did it before the Nazis? You only just hear about the Nazis all the time because that's their favorite boogeyman. And I hate when they talk about it, because who gives a crap? They're gone and they're never coming back. That's just the libs' way of, they're Nazis, they're down with
fear-mongering.
There was a skinhead that once existed. Shut up, get out of here. We don't care. The bottom line is this, okay? They're trying to confuse everybody and obfuscate and get everybody off on this gender and religion and race and whatever. That's all the mind effery. What you got to get past all that, rise above it, and look at what they're doing, you know, and how they're controlled with the bread and circuses. And it's really, really crazy. Okay. More people can name all the players on a basketball team of their choice than they can the politicians, and you need to know the names of these bastards and the whores that are taking the money and doing all these things. You don't go from being a bartender who is making $250 an hour to being a millionaire in a few years with your big old donkey tooth. I mean, come on now, dude. And these people are so retarded. You can't even, and then they've even made it to where you can't say the word retard, because if you do, though.
Yeah.
So go ahead and clip that, Mr. Oklahoma, so you can go and send it to YouTube and get me in trouble, because you have nothing better.
I'm a millennial. You know, I was born in the 80s, and it's like I've seen like the media drastically change over the years, because when we were growing up, like you would see a lot more than you do today. Like they're trying to like censor a lot of stuff, you know, like, you know, back in the day you could pretty much say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like you can't say this or you can't say that, or we're, you know, banning you for doing this. You know, it's crazy. You know, what happened to freedom of speech, like, you know, on platforms and so on.
Yeah, it's not just them kind of trying to control what you think, but it's them controlling every aspect of your life. You don't think about it, but how many of these sitcom shows or like family shows do you watch, and you're just sitting there, and then you laugh, and then you sit there again, you laugh, and the only reason you're laughing is because on the damn show there's a laugh track that has moments of laughing sounds at that moment. If you sit there and watch the show without those laugh tracks, it's hard to watch. You can't sit there and watch it. It's hard. It's because they're literally telling you when to laugh that you're doing it. And they do the same thing in wrestling, in WWE, where they'll
pipe in the music,
pipe in crowd noises, or they'll pipe in like chants that people are doing. They'll do it everywhere. And I'm sure they do it during debates and stuff, political. Like it's just, they're trying to control how you think. It's this social programming that they're psychologically trying to force you into, to where like now if they just show you something on TV, you're more accepting of it.
How do we know what they're showing us is like You know, especially with history, like how do we know it's real? We weren't
I was gonna
alive. We don't know anybody that
Yeah.
was alive 200 years ago, or we don't know what happened 200 years ago. You
Well,
know?
there's not a single person nowadays that doesn't, when they look for information, doesn't just go to Google. And then they expect that Google, since it has all of these different things telling you like, oh, this must be this way, that's how it has to be. Instead of Google 100% hiding any results that doesn't format or fit what it really
Great.
wants.
You just
We've
said the
seen
G
that
word. Dude.
you know, we've seen that through the last election, you know, with the presidential and stuff. Like they lied so much, like, and even Putin says it's like the, you know, the Russian leader, like he says that our media hides a lot from us, like from the world news, and we don't know what's going on in the world. We only know what they want to show us, unless we actually go ourselves to another country to see, you know, like.
What was that?
Did we lose him? He told too much.
Right then, and
Are
then
you
we
there?
heard something bam, like bam. Like,
Yeah.
okay. That
Yeah, I
coincided with
think we
him going
lost Lucky's.
silent. Yeah.
We lost Lucky's audio, and then some kind
That
of
was
No, it was
again.
the exact same.
Did you hear
banging
that?
noise.
It's like some kind of banging.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because at this time of night, we're the only ones up here.
No.
So this is weird, dude. And you know, they're probably the demons and everything else are probably listening and getting, you know.
Oh yeah. One time
There
my
you go.
dad was over at my house and he was like, you know, like kind of making fun of the demonic stuff because he doesn't believe. And I was like, you're going to keep making fun of this stuff and they're going to come to your house. Like, you better stop. Like, you know, that's when I had the haunted house. And like that night he went home and like he kept hearing, like he said something about a knock or whatever, but he kept hearing somebody knocked on his door, like, and all night long throughout the night, hearing 3 knocks, you know, and I think that was, you know, where he was making fun of the demonic stuff.
Well, I think because of us, we talk about so much stuff. I mean, I jokingly say we're doomed. I mean, because we've already opened up it's like you opened the box, we came, you know, we did. We opened the box, you know, and we've talked about a lot of things that a lot of my peers won't do. They will not touch the subjects we talk about. Linda Gottfried warned me she did never talk about the reptilians or vampires. James Bartley, who will talk about the reptoids, you know, but he didn't want to touch the vampire subject, and he's probably, you know, he's got his rights to believe the way he believes. He's like, I don't want to piss him off. You know, it's like, well, I've already pissed them off. I'm on their radar. I'm on everybody's radar. And so, you know, I look at it like this. You only live once, right? And I've been at war since the day I was born. So it doesn't matter. There's a lot of things that people don't know about me. They'll never know about me. My enemies, some who are just flesh puppets that are being, you just like, just spouting off whatever the demons want them to. And then there's those that are real. They're very bad. They're very bad. They're principalities in high places, and they'll crush you. And everybody says that, but why have they not yet? Right? Why would they let you talk so much? Because they figure that, like Abe Finkelstein, nobody's going to believe you. Nobody's going to hear you. Nobody's going to listen to you. But I know one thing: when I die, I'm not worried because I'm good. I'm good with God. Whatever it is, I've submitted to the will of God. Whatever God wants for me, that's what's going to happen. My life is not for these people to give or take. I could have died many times. And like I said, I got the hell beat out of me at a club in the parking lot. These guys had me at gunpoint. What was I going to do? And they took me out to the middle of this ghost town out there, you know, and they were going to whack me. And it didn't happen. A couple years later, the guy, he told me, he was like, dude, I told them, I said, do you think that nobody saw us there with him? You know, one of the guys that was there, he talked sense into them. He told them, look, man, you don't think his guys are going to come back and do whatever, you know, it's just going to become a war tit for tat and you're going to lose. He told that guy because his guys are, well, in their words, fanatics. My guys were fanatical. We were fanatical and loyal to one another. But we were right. You know, those people were completely evil. Not that we were the good along gang, but we weren't like them. We had like a code, you know, these guys, those kind of people, they didn't care. There was nothing was off limits to them. For me, you don't hurt tourists, college kids, women, children, anything like that. It's straight up gangster. That's it. You don't mess with anybody beyond that. But these people, they had nothing was off limits to them. And each subsequent generation became more and more animalistic and evil.
Have you ever met somebody and be like, he's going to kill somebody? And then
I've shook hands with people and saw visions of people what they've already done because I have the eye and I can see it.
Yeah, I've had that happen to me. Like I've met a few people before. I'm like, he's going to end up killing somebody. Then come to find out, they end up killing somebody. And you're like, you can tell by looking in their eyes. Like, hey, there's blackness in their eyes. Like it's like
darkness,
dead.
sickness of their soul, dead eyes, dead shark eyes.
Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about Cain being the first vampire? Have you heard that theory?
Yeah, I have. What's up, Tony Romo? How you doing, man? How you enjoying that retirement there, buddy?
How are you, buddy?
I don't know. Main house, you were talking earlier, something that you were saying sounded kind of vampiric about when you saw it in the cemetery. And what do you think?
Well, I didn't associate vampires with that, but could have been. These were more like Satan worshipers that were desecrating the graves, and they had but they were wearing the cloaks and stuff because the dude that I saw
they were drinking blood too.
Oh, probably. Oh, God. But I mean, is that one and the same? Are vampires along the same lines as Satanists? I mean,
well, it depends on what it's just different flavors of popsicle. I mean, but they are. Now, here's something weird. I didn't want to say this, and he's probably listening right now, but we have a listener on the show who messaged me about Joel. And Joel doesn't watch the show, but Joel is or was a practicing vampire. He was a vampire. He did what he did, and he had these abilities. It's not like TV. It's not like Twilight, but they are like high-powered sorcerers whose power is through blood drinking. And they do things to people, and they can shapeshift to a certain degree. And this guy thinks that he knows Joel, but like he said, the guy that he knows is young. And I said, yeah, Joel looks young, but he's almost 60. Wow. So, yeah, I mean, that's a weird thing, because when I saw him, like we FaceTimed and I was like, you look young. And he's like, I do. But he went through a phase where he looked old, like he was losing his youth. He goes, I look a lot older now than I did, because he stopped, drinking blood. And he goes through some psychological issues where he believes that he wonders if God's going to forgive him. And I told him, I said, I can't answer that for you because I don't know the extent of what you've done, but I have the same thing. I go through, is God going to is he going to forgive me? Is he going to let me off lightly, for all the crap I've pulled? Who knows? I know that in the last, I'd say 10 to 15 years, I've tried to be a very good person as much as I can. I'd say over the last 20 years, I guess. But more so each year, I try to do better. I get better. And probably since you started, hanging out with me, Anthony, since you were a teenager, you came to stay with us. I think I've changed just from then to now.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was extremely aggressive and I was good at violence. What is that?
I don't know.
What was that?
Like a knocking sound.
So I was good at violence, but that doesn't mean that you should go around doing it because like my friend David Weatherly, the author, he's always saying, he goes, just because you can don't mean you should. Just like all these people that run around doing podcasts and YouTube channels, and they're I'm supposedly jealous of them. I'm like, really? You're 20 followers that are you? I'm really jealous, man. The only thing they have is just causing problems and mayhem for people that are actually doing stuff. But it's all part of the matrix. They're children of it. They're part of the system, and they buy into it and they feed it. And so you have to disconnect from that. And that's what I did.
Yeah. I have a question going back to the vampire part. And I don't know if we're allowed to talk about the adreno.
Go ahead. This is probably going to be demonetized anyway. Tony already said the G word, Google. Sorry, Google. We didn't mean to offend you. but they own YouTube, so that's not a good thing when you talk bad about them.
Yeah, but I mean that's vampirism in its own form, right?
Mhm.
And you've got all the celebrities supposedly messing with that. Do you?
What the okay,
Dude, I know I heard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dude,
I
what
heard
was that?
too.
Okay, all right, I
heard
just saw
that.
something, dude. What is that?
that's a chair, dude. What the heck is going on?
Hold on, we'll be right back, folks. Guys, we'll be right back. I could do something.
Amazing.
That'd be for me talking about the demonic stuff, man. Like I'm telling you,
Heavenly
like,
Father, please bind and rebuke any demonic activity that's going on over there with the boys in Texas right now. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, we pray.
amen.
Amen. Amen.
But yeah, there's only
So-
one unforgivable sin, right? There's only one. Hey, Wolf, there's only one. You all right?
Yeah.
I was going to say there's only the one unforgivable sin, the grieving of the Holy Spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
The grieving of the
Sorry?
the one
Go on.
unforgivable sin is the grieving of the Holy Spirit. Did I hear you correctly? I'm just asking.
Yeah, that's what it says. That's what it says in Scripture.
Yeah, it's a blasphemy, but people don't know what that really is. It's just like whenever the translations are in Greek, you know, when they say the meek shall inherit the earth, the Greek translation is the war horse.
Mm-hmm.
The war horse shall inherit the earth.
Oh wow.
Because when you think about it too, I mean, like the horse, the war horse is part of the, you know, it's that would make sense. You know, like why
Yeah.
would some meek simpering thing, you know, Jesus isn't coming back as a meek simpering thing. He's coming back to kill with his words. That's the
Amen.
truth. And people
Amen.
don't realize that. They think that it's a big joke that, oh, well, Jesus is going to come back. He's going to forgive you. The worst thing that's the words you will ever hear is get away from me. I never knew you.
Amen.
And you are
Lukewarm.
done. You're
Yeah,
absolutely
lukewarm.
done. So I know that Jesus isn't going to say that to me because he knows me. Now I'm a wayward son, a prodigal son at that, you know, but that doesn't mean I didn't come back to God. Now, am I capable of doing things? Yes, of course I am. So is anybody. I mean, any fool can commit violence or do nefarious things. It doesn't mean that you should or that you know that it's. But it goes back now to bring it back to what Lucky said. Now we were talking about the vampire. He's talking about Cain. Is Cain the first vampire? Cain was the first one that we talk about in Genesis of spilling blood that was human. But did he drink it? I say no. I don't think he did. But I do believe that he was a consort at one time of Lilith, who in the Kabbalah, in the Jewish tradition, and in the Tanakh, if I remember correctly, memory serves me, which usually it does. But I remember reading in the Jewish oral tradition, which is the Tanakh, is put into book form, which is something that most Christians and Muslims don't even know about. It's a Jewish thing. But in the Kabbalah, the book of Jewish mysticism, she was Adam's first wife. Now, when she was cast out of the garden, she actually left willingly. The two angels tried to bring her back, and she refused. And then she teamed up with these demons, which would say that these devils were fallen angels, whatever, got a hold of her, and she went with them and defied God. Now, that speaks to the fact that there was demons that were already here. Because like Jesus says, he beheld Lucifer, right? Or Satan, because he doesn't really say Lucifer, but a lot of people believe that it was Lucifer and that he fell like lightning.
Yeah, beheld Satan fall like lightning, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But what I tell people is Lucifer and Satan are the same, but not. And then there's people that are so stupid, they run around going, because you're ignorant and you don't know what that means. What that means is like a spider is an arachnid, but so is a scorpion.
Exactly.
Does it make sense? And people don't understand that. And what they do is they go, you know, off on these weird, you know, to try to discredit you and say stupid, silly things. And there's been more than a few people who've tried it. But those are people who have a very limited, you know, textual knowledge of the textbook knowledge. They don't know. So they only read this one version of the Bible, and they don't even believe it themselves. They just use it to fleece people. And then they say, you're not correct because it's not in this book. Well, it is, but it's not, because Lucifer is only mentioned like 3 times in all of the Bible.
Yeah.
So in the King James Version. But when you go back and you read like all these different books, you'll start to put the pieces together of who he is and what he was, whatever. He was one of, not the only. And that speaks to the omnipotence of God, because God is the source. He's the light. This demon, this angel, whatever you want to call it, there's just one of him, and or there's many of him, but there's just one him. And then there's a bunch of others that were all in defiance of God. Like always, there's a cabal, you know what I mean? And they'll be friends up to a degree. But if you know the story, there's another demon, his name was Asmodeus, and he tried to backstab Lucifer along with his buddy Astaroth. So there's a whole bunch of stuff in those books, in those esoteric books, that speak to their backstabbery and their connivingness. One of them will have sway and have power for a while, and the other ones will do something to undermine them. That is their Achilles heel. What they do is they get together in these little cabals and they go after the righteous. They go after the saints. They go after Jesus. They go after God. They go after everybody. And then they fall away because they start fighting one another and backbiting, because they all want to be the top dog. Nobody, and it's all driven by pride, ego. You know, Lucifer's big sin is pride. That was his big sin. And pride leads to a lot of others. What does pride feed on the most, though, is power, right? Jesus says the root of all evil, right? And we talk about money, right? The ability with money to do just about anything. If you have money, you can extend your life. You can do all these amazing things with money. You see billionaires that are like 90 years old and they're walking around. They look like they're 70. They can't outrun.
Notice they never die of cancer.
Never.
Yeah.
They cannot run the hands of time. Eventually they'll get caught up. It's going to happen, right? But they can do a lot of things. Some people would even go so far, and I've been told this, that they can switch bodies, the same soul, like soul transference. It's just energy. But there's rituals to these things. Mm-hmm. So these people have access to all of this, right? But now, through the use of computers and AI and all this other stuff, we can too, but we don't have the tools. These people do. They can afford it. They can afford to pay people to do these things. And I guarantee you, they know the difference between these demons, right? I promise you they do. And each one has their own little totem demon that they serve. Demon is not the correct word. It's actually fallen. And so then they will do these rituals or whatever. But in the end, it always catches up to them. But I believe that pride is the worst sin, because what does money buy? Power. Mm-hmm. And what do these people want? They want power. Why do they want that power? Because of their pride. That's why it's the deadliest of the 7 sins, because Lucifer, he was the pride. That's what his pride was. In fact, he's known as the peacock god in the Levant, because he would strut around as a peacock. That was the whole thing. It was like he wanted to be, look at me, I'm covered in gems and whatever. And he was beautiful. And his vanity and his pride, it led him to think that he was above God. And he sat on the throne of God, and Michael, who was below him in station, actually kicked him off. It kind of reminds me of, if you're a football fan, the Cowboys. They were playing the Niners, and they were getting the hell beat out of them. And Terrell Owens was, playing for the Niners at that time. And I remember he kept running to the middle of the star and throwing his arms out like that. Mm-hmm. And I believe it was, I think it was Leroy Butler. No, was it Butler that played for us at that time? Trying to remember. You might want to look it up. Look it up just to make sure I don't get the right name. No, that's not correct. I don't think it was him. He used to play for the Packers, but he played for us at the last few years of his career. And the second time that T.O. ran and did that on the Star, this dude ran out there and knocked the crap out of him and knocked him on his ass. And they didn't even throw a flag for it, because it was such a disrespect that he was doing. So that to me is kind of what Michael did. He was just like, you don't belong on that throne. What are you doing? And even though Lucifer was above him in station, he knocked him off of it and cast him down. because he's like, God belongs on the throne, on his throne, not you. And so that is, to me, the main pride. And money is what buys you that. It buys you the power to be prideful. What are these people that are rich? They go out and they buy Bentleys, they buy nice houses, and they strut around like peacocks. Everybody look at me, I have a bunch of money, and they have a beautiful woman on their arm or whatever, or man, whatever it is that they're into, women, men, whatever these women, men are into. And it really just goes back.
It was George Teague.
George Teague. There you go. He was the safety.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so Teague knocks him on his butt, but that was, and Teague was not one of the main cowboys. He was just a player, but he'll always be remembered for defending the star. Yeah. He'll always be remembered for knocking T.O. down because he did not belong on that star. So that was kind of like, I saw that and I thought, that's weird. That's a weird correlation there. But you see the correlations all over the place and everything. It is the same story told over and over again 1,000,000 times. That's why it says in the Bible that there's nothing new under the sun. It's already been done before. And we don't build really anything new. We just discover things that already existed. I'm not even joking. There's nothing new under the sun. That's an absolute truth.
Yeah, 100%.
Like the founded buildings.
Yeah.
From World's Fair founded.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then when you go back and you start thinking of the Tartarian theory, whatever, which, by the way, I'm going to have a guy on. His name is Guy, actually. And he's going to be on the show. We're going to have Katie Elizabeth on this coming Friday. And then, because neither one of us could coordinate it this past Friday, just too much going on with me, too much going on with her. She's going to come on this Friday. But then after that, we're going to have a dude named Guy who's going to come on and talk about the Tartarian. And we're going to.
He's a good guy, too. So.
Yeah. And I had somebody the other day message me, and they're like, "What subjects do you, what subjects are you into?" I was like, "What subject do you have?" Because there isn't one subject we won't touch. Math. You want to talk about? Do you want to go into the quantum realm? Let's do it. Do you want to talk about whatever you want to talk about? I'm open.
Austria.
Yeah.
CERN's just flying right now, eh? Today, they're hitting new peaks again.
They've been at it for a while.
Yeah, they have for weeks now. For weeks, almost
because
at 14
there have been
TV.
so many damn Mandela effects.
Yep.
I mean, it's unbelievable, dude. And so, that's another thing we could talk about. We could talk about that. We could talk about anything. Bigfoot, Dogman, ghosts, alien abduction, whatever you want to talk about. That's what this show is for. But it makes a lot of people unhappy because the frauds and the people who support the frauds, who are the people who want to destroy this community, and they are disinformation agents, not necessarily the frauds themselves, but the people that support them. They are being supported, and they're being supported by another power. And it goes on and on and on. Because one of these people is now attacking another author and another YouTuber, and it's like, you got to be kidding me. Because it never ends with these people. Then they're going to keep doing it. And then they want to convince everybody that you're the bad guy. Well, look how many people he's fought with. I fought with a lot, and I probably fight with a lot more because I don't take people's shit. And I don't let them attack other people that are my friends, like Abe and Bettina and other people that I'm friends with. Did I say something negative about Abe at one time? Yeah, you damn right I did. Did I say something about Bettina? I did. Did I say something bad about Helb and Holly? Yes, I did. That one I was tricked into because I thought that they were, because this guy said he was my friend and told me a lie. What happened with Bettina was she supported Marvin Allen, who's now a good friend of mine, and we've been friends for the last few years, and we've had no issues. Abe is one of my best friends, and not because I was afraid he was going to kick my ass, because ain't nobody kicking my ass, but I love Abe. I think he's a good guy, and he's one of my brothers. I like him a lot, and I like Bettina. She's a good friend of mine. See, most of the people that I'm friends with in my everyday life didn't start out as friends because I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but put your pride aside, your ego, and all your other bullshit, and say you're sorry. When you make mistakes, own up to it. Did I make a mistake? You damn right I did. But have I ever sat up here and said I didn't, that I was blameless? No. These other people, they're like, my wife is on her knees praying 6 hours a day. Tammy Faye Baker too, huh? Wow. And you're perfect and you're holy. You never did anything wrong. I used to drink all the damn time. I never blacked out, but I did some crazy crap when I was drunk. and I smoked joints, and I did all kinds of crap. I've been stabbed, and I've stabbed. You think it's something to be proud of? It's not. It's not a badge of honor. It's just that I've survived and I've lived my life. I've done a lot of living. Nothing wrong with that. We had a president who, well, I inhaled. I didn't inhale. I didn't, we don't know what he did. He didn't, but he was with Monica under the table or whatever the hell happened.
Have a cigar, baby.
And then you had this other president who's like, shitting his pants in front of the Pope. I think I'm doing okay.
Right.
You had another one that was reading the book upside down to some kids when the World Trade Center, and he's over there like, oh man, I hope these kids do this magic spell correctly.
Yeah, you hear what the kids were saying?
Yeah, dude.
It's freaking ridiculous.
I'm telling you, dude. And then the left goes, you see, we told you that the right is the bad guys. And I'm like, and so are you. Look at the body count of the Clintons. Are you kidding me? How many people has Hillary made, mad, they've made her mad and she made them kill themselves?
Yeah, one or two, right?
Yeah, 50
That's a
something.
long list, man.
It's
a long
huge list. Every time you make her mad, the bitch has somebody killed. And then these people are like, that never happened. I had a guy at the gym who's a good friend of me. He's working out. He's a Cuban guy. Most Cubans are on the right. I'm not even joking. I've never met one like him. And he's like, yeah. And we were talking about the Clintons and the Bushes. And I said, he goes, the Bushes, yes, they're bad, but not the Clintons. And I said, dude, what are you talking about? Like, I hate when I have friends that actually like one or the other, or the people on the right will be like, oh, the Bushes are the good guys, the Clintons are the bad guys. I'm like, this isn't the Hatfields and the McCoys, dude. They're both bad as evil shit,
Two wings of the same shipbird.
It is. Two wings of the same bird. Look at Mitch McConnell. And then look at Nancy Pelosi. They're over there on the Senate floor arguing, and then they showed a video of them 2 hours later drinking. They don't give two shits about you. They never did. They never will. And all these people, it's just a big soap opera, and they think this is like in Spanish they say novela. It's just a fake little story. And it's like WWE, man. They come out there and they're like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and then they hit each other with a chair, and then they're all millionaires. And like Carlin said, that's a big club and you're not in it. And everybody just thinks you're just, wake up. PRT, join us in the real reality, because this is where the real reality is. And they're cranking out these demons, these monsters, and there's goobers in this field that don't believe in it, but yet they'll put someone in a costume and have them run in front of a flashlight, and then sit there and go, that thing doesn't run like a human. Shut the freaking effing front door, dude. Get out of here. Which family member wore that costume, you dumbass? Or the other guy, I'm not even gonna say his name. He's got the same first name, and that dumbass. There's a rubber gorilla mask over a towel rack in a hot tub, and I asked a simple question when Bettina had asked me about it, and she's like, "Hey," and I told her, I said, "What do you think? Why would somebody take a picture of that right there and just happen to see a gorilla mask? Would even." Oh, there was nothing there when I took the picture. Really? So why did you take a picture of a towel rack?
Yeah.
You were just sitting there and go, oh, I'm going to take a picture of the darkness of the towel rack by my hot tub. And then it just happened. Bigfoot just happened to be there going, hey guys, what's up? I don't believe this. It's bullshit. I don't think you can take photos of these things. They're demons. They're a Nephilim bloodline, dude. I'm telling you. And everybody's always, and this other guy, big tall guy, everybody knows him. He's the leader of the apers, the scientist guy who doesn't listen to anybody unless they have a degree. He knows everything. He's super smart. That guy.
Apers are retarded, bro.
The retardation is
it's
strong.
The
with
stupidest shit I ever heard in my life. Sorry, I don't mean to swear, but it is.
They're just one step smarter than they're like one level higher than the beast they're trying to hunt.
I only know two that are worth I know three that are worth a shit. And even now they're starting to come around and be more open to the idea that, hey, this is something that we can't fathom. Lucky, you keep getting bounced out. I don't know what's going on with you, man. But he comes back. Yes, Alan, that's exactly who I'm talking about. And I'll say it. It's Meldrum. That's Meldrum. And yeah, and so and then you have these people that just go around starting chaos and problems, and they're going to run back and tell people I said this, I said that, and who gives a shit? The BFRO is a bunch of bullshit artists. They're full of shit. I think that I love Jody Cook, but the worst thing I told him, I said the worst thing you could ever do is make it like the BFRO, the NADP. And I think he did a good job of moving away from that. And I think Nick Valenti did too. Because, you know, instead of copying what was, make something that will be. That's great. The same way I treat people, I treat them accordingly. And I'll say this to you, Richards, and I'll say this to Lucky and everybody else in the chat. If you treat a man or woman the way that they are, they're going to stay the way they are. If you treat them the way that the potential they have to be, then they're going to become that. You understand?
Yep.
And I always tell people that. I said, you know, I'm going to treat you accordingly. And I've had people tell me, you play favorites in my business. I tell them, I said, yeah, you damn right I do. I have 4 or 5 people that will always come through in the clutch. And then I got some that might sometimes. And then there's some that are squirrely. You can't trust them one way or the other. Because they're not team players. They're not in it. They're only in it for themselves. And so I told them, I'm like, yeah, those are the people that advance. And they're like, and they're not the ass kissers. You could be a terrible employee. You kiss my ass. You're not going to get anything out of me. Nothing. I don't care. I'm not the king of Asia. You don't need to prostrate yourself. None of that. All you need to do is do your job, and you'll move up, and you'll get paid well. That's it. And I pay everybody fair. That's it. I've never not paid people. It's never been that. Nothing like that. These people that do what they do, they get what they get. And so the one thing you're going to learn about me is that there's no blindsiding. I don't backstab. And people say, you attacked Barton. No, I didn't. I did not attack him. I woke up to him flipping out, calling me the Hammer of Austin or whatever the flipping shit it was. And no, I did not attack you, Barton. You were a friend of mine, and you believed lies. Went so far as to say that I was going to go to jail for kidnapping someone's child with the state of Oklahoma. Yes, I went into a conspiracy with the state of Oklahoma to kidnap a person's child that I didn't even know freaking existed.
Still haven't explained how that's supposed to work.
Yeah. No, the bottom line with him, too, was pride. That man had the same problem. He had a pride problem.
Mm-hmm.
He had issues with a lot of people. He didn't, and in the end, I'll be honest, Barton, you know, he didn't like Hellbent Holler. He was always talking about them. He had problems with a lot of people that I was friends with, and he would say things negative about them. Y'all are witnesses. He did.
It's always pissing in your ear about complaint after complaint.
Or Balons and Booze or whoever he had a problem with. And they go around saying, well, you had a problem, people. He helped you. No, he didn't. He had a problem. When I had a problem with Dark Waters, he said something to him. That was it. He never did anything else to anybody, for anybody. Nor did Larry Fisher, who's a liar. You're a devout liar, Mr. Fisher. You never did anything.
But we could throw that back in their face. Look at all the stuff that Wolf has done for you, and you just immediately want to believe anything that anyone else tells you. Like, you're even more ridiculous.
And now all Barton, all you have left is Larry. I mean, that's it. You don't have anything else besides
he
Larry.
Isolated him.
So I mean,
he drove everybody away.
Maybe you're scared of this guy. Maybe you're living in mortal fear of him, which I don't understand that, because you're always talking this big game about how you ain't afraid of nobody. And I mean, like you think you're gonna go into the woods and kill Dogman with a sword, but here you're cowering before Larry. You prostrate yourself before him, bow at his feet, do whatever he says, and let him whisper in your ear like a Grima Wormtongue on the Lord of the Rings. Oh, it's pathetic.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm not here to bag or attack, but I'm going to tell people like it is. I'm going to tell the truth. And I got rid of some real shit bags in this community. Look at Swamp Donkey and Vulture. You don't see their ass around anymore, do you? I don't get credit for that. All I get credit for is being a bad guy. Oh, he starts fights people. No, I don't. And the thing that Vic did, I told everybody what he did. And it was the absolute truth. My mother died 4 hours later. He's telling people that I'm hating him and all this stuff, and I get all this attack from his hot pockets, you know. And Vulture actually coined that phrase, but it's the truth. Even broken clocks and all that.
Yeah.
And there were things that you can say, and then this is another thing too. People will go against something that someone says just because they don't like that person. I'm going to tell you this. There's a lot of people that I don't like that say things that I agree with. Bill Clinton, I can't stand the son of a bitch, but you know what he said? He said, there's nothing that's wrong with America that can't be fixed with what's right with America. And that's the truth. You gotta give credit where credit is due. So many people miss the boat because their anger holds them back. If Barton called me right now and apologized in sincerity, I would forgive him, openly. I already forgive him, but I mean, I would publicly bury the hatchet and say, that's it, we're done. But that's never going to happen because that man is full of pride, right? And now he's turning on other people because they work with so-and-so or whatever. That's no way to be. Let me give you some advice, folks. I'm going to tell you right freaking now, if you're a business person, and I'm definitely one of them, if you hold grudges, you'll be broke. You will be poor. You will always have nothing because F that person, you had a problem with that person at one time. Who cares? Who cares? Let it go. I tried reaching out to these monsters, these stupid asses. I'm not talking about Barton. I don't think he's a monster. I think he was misled and he can be volatile. But these other people, I tried with them multiple times. They want to hang on to their anger. You know what hanging on to anger is? It's like hanging on to shit and being constipated, but your body's telling you to let it go and take the shit, but you won't do it. Then it poisons you. Your body gets sick because it's not supposed to have that waste up in there.
Yeah.
That's what your anger's doing to you. That's a problem. If you were to take these people, every single one of them, they have a demonic attachment, in my opinion. I believe that's what it is. They are driven by this, and it's a hive mentality that they have. They will forever hate me. They will hate everybody around me. I remember one time, as of late, of the last 6 months or whatever it was, I watched the one guy, I'm not even going to say his name, his show, and immediately he was like, get that guy out of here, get this guy out of here, get that. Of course, you don't want any of those people in there because they might challenge what you're saying. When someone has a question for me, I post it. If you can't answer a hard question, anybody, and I mean anybody, I don't care who you are, no matter who you are, if you are in the paranormal community in any shape or form, whether it's UFOs, Bigfoot, Dogman, I don't care what you're into, alternate realities, Nephilim, the Tartarian, whatever, the biblical theology, it doesn't matter. I don't care what it is. You come to me and say, put me on your show. I want to talk to you. You want to ask me some hard questions? I will put you on. And any one of those jokers wants to come on and lay out their supposed evidence, I'll put mine out there. You put yours out there, and let's see who comes out on top. I've left open challenge. If you want to come on and you want to talk like civilized people, then we could go to Rumble and do it, because I know there's going to be some cussing. But I promise you, we'll get to the bottom of it by the time it's over with. And I'm betting big money who you're going to believe, because those people have no leg to stand on. That's why they will not talk to me. They will not say a word to me in public. They will not publicly talk to me. Somebody asked me a couple days ago about Wes Huff. He had that big thing with Billy Carson.
Yeah. I'm
friends with Paul Wallace, who's good friends with Billy Carson. I'm not personally good friends with Billy Carson or Wes Huff. I don't have a dog in that fight. And they so if Wes Huff were to come on and talk to me, I would damn straight I'd talk to him. And I would say what I believe. And he could say what he believes. He's a Bible theologian. I've had lots of people on my show who don't agree with me or have my whatever. And I've had a few people turn around and snipe and say things. Who cares? Who gives a shit? Because I'm going to be here telling you what I believe is the truth. If I'm wrong, I'm man enough to admit that I'm wrong, and you move on. Some of these people, though, they want to blow so much smoke up your ass and tell you that they're so righteous. They're like Tammy Faye Baker. I was talking to the Lord the other day. Lady, God's got better things to do than to talk to you. Okay? Trust me. Believe me, you are not. I don't know who you were talking to, but it wasn't him. And even as a kid, I'm thinking that. Look at this people. Look at these people. Look at Kenneth Copeland. Look at Jimmy Swaggart. Look at these people, dude. And then on the other hand, you had these other ones, the poverty pimps. What was his name? Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. And even Al Sharpton, I couldn't stand that little match head looking shit. But he said something one time when Kanye went on there with Mike Myers, and he was like, George Bush don't care about black people.
Yeah.
And they're right next to him. Mike Myers is over there like, he's such a useless piece of shit, communist. But Kanye's saying that, right? Al Sharpton said something hilarious. He said, they asked him, they tried to get him to say it on NBC or whatever. And they're like, what do you think of that? They're trying to get a soundbite from him. He didn't actually give it to him. He goes, well, obviously he don't think he likes people, period. What do you think of 9/11? I mean, so, and then they're like, okay, well, let's change the subject. You didn't give us the race bite that we wanted, from you. I mean, I don't like Louis Farrakhan, but, sometimes he says things and you're going like, well, yeah. It is what it is.
Fairness and truth.
I mean,
to be across the board the same. It doesn't matter who or what.
Just because somebody says something and you don't like that person doesn't mean that what they're saying isn't true. I mean, that's the biggest problem that people have. They can't get past that. They cannot. They're like, I'm not going to listen to that person because he's bad. He's an evil person. That's the biggest problem they have with Trump right now. First election, I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Hillary. And I thought, oh my gosh, how did we get to this point that these two are running for? This is crazy. And I was not impressed. I thought, man, this guy. But then he started calling out the Bushes, who I despised. And I thought, dude, this guy just nailed their ass. He even accused him of 9/11. Like he went on them. He got all over their ass. He went off on a bunch of those Republicans, those, war hawks, those neocons and whatever. He said some really nasty, mean things, and he bullied his way in. And I thought, well, we'll see what happens. And then he started doing some things that I thought, this works. This guy is really a business guy. Now, I'm not a fan of rich men's sons. I don't like Batman because he's a little rich boy who his mommy and daddy died or whatever. Now he's got the power of everything because he's got money. And that teaches kids that if you got money, you can beat up the world. F that. Okay, I hate Batman. I can't stand Batman. I hate him.
Yeah, not a fan.
When Bane broke his back, I wish they'd have killed him. Superman, no, I like Superman. I don't like Batman. Tony, big Batman fan.
I hate Superman.
You hate Superman. I hate Batman. We differ in that, whatever. But the thing is, Batman was correct though in a lot of ways. Even though he was, and what really made me mad was like he killed Superman, but he can't kill these other assholes that keep getting out and murdering people.
Yeah.
Because every time Joker gets out, he blows up a hospital or kills a bunch of kids or does a bunch of crap. And then he's like, I can't kill him. You're like, then what good are you if you can't make the hard decisions to save the rest of us? Because sometimes people need to be dealt with or the rest of humanity can be left alone and be free. The biggest tragedy was that we didn't go in and destroy Stalin and publicly hang him by his balls and use him as a piñata.
Yeah, Patton suffered for that, didn't he?
They killed him.
Yeah.
The world is evil and wicked and run by evil, wicked people. And if you sit back and you think eventually something happens to me and you think, oh, well, it just, you're stupid. I promise you, because you're telling people, and the more people that listen, the more trouble there's going to be. Every time I turn a corner, there's another villain right there waiting to do something. And then people will say, well, why you have problems with people? Then why don't you have problems with people? Because if you don't, then you're not doing something right. If you're not ruffling feathers, because these demons get irritated with you. They get very, very irritated with you.
Yep.
If nothing is happening for you, that's probably because you're not saying anything controversial. And you're not ruffling the feathers of the peacock god.
100%.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care about you.
You're no threat to him.
No, you're no threat at all. You're basically, and you see it all the time. Some of these people, like Alex Jones, he's over there, blah, 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 and he'll say, he'll get right to the edge of the water, but he won't jump in it. And then he says things that are nonsensical.
Take my methylene blue.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you have to stop dancing around the fire and leap it and go over it and say, what is happening? Talk the truth. Stop using code words like bankers and elite. How about there are 6 Jewish families that run the world? How about
There
that?
you go.
He
There you
doesn't
go.
say that. And because you might be accused of being anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-Semitic. In fact, one of my best friends is Jewish. He lives up in Colorado. You know why? Because he lives up there because they could do something to him because he speaks out. That's why. Because they're a cabal. And if you think these people are actually Jewish, then I'm the Pope. I'm the Black Pope. How about that?
Exactly.
Because they're not. Jesus says that in 2:9 and 3:9, Revelations. Read your Bible. Everybody's talking about the Bible. Read it. It says they pretend like they claim they are, but they are not. And you suffer under them. And there'll be dumbasses I had this guy on the other day that was talking shit on YouTube, talking about, he's actually talking about the Christians, the early church, the early Christians. And I'm like, you're dumb as your stupid shit you're spewing out about the Enochian magic you're talking about.
Abe Finkelstein told us that their god is Lucifer.
Lucifer. He's not the only one. I had a rabbi look me right in my
the
eye and tell me
Talmud and
that.
the Tanakh.
It is. It actually is.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, but the thing is too, a lot of these people though, like the ones that are the bankers that run the world, they don't. People are always like Israel, Israel, Israel. They don't care about Israel.
No, they don't.
Israel is actually a problem for them because they would rather it not exist because it's getting in the way of their business. And it's going to be a problem. There's going to be a big problem in the Middle East. World War III, baby. And it's not just them. You got Korea, North Korea. You got all these trigger points. What about Pakistan and India? Another one people don't think about is India and China. You know that they were at war for 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. India did a pretty damn good job in that one, too.
Oh, they did more than a good job.
They whooped their ass.
them.
They killed 12,000 Chinese. People don't know that. People don't realize what's happening in the world. They don't. And you don't expect to find it out by coming to some channel with some guy with 40,000 something subs on the YouTube channel about the paranormal, but I'm going to tell you what's going on because this is all connected. I'm so sick of this ridiculous what they're doing with this compartmentalization. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. And then you got dumbasses saying, NASA doesn't mean deception. Yes, it does, dumbass.
Yes, it does. It means
absolutely
to intentionally lead astray or deception.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people don't like it when I say the things I say. They get irritated and the algorithms are fucked up or whatever. And you know what they do? They're killing my sub count now. So they've slowed our growth down because we're under constant attack. But they're sponsoring these attacks. That's what they're doing. And I'm not going to buy a sub from them. I never will. And I agree with Barton on that one. That could be the case. That they want you to buy that shit. And I'm not going to do it. Very few people will make it into where they're known without selling their soul. And if it happens for me, I didn't sell my soul. But more than likely it won't because I'm not going to sell my soul because Jesus told me not to. You know why? He said, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul?
Amen.
It doesn't. Spiritually dead. Like so many of my enemies, they're spiritually dead. That one of them is over there, George Turner's going to try and kill me. Why would I try and kill you? You're already spiritually dead, dumb nuts. Why would I try to kill you? You've already done it yourself. And then they cry about their channels. But why would I go after your channel? Why would I be jealous of the garbage that you put out? Why would I give a shit about, like we always use that reference of Scarlet Witch and Thanos and the you took everything from me. And he's like, I don't even know who you are. And he slaps her off the screen and you never see her again.
Mm-mm. It's like, what have you built that's worth coveting? Nothing. Not a damn thing.
They're little spouting off their line. He was jealous of them. You attacked my friends, fuckface, and I went after you because that's what you get. And when your mommy couldn't cry and help you get yourself out, I couldn't believe you put your mother on there to talk to me. Mommy to the rescue. My son's a good boy. No, he's not, lady. He throws rocks and says it's Bigfoot. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, he's not a good boy. Yeah, he put her on the phone with me. That's how silly he is, dude. And that's I'm not awesome. Even.
That's so awesome.
And I told her, I said, no, he's not a good boy. He's not a good guy at all. And then he wanted me to basically recognize his position in the community and just let me attack these people. I'll leave you alone. You know, why don't you fuck off, you ghoul? You know, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Now he's like, you called Jesse a whore. Yeah, you know why? And I admit, I'll say it. Play the fucking recording, dumb shits. What are you waiting for? I don't give a fuck. I told Joe what happened. Joe Doyle. Me and him had to talk about it because you came to me when I thought you were my friend in the beginning of our friendship and told me they were talking all this shit behind my back and plotting against me. And supposedly they had built an alliance and all this other shit. And you made me believe that because I thought you were a decent human being at that time until I found out you were a reprobate. So go fuck yourself or fuck your mother like you do. I could give a shit either way, honestly. And if they don't like me, more's the pity. Oh, well, but I like them and I've apologized to them and I'll say it publicly. You think I give a fuck about your recording or your other recording where I talked shit about your sister? I'll talk some more shit about her because she's stupid enough to believe her mother would love her. Wake up. You think I give a shit about you and your backwoods family that wears masks and walks in front of the flashlight while you go, I got a bug on me. I got a bug on me. And I got a skit coming out that's going to make fun of you. You know why? Not because I'm jealous of you, but because you're a piece of shit and you don't need to be in this community causing problems. That's why. You've caused so many people problems. You and all your little friends. You're a registered Democrat. You are. Don't lie and say you're not. You are. You're a registered Democrat, and yet your buddy Larry, does your buddy Larry, who's a severe head trauma Trump supporter, but I like Trump, but he's a Trump supporting head trauma guy. Does he realize that you're the babbling fool that he is? You realize you're a dumbocrat, and that you go around lying and pretending to be a Republican because you're not.
I mean, he has to be a Democrat because how else is he going to live off the government?
That's why he votes for him.
Yeah.
I promise you voted for him because they give you your benefits, you dipshit. So you
fake
don't have
disability.
Your fake disability. You don't have to work. So people need to go report you.
Defrauding the federal government.
Because you're running around out there doing boots on the ground with your fat ass every day running around. How are you doing all that, but you can't work? Selling rubber ducks that cost a nickel to build in freaking China for $50. I'm just saying, I mean, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but let's be honest. I mean, I don't give a fuck about this, but it's going to be demonetized anyway. Fuck off. I mean, you know, I love God. I'm sorry, but I have a potty mouth, and it is what it is. And it's what, 1 a.m. here. So who's listening? I mean, you know, I don't care. The bottom line is this. I'm going to tell you like it is. I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass. I'm going to tell you the truth. These tariffs. What did I say? It was going to work.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think we did before taxes? Do you know why the Boston Tea Party happened? Does anybody ever told you that? Or you just read the history book when you're in 9th grade and memorize dates? Oh, this date happened and this date and then this date and that date and this date and that date and this date and that date and that this date. And then the end. That's history now. And the kids, that's the number one subject they hate. You know what the second subject is? English, of course, because most of them can't even fucking speak it now. And then the third subject is math, because nobody wants that, because that's the key to the universe, right? Wow. And then, you know, another one they hate, physical education, because they're all fat and can't climb a damn rope.
Yeah.
It's the truth. And then they call me fat. I'm not a fat fuck like they keep saying. I'm not. I lifted weights last night. I lift weights like 4 or 5 times a week. I walk all over the damn place. But I can do that because I'm not on disability, because if I was on disability, I couldn't do all those things. This guy can walk all over the damn creation looking for Bigfoot, supposedly. And a guy in a bunny mask, or a fat woman in a bunny mask, whatever, walks in front of a flashlight and he has a bug on him all of a sudden. Now you're the biggest fraud ever, dude. Now I really can't stand you because you're a fraud, hoaxing piece of shit.
He's going to act like he doesn't always have bugs on him
anyway. You were hoaxing to begin with. That's how this happened, Mike, and now it's happening again. And you're going to go back and tell your listeners I talked about you for half an hour. I'll give you a reason why, because you're a hoaxing fraud piece of shit. You're committing fraud. You don't need to be on welfare. You don't need to be getting benefits because you're not even 5% native. I'm a quarter and I don't get benefits. What the fuck is going on here? Where are my benefits at? I mean, come on, let's be honest. And then you have the crazy other guy, I can't get people to pay me. Probably because you don't do a good job, fucker. Have you seen the photos that we had on PRT News of that dude? I mean, he's a fat fuck, and he's just like, he's a flat ass, big fat guy, you know? I'm going to do it in Trump voice. He's got no ass. He's got a huge belly from eating 6 patty burgers at Whataburger. He's very proud of this. He's admitted this many times, right? He doesn't go anywhere without his extended pee-pee, known as a gun. He's always got it out, ready to go to shoot somebody. He tells everybody, and speaking of Helb and Holler, he threatened to shoot them too. That's why they had to postpone their show one night because his dumbass.
Really?
Yeah. I said something negative about Jesse way back on one of my episodes. He said, and Mike's over there, I got it recorded. I don't give a fuck what you got, dude. You think I care? Because I'll be back on tomorrow night, folks, with the podcast episode. It's going to knock your socks off. It's a dogman encounter this woman tells. And we'll be back on Wednesday. And even if you did manage to get YouTube to take me off, Mike, you're doing me a favor because then I'll go to my website and continue to do what I got to do. While you just walk around in the woods saying you have a bug on you, go look at the video on PRT News, folks. Right? It got sent to us, and I'm going like, are you shitting me, dude? This is what you do now?
Bug on them and parasites in them, eh?
Telling you, Dick. Dude, you can't make it up, dude. I'm telling you, dude. The guy literally goes, I got a bug on me. I got a bug on me. And he moves off the camera, and then you see some I think it looks like a fat woman, probably his sister. She walks in front of a flashlight.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, and the violator over there. I'm watching him for you, master. we know who you are, Jessica. You were at my conference, and I didn't believe your goofy little story about Harry Potter hiding in your closet or whatever, so you're mad. Or is it because you had a crush on me, and I didn't give you the time of day, and like you said, I never called you back? Well, I didn't want to call you back. You were repulsive. Maybe that's why. I didn't want. I could tell you were like you had some kind of weird thing for me, and I was like, "Ew, I'm married."
He's got a crush on Mike now.
I'm like, "Ew, brother, ew, what is that? What is that, brother?" That's the problem with these people. You're all in your damn emotions, dude. Why don't you just try being honest? Have you ever tried being honest? It's very freeing. It's very liberating. Just being honest. Instead of being liberals, why don't you just be, liberated? Right?
It's the demonic entities, man, because you expose them so much on this channel. They're working through these assholes to try and get you.
And we know without Christ, we can't overcome them. You can't fight evil with evil. You can only try to pray. You can pray. Right now, what I'm doing is going to do it's venting, and it's funny. But I'm also going to have to tell you the truth, but I got to be able to rein my emotions in. And it makes me angry. It makes me angry that these people are given a free hand to do and say whatever they want, but I will still fight for their right to do and say what they want because it's freedom. It's freedom of speech. I'll take it a step further. I think that they should be allowed to say whatever the F they want on YouTube. I think I should too.
No kidding. Yeah.
I should be able to say whatever I want. Now, you can get into some legal stuff by doing that. People want to say, hey, you're defaming me. These are my opinions, honestly. But I can also prove a bunch of this stuff. So you'll never sue me because it'll come out in court and I'll F you up, dude, in court. Promise you. Because we have all the receipts, baby. They're always like, there's not a shred of proof in there. There's a bunch of proof. What are you talking about? We have a whole freaking bunch of it. Everything you've ever done. The Damon Peterson account that he first started this whole war with Janice Blake. And then she comes on and says, I haven't been saying anything. I've been quiet. You know why, Janice? Because you got reported by like 4 different people. I wasn't one of them, but you got reported to the board in Virginia because you're a psychologist and you had pictures of one of your patients cutting herself. And you took those pictures and you posted them everywhere. And shame on the board for letting you go. But you can't go around saying a bunch of shit now because you're going to be under a microscope. And if you do, it's going to get reported to your bosses. That's why you're not saying shit, you fat bitch. So shut up. And you, shut up, Ike. Fucking liar. They're all a bunch of freaking Batman villain frauds. The difference is, though, is that I'm not Batman. Batman is a spoiled rich man's son. Batman doesn't want to get his hands dirty. He just wants to punch people and just put them in the Arkham Asylum. You all belong in Arkham Asylum. They should throw away the fucking key. That's why we had nut houses right there, because of these people. And then the other one, Dana Ortega. Let me tell you something, you goofy bitch. You're always in everybody's business because you're a fat, old, lonely cat woman. And you knew everything about Ryan and what he did to Ashley and what he did to his own mother. And you just acted like, oh, it didn't happen. And Clough, you're the worst one of all, running around supporting these people. You were fighting these people. You were enjoying the character assassination you were doing. You didn't do it at our behest, you fat fuck. I told you to stop and leave it alone. And you kept doing it because you're a sicko. And I told my wife to disassociate from you. And everybody did but her and Maddie because they were your friends. And what'd you do? You called me up and tried to get me to turn on Maddie. And when it didn't work, you threw a big fit and went and got these other fuckers involved, Larry and Barton. And all of them talked a gang of shit. Because that's what y'all wanted. And then you told everybody, hey, we're going to take down a giant. Well, guess what? I'm still here. You haven't taken me down. And you're just a fat, Gacy-looking clown that runs around driving a truck that probably could be used in the upcoming heavy metal game. What's it called? Twisted Metal. You could be in that game looking like a clown driving a truck. You goofy. You got titties like a girl. You got gynecomastia. There's a condition where a lot of people have that. They have a very small pee-pee. Did you know that?
Yeah, it's one of the symptoms of
gynecomastia. He's got
yeah.
that. That's what his problem is. You have a very small pee-pee and you have a big titties like a girl. Yeah. And you opened up and told us a lot of weird shit, man. And we were just like, what the freaking F? And there were 5 of us that heard you. So stop saying you didn't say it.
You got a tattoo for a guy.
You got a tattoo for some dude. Now you want to be a homosexual, go be a homosexual. But you say, well, you're bi, whatever. I don't give a shit what you are. Go figure out what gender you are, what bathroom you need to use, fucker. But you know everything about this pedo up there in Oklahoma. He is. He absolutely is, folks. And I'll say this on the record. In my opinion, you are. That's what you are. And you go up there and you go along with this guy, knowing everything you know about him. These are the kind of clowns that are running around in this community, folks. At least the Vulture and Swamp Waters had the common sense and the decency to get their fucking asses off of the tube and go do something else. This people can't take a hint. And DDoS leaves me alone. He didn't. We agreed to just leave each other alone. I applaud to him. He's the only one that had any goddamn sense.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the one that told me that what's her name? Bat Mom or whatever crazy crackhead bitch. I mean that she is
crack mom.
I mean you're all messed up. It's ridiculous. They're losers. They're all a bunch of losers. They all got together. I fought for some of these people, and then they go and they stick the knife in my back. And Barton, come on, Brutus, you can do me like that?
Yeah, A2 Broody.
A2 Broody. Yeah, right on the Senate floor. You stabbed me right in the back. And then tell people I attacked you. No. And who talked about who you called my wife a bitch when all she tried to do was talk sense to you and it didn't work. And then you make up all this bullshit. Nice to be on the losing team. And like I said, I don't give a shit. They can take this video and shove it up their ass. I don't care what they do with it. But folks, if you're listening to this, I'm telling you the absolute truth. This is it. And they were making videos. He's lost his mind. I haven't lost my damn mind. My mind is very much intact. And I'm going to keep on winning because you know what PRT does? They win. The paratroopers are a formidable force in this field because you've heard enough truth now. You know what the truth is. These people peddle in lies and deceit, and they're always predicting my demise. When Daniel Borzon came on and I talked about my past life, Mike was so giddy. He posted, he's never coming back from this. The next show, we had 800 people in the chat. I bet that made you cry, didn't it? I bet you told your mommy, can I have some milk, mommy? Did she pull her boob out for you, for that boobie?
Come here, Mikey Pooh. Get some of this powdered milk.
I tried talking to this man, and he didn't stop. I told him to leave my son alone and let him hurt everybody.
He's a good boy.
He's a good boy. He just hurts animals and people and plays with fire and wets the bed till he's 20. You know, your average serial killer. I mean, you look at those dead eyes of his, and then he breathes like, dude. And then they keep saying, I'm breathing hard. Like, bitch, I don't need to walk around with an oxygen tank. You don't know what I look like. You keep saying I'm
a pure mouth breather, eh?
Oh, he's over there like,
yeah.
And then when he goes to talk, he goes like he has to breathe in to speak. You're a fat butterball turkey little fucker, dude. Stop talking about me. You're projecting all your communism onto me, dude. And I would throw the offer out there for any of them to come fight me, but they won't even get on and debate me. How are they going to fight me? And this fool Larry going out, he said he's going to kick my ass. I never said that, dude. You're like 70 years old, dude.
I mean,
Never said I was going to fight you, Larry.
These Monday live streams are open to anyone and everyone. I mean, if these people have so much truth to tell, you know, so much proof and all this stuff, well, then by all means, click that link on Monday nights, show up here and embarrass Wolf, embarrass him on his own show with the truth and proof and all this stuff that you got. Destroy us, destroy PRT on our own platform. Do it live for everyone to see. Go ahead if you think you got the balls. We would love to see it. That'd be a neat trick. All of you are welcome to just show up here Monday night and just lay it all out. Tear us apart if you think you can. Ain't nobody scared of you. Don't nobody respect you. But you can come on here and make everyone respect you if you're in the right. Go ahead.
They don't have the ability. So what's the?
Well, they think they think they do. So let's see you try. See what kind of balls you got.
Yeah. The reason they can't, though, folks, is because they've all been castrated. In fact, we have their balls here in a jar.
They've all got friggin' insulin resistance. Is what the problem is.
They are, and I'm not diabetic. I'm not a diabetic, and I heard that they are. They're all diabetic.
Well,
they're always in the hospital for diabetes, unless they throw a spell or curse on me. Because if you're lifting weights and doing some real exercise, would actually increase your insulin sensitivity in your muscles and in your body, but they won't do these things. They don't. And then they're really angry because all of these fuckers, and this is, I don't want to say, because I know you, Dick, you might be, but I have a full head of hair and they don't like it. You do too? Okay, good. I was making sure. I don't want to say anything because people get mad. They say,
look at this sharp, buddy.
My hair, man. I'll be 50 in July, Dick, and here I have a full head of hair. It's not gray.
I was going to say, you don't have any grays, eh?
I don't color it. And these
You're
people,
lucky,
they get
son of a
so freaking mad, dude. They get so mad. My uncle Jaime and my uncle Frank, they had long hair. It's that native blood. They didn't go gray till they were in their 60s.
Yeah.
So I got a ways to go. My dad, he didn't get, this is crazy on my dad's side even. He's got a full thick head of hair and he didn't get gray in his beard or his head until he was in his late 50s. So, I mean, I'm pretty safe. I think that these people, though, they're just pissed off, dude, because they're not me. They wish they were. 100%. And they can't tell the truth to save their freaking lives.
And they don't get the same stories you do. They don't get people giving you all these amazing encounters, and they don't have people trusting you with this knowledge. And they're pissed because you're so intelligent with it.
And when you and just to prove to them, because they said that they couldn't get these stories, that nobody could get these stories. I open up the lines on Monday and everybody comes and tells these amazing stories. How can you not? What is so hard about that? If you hustled the way you hustled people for baby ducks from China, you would probably be able to get stories. I get them all the time. In fact, like Anthony said the other night, I put on a clinic on how to do it. This woman came out of the bar from the hotel that I was doing security.
You did it live.
And I did it live.
Totally
I don't know her. It was impromptu. And that woman started talking about the devil's backbone and all kinds of stuff.
It's like a behind the scenes look.
All you got to do is talk to these people. There's another one that gave us a story. She used to live on a reservation in New Mexico. And she told us she works at the Dutch Brothers Coffees. And these other people, we met them at the convenience store right there one night with me and Anthony on this county road, talking about seeing a dog man stand up and, well, they didn't call it dog man, but like this skinwalker, she called it, but I don't think that's what it was. And that it walked on two legs and she emailed me just like a few days ago about it. And, I mean, how hard is it really? And to Anthony, Tony, you guys are with me all the time. You see me get stories all the freaking time.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just a base. It's like,
it's everywhere we go.
I was going to say, yeah, it's just your go-to thing. Or like when we start talking about stuff, it's like, it's just a part of you now where you eventually just bring up, something scary that might have happened, whether we're discussing stories and a waiter comes and they listen into a bit of it. So then we start going into it on that, Or if you start talking to someone and they just describe what region they're from or what their ethnicity is and how it will somehow coincide with the story. Like, for instance, when we were at Juiceland a couple of days, I think it was like 2 days ago, like that happens all the time where it's just like there's random occurrences where it leads to this. It just keeps this keeps being brought up.
Yeah, that lady was from Guanajuato,
yeah,
Mexico. Yeah.
So it's like even if you weren't like going out there and actively searching for stories, which you do, they come to you anyways. Like, it's just like happenstance a lot of the times where like for instance at the hotel, she just came out to complain about
the homeless.
And then story just came up, and like that's what I've noticed more is what I also find more impressive is the way these stories just consistently find you, because you do go out and seek them, and you do like.
Yeah, I used to lurk around in all the groups.
Yeah, but
I did. I'm not gonna lie.
Now they just come to you, and like they just don't stop coming to you, and it's because I think it's become a part of your life, but you're also a lot more open about it being out there. Yeah, and I don't think people are just out there asking like, oh, do you see ghosts? Do you talk to ghosts? Or have you ever had anything bad, scary happen to you? And
the gym, dude, we get a lot.
Dude, everybody does, but no one asks.
Yeah, and a lot we go at night to the gym, and a lot of those people that are night owls, they've seen stuff. They've seen some stuff. This one guy was telling us the other day. He's an African American guy. Black guy. I hate saying African American. It sounds ridiculous, but he works out there at night, and we're always there talking to him. And he didn't know. The guy at the front counter told him that I had the show, and he came back to me. He goes, "I didn't know you had a show, man." And he goes, I'm up here at night because I have insomnia and I can't sleep at night. My wife thinks I'm crazy, but I've seen something. He started telling. This was last night, and he started telling us about this vampiric looking thing that he's been seeing by his window. This was last night. Tony was right there. I mean, and so how can you not? I've given my business card to 1 million people. Sometimes you get hit, sometimes you don't. It's the same thing with security. We get contracts because you follow up, you talk to people. I sleep 4 to 5 hours a day, Dick. I do. And then I get up, and then once every 2 weeks, I'll just go to sleep for like 8, 9, 10 hours. And it's just like, I've been doing this for years. They say, well, it's not healthy. I don't know. I feel fine, but
your body adapts to it.
Your body adapts to it. Amazing what the body can adapt to.
Absolutely.
I take cold showers every day religiously. Cold showers.
Yeah, that's hardcore.
I take a cold shower. Tony knows. My wife is always. She goes in there, and the other day she was real out of it, and I just heard her go, "Ooh!" Because
anyone else when they're showering, I'll usually.
You got her, right?
Yeah, I'll wait a little bit when they're showering
because of the hot water.
You don't want to take the hot water. I mean, no one in the house really uses, except for Square Pete, burns himself alive with hot water.
He needs to be taking cold showers.
Yeah, he doesn't. But everyone else, like when they're showering, I usually wait. But when it's you in there, I'm like, I'm gonna fight with him for anything.
Because I take ice cold showers every time.
I can.
I do the Wim Hof every day. Every day. I do Wim Hof every day. I wake up, I do my stretching, my breathing. How are you supposed to stay young? What are you supposed to drink? Adrenochrome? Drink blood? I mean, these people, they take the shortcut, easy way. Why do that when you could do things? But you know why? Because it's too hard. They don't want to do that. They don't take care of themselves.
I said in a comment earlier, everyone is consistently looking for the shortcut, but what they don't realize is you pay one way or another. And it's a lot easier and safer to pay with hard work than pay in a way that you don't like have any control over.
And then Elastic says he takes a super hot shower before a cold shower. That is actually another way to do it, but I just jump right in.
Yeah, that's how I do it. I switch to cold when I finish.
I just jump right into cold. I mean, there's
I can't breathe when that happens.
You can't breathe?
When that happens, yeah. I guess the cigarettes don't help, but
it's the breathing though, because if you do the Wim Hof before, it raises your body temperature. And on that, the not the beginner, well, the beginner one too, and then the regular one. I'm already doing like the advanced ones where you hold your breath for like 2 or 3 minutes. But like he'll tell you, he says, if your body temperature is changing, that's okay, and it does. It makes your body temperature go up. So then when you jump in that cold shower, one or two things will happen. In the beginning, it makes it feel colder than it is, which is more, but eventually over time, that cold you don't feel it. You become numb to it, immune to it. And when you turn around and it hits your back. But I'm weird, dude. I'm not a masochist, but I like the pain. And I have a very high pain tolerance. When one of my doctors, the one that I've had for 20 something years, I've seen specialists and things like that, but he did a minor surgery on me. And I told him I didn't want any anesthesia, anything. And he's like, what? He goes, I don't think you'll be jumping around. I told him, I said, just do it. And he did it. And he was in shock. And I told him, I said, dude, don't. He knew me for already 10 years at that point. He's like, okay. And he did it. Now, it wasn't super invasive, but it was painful. And he goes, I've seen big guys falling all over themselves when that scalpel goes into them. And you're looking right at it and you're not saying anything. I'm like, not, because it's different for me. You know, pain is a way of life. You know, if you don't embrace that pain, then when it hits you, it hurts. But when you've embraced the pain for most of your life, you know, the pain comes. It's just like a natural thing. The thing that people don't understand is, and my wife has said this to me, she's like, you don't care when somebody says something bad to you. You don't care when they talk bad about you. She's like, but they know where your goat is tied, which is people that I care about. They attack people that I care about, and that's how they get me to react. When they go after people that are innocent, and in this community, that's what they've done. And that's why I'll be an implacable enemy of these people forever, because I will never move out of the way. And I tested the waters, and we quit the show for 5.5 weeks. And all y'all remember that. And they still continue to attack people that I cared about. If they would have just stopped and walked away and let it go, I would have went on with my life. I don't need the show. I mean, it's not my life. I love it. I enjoy it. It's not my money. It's not where my money's made. And I just focused on my business and tried to write the books. But they wouldn't stop. And then that inadvertently brought me back because of Abe, the night that I tried to go on his show. Of course, they're trolling him like crazy, always messing with that guy. Leave him the fuck alone, dude. He's been at war. Just leave him alone. And he threatened us. He said this, he said that. I don't give a shit what he did. You wouldn't stop messing with that guy. And you keep on. You keep messing with everybody. And now you threaten me with some stupid video that I don't give a shit about. I don't give a fuck what I said. You can go tell the mayor of Munchkinland, whoever I don't give. Tell the Wizard of Oz, because they think they're going to scare me with some bullshit. Here we go with another video. You understand something? People shot up my truck. Okay, they shot up my truck with assault rifles. Do you think I give a shit what you're going to do? Not only once, but 3 times they shot up my vehicles. Twice I was in the damn vehicles when it happened. Yep. And these people couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Do you think that I'm scared of you? You're going to do what they couldn't do? You're going to take me out? Anthony, my brothers have told you, what was the price on my head? What was the top price?
I think, sorry, my mic was off. Yeah, I think it got up to like $60,000.
$60,000. Mm-hmm. And that was in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
So if these guys, these gangsters, these criminals didn't kill me for $60,000, you know, and was I supposed to walk around in fear? I was eating Chick-fil-A. I'll never forget. Chick-fil-A. I was eating Chick-fil-A, and it was Christmas time, and I went shopping, and Willie calls me on my cell phone. Willie was my driver, and kind of I don't want to call them bodyguards. Him, Scorpion, and my brother were not really bodyguards. It was kind of my inner circle, but he calls me. He's like, "Where you at, fool?" And I said, "I'm over at Chick-fil-A. I'm Christmas shopping." He about lost it, dude. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing over at Chick? What are you doing?" I said, "He's like, you know, these people are trying to kill you." And I go, "These people can't kill shit. I just went to Bath and Body Works. There's no bullet holes in me." And he goes, "I'm gonna come up there. I'm gonna roll with you." I said, "No, you're not." So him and my brother came up there, but and get this, I hang up the phone and I'm thinking, I'm fine. I don't need any help. I'm rolling by myself, whatever. And Anthony and Tony, y'all know this story already. And this guy comes up to me. This is a true story. And he puts his hand, he slams his hand down and he leans into me. And I look at him and there's these 3 Mexican guys standing there. And I'm like eating, you know, my waffle fries. I don't eat them anymore, but I really like them. And I look at this guy and he goes, "You know me? Do you remember me?" And I'm looking at him. He's got a nasty scar on his face. And I'm like, I'm like, did I? did I do that to you? And he goes, yeah, you did, motherfucker. He's pissed the fuck off, dude. He's mad. He's very mad. And I said, I just kept eating my fries until he's knocked them off the table. And he's like, all right, motherfucker. He's like, I'll kill you right now, right here in front of all these people. This guy doesn't know about the price. He's not even trying to get the money. But I kind of wondered, I was like, are you trying to get money from me? He's like, I want you dead, motherfucker. I want to go outside and do this. You want me to do it here in front of everybody, man? And there's this lady there with a child, you know, and I'm like, dude, there's women and children here, dude. He's like, fuck the women and children. What's up, Holmes? My friend, Evan, badass dude, man. He was the head of security there at that time. And I had my phone like this, and I just like, I dialed his number and I texted him, and he's like, who are you calling? I said, nobody. I put my phone like that. I said, nobody. I said, I'm by myself. There's 3 of you guys. I guess you're outnumbered. And he's like, you always got the jokes, don't you, motherfucker? And he reached back to try to slap me, and I moved back, and I sat up. I stood up. Big guy. I'm quick, and I just hit him square right in his jaw. And the reason I texted my friend was because I needed the security to come, and I wanted it to happen before I popped this guy so they would see how he was acting, so it wouldn't be like, oh, you hit this guy and you started it, because I don't let people hit me first. So I smacked the shit out of this dude. And then his 2 friends started, but Evan, he's a big-ass dude, big dude. He should bounce downtown, big black dude. He runs up, and this other big country boy, his friend, I forget his name. I think his name is Rick. They grabbed the other 2 and just, bam, got him on the ground, you know, rodeo style, got him, you know. And this other kid, he's laying there like he's getting up and he's falling. He's kind of, ooh. So we all kind of get taken down to the little jail, kind of their own intermediate jail. And then the police come, you know, and they're like, what's going on? And they said, well, you hit the guy. I said, yeah, did you see him swing at me? They're like, yes, we did. And then the cop saw something on the camera that I didn't actually see, but the woman next to me picked it up and turned it in. He had a knife out. He hadn't opened it yet.
Oh, wow.
But he was going to cut me for real. And so when Willie and my brother get there, and I'm like, they text me, I said, I'm in here with Evan, the security, you know, whatever. And they come, and this is years ago, you know. And I told him, I said, I don't know this jackhole. It turns out he's a guy from a gang that he had a problem. And I don't remember him, but apparently I put a scar on his face when I beat his ass. I vaguely remember it. But yeah, going around by yourself when you're in that kind of life, you probably shouldn't do it. And Willie and my brother gave me an earful. I sat in the back seat like a kid, you know. And they're just like, you stupid ass. They're the same age. They're both older than me, you know, and they're trying to give me some street wisdom there that I should have already had. I did, but I was arrogant. I was like, nobody's going to touch me. Nobody can hurt me. But the whole point to this story is, do you see my life? Do you see what's happened to me in my life? I've been stabbed, and I lost 3 pints of blood and nearly died. I had a near-death experience, and then I woke up on a Tuesday. I got stabbed on a Friday. What do these people think? They think I'm scared of them. I also got stabbed in the top of my ass with a scribe. And when my friend who were at the hospital, and I stood there forever waiting for the nurse, finally Squid pulls it out, and the blood just comes out like a fountain. And he's just like, and his girlfriend goes, she just like faints. I'd never seen anybody faint before like that. And they were just like, are you okay? And she's like, oh my gosh. And she was just like, she got up and was like, whoa. And she's apparently she's got blood. She don't like that, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's Scorpion. He just said, yeah, I woke up, him and Willie were at the side when I got stabbed. But yeah, the same thing happened when they jumped Scorpio. There was this guy who used to be a boxer in the Navy, thought he was tough, and he beat up one of our friends and beat up his girlfriend, and she lost her baby. And the police didn't do shit about it, dude. And he beat up the club owner and his girlfriend, not in my club. It was at a friend's club. And then they put a big old scar on Scorpion's head that he still has. And when I was at the hospital with Scorpion, it was me and my friend Jerome and Squid. And I told him, I said, if it takes me until the day I die, I'm going to get that son of a bitch. I did that too. He happened to walk into the club on my birthday. And I took him to the bar. The guy that did that to him put a scar on his head. I took him to the bar, and I said, hey, man. He starts talking. I heard you were going to do this. You're going to do that. You're going to do what you going to do. What you going to do? Looking me up and down, acting crazy. I said, calm down, dude. I said, what are you drinking? It's my birthday. And he's like, what are you drinking? I said, I drink Tawaka. He wanted Grand Marnier. I don't like that shit. I said, well, we'll drink Tawaka. I said, my friend, the bartender, Samantha, she makes a really good lemon Tawaka chill. I said, which is what you need to do. Just chill out, right? And this is my life back then, right? So I give him a shot. He takes the shot. I take a shot. And I said, I'm going to do one more. I said, and this one will be a shot you'll never forget. And he goes, really? And I just popped him as hard as I could, and I dropped his ass. Big dude, big dude named Joe. And I'm not joking, dude. That dude fell and his boys jumped on me, and my guys came out of the shadows. The twins, there's these two guys, Matt and Mark, and then Squid and Diablo. Boom, we're all on them. And their friend Marco, he did the prison thing, and he got down on one knee, and they were pissed because he was like, and later on, Marco's not a coward. I'd seen him fight at Shadow Lounge, but they were like, why did you do that? You're our boy. He goes, but I'm not a fool. He's like, everybody could see that punch was coming. I don't know why you didn't. What do you think he was going to do? Let you cut his friend and just, he's like, and I could hear him telling him, let's go. And he's like, no, fool, nah, man. Because he wanted to stand there full of pride and act like a big tough peacock. And I said, you have a chance. You can turn around and walk out. You don't have to do this. And he's like, do what? I said, take a shot with me. But any fool that knows that it's coming. Because you don't hit my friends. You don't attack my friends. And this has been the way I've been for decades. Ike, you understand, Ike Clanton? This is how it goes. You start a war with me and the feud never ends. Do you think you're going to outlast me because you've always won? Because you've been given participation trophies by your mommy? It doesn't end for me. I live by the feud and I'll die by it. You aren't going to get away with terrorizing the community and doing the things you want to do to my friends and think I'm just going to be okay with it. You may have tricked me in the beginning, but you've gotten your ass handed to you since then. So keep causing problems, dude, and I'll keep making you the big joke that you are. That's what you are. You're a big joke, and you'll always be a joke. And you can talk all the trash you want about me. You can say things about my wife. All of it's a bunch of bullshit conjured up by your sick satanic mind. And I believe those two guys when they tell me that you tried to take them out there to do a ceremony with them. You tried to turn it around and say that they did it, but it was you. I'm sure that you were trying to get them to go out there to do that. And Bettina's a witness. She heard you. You said all these things. And you think you have recordings. I don't give a shit what you have. I don't care if you have the Nixon tapes up your ass, dude. It's not going to help you.
Recording his sister in the shower, maybe.
His sister wife and his mother wife. Dude, you're inbred. You're not a Cherokee. You're a redneck. You're a redneck retard. And you're moving in the wrong direction, Kamala voter. So do what you got to do. Say what you got to say. Get lying Larry, get up there, like Larry Joe Biden that he is. Do what you got to do, man. Do you think I'm going to let something slide like what you do to my friends and the people that I care about in this community? And your latest target, he asked me not to talk about. I'm not going to, but you and Larry been targeting another person. Shame on you. You target people that are ill and elderly. You're a piece of shit, dude.
Yeah, real good Christians, eh?
Real good Christians. Yeah, I have a potty mouth and I say things and I talk about the past. That's in the past. I can look at it in my rearview mirror. But, I did things that you can only dream of. And even if you did kill me, I've lived enough for 10 men. I've lived a life that you could write 10 books about. What have you done besides fuck sheep and your mom on your little 10 acres of whatever the fuck that is, that patch of crap that you walk around and throw rocks pretending Bigfoot's there? I don't know what you are. I can't figure you out. But I don't give a shit. I'm not going to sit her up at night worrying about what you are and what you think you can do to me because you can't do shit. You're the one going to court for all this crap, and supposedly I did it or whatever. I didn't conjure up your problems. You've had these problems for your whole life. And then you said I talked about your dead dad. Yeah, I talked about your dad. I didn't say anything bad about the guy. I feel sorry for him for have you. I said bad things about your mother because it's the truth. That's what I honestly, truly believe. You had something weird going on, in my opinion. Because why else would your mommy get on the freaking phone with me and beg me to not tell everybody what you just did? Y'all basically admitted what you did. That you were Damon Peterson. We have all the screenshots, and you and Blake. Janice Blake, you're in on it. And you get these weird people to come into your, like Cyrus the Virus and the douchebag. Who gives a shit about these people? They're more irrelevant than freaking bell bottoms.
The name's Damon?
Yeah, Damon Peterson's the name he used. He put a picture of his sister on there, like, oh, okay, yeah, like if it was her doing it, she's going to do that.
Mhm.
I've
Well,
talked to
Damon-
her. She's pretty,
Damon's Latin
that's
for demon, isn't it?
Yeah, Damon, because he's satanic. People don't realize that. In my opinion, I really believe he is. I think he is, and I think that's why he's a demon-crat. So you are what you are. You are what who your closest 5 people to you is what you are. They affect you. The people that he associates with and deals with are all a bunch of freaking vile trash. They all manage to float and find each other in this little, They're representative, though, of what is a greater problem, of a sickness in society that's a greater whole. That's what they are. They're representative of that. This demonic, crap that we're all dealing with. And it's going to get worse before it gets better, folks. Unfortunately, I can't sit here and tell you it's going to get better. There's a whole lot of stories coming down the pipe that are going to be, it's just going to be more. It's going to show you who these people are, not them, but the evil people that run this world,
Especially with CERN opening all these damn portals the last month.
Yeah. I can tell you, man, how many versions of Ike are there? I mean, I honestly believe if you go back, guys, and watch Wyatt Earp and the Cowboy War on Netflix, if it's still on there, man, I'm telling you, dude, everything they talk about Ike Clanton, that's why even before that documentary came out, I was calling him Ike.
Yeah.
Because people don't realize that on the movie Tombstone, Ike Clanton was he was number 2 or 3, but he was behind Ringo, and then what's his name? They made Curly Bill be in charge, but that's not the truth. It's a good movie. But Ike Clanton was the boss, and Curly Bill and Ringo were his guys. So, and actually Ringo was Curly Bill's guy, but but Ike and his brother were just thugs. They were pieces of shit. And they were used to smacking people around and bullying people and taking what they wanted. And, eventually the Earps came to town. And that scene where he's like, law dog, the law just don't go around here. You hear me? You hear me, law dog? And he's like, yeah, I heard you. I've heard that so many times. I went to war with this other gang. I'm not even going to get into the name of them, who they were. They did that to me. He came in front of me like 3 times. I'm like, dude, why don't you fuck off? Until finally they brought me into a war that wasn't my fight, but I finished it. Him and his bodyguards, which nowadays he wouldn't have to worry about it because Trump would have deported their fucking asses. But anyways, these people, they're going to do what they're going to do. You're Ike Clanton, dude. You can't see that? All the troublemaking and bullshit you cause. You get what you got coming to you, but you can't take your medicine, son. That's the problem. And the rest of you, too. And like Rain says, the names that he uses, Fred Baines, Chicken Cleghorn. That's too bad because I love Foghorn Leghorn. I wish you wouldn't take him, but I'm going to bring him back. I bought a hat for Foghorn Leghorn. I'm going to remind everybody every time they look at it that it's you that tried to take that mascot. Billy the Kid, I'll make you famous. How are you going to make somebody famous when they don't know who you are? I'm making you famous, boy. How does that feel? Because I'm the only one that can do that for you. I'm going to send you an invoice of what it's going to cost you. It's $52 an hour. You know why I came up with that number? Because Mickey Mantle's rookie card is 1952 Topps. It's the most coveted card. 52. Yeah. So anyways, $52 an hour, Mr. Cobb. Corn Cobb. What do you think, Dick? I think that's a good price, right?
I think that's reasonable.
It's reasonable. $52 an hour is my fee.
It's absolutely reasonable.
Mm-hmm. That's all you can do, man.
He owes you a couple $100 for tonight.
So congratulations to you, Mr. Billy the Kid. You're now famous because people have heard of you because of me. But they're not going to look at you in the way that you would like. You'd like everybody to look at you and go, wow, look at that gunslinger. They're going to look at you and say, look at that gut slinger. You fat butterball little shit. I know you probably saw my pictures of him at the gym and you probably threw up in your mouth. You were like, damn, more can I look like that? Because you don't have the drive. You have no ambition and the will defeated. The only ambition you have is to make roach babies, at a roach farm in your house. and to go around hoaxing. You're absolutely allergic to work, like a vampire is, just like holy water. It burns, it burns. So you don't have work boots. Stop talking about boots on the ground. What boots do you have? Do you work? Somebody needs to investigate that seriously, because the guy is fraud. He's defrauding. That's what he's doing. Taxpayers are paying for you to sit on your fat, ever-expanding, lazy ass and go walk around pretending like you're seeing Bigfoot. Did you see the video? People, you got to see the video. Go to PRT News. I posted the video, I think, on my Facebook, too. It was so ridiculous. Go look at it. And you get the violator to talk bad about little Mr. Girly Man. And you're not going to save him, you spawn villain, you clown. You think you're going to help this guy? And you're such Christians, right? Oh, you're a former witch, right? You're not a witch anymore.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, my ass. Get out of here. Anyways, that was the PRT After Hours. A bunch of people have been asking for that, and so you got it. There was a bunch of people like asking me for that PRT After Hours. They've been messaging me on Messenger. So, my pleasure.
Oh, that's a good time, buddy.
It's always fun.
Well, it's not like you're not telling the absolute truth, though. I mean, like, it's unfortunate. Like I said, it's the demons that are just running wild, man. Just running wild.
Yeah. Yep. And so, like I said, we've already talked everything out. Me and Hellbin Holler have already talked. I said that on my channel a long time ago. And this guy acts like it's something new. Yeah, because what the context of it is when and what. What happened was he came to me and said that these people were making this alliance against me, and we were already getting attacked. We didn't realize that it was him doing the attacking. Mm-hmm. So that's what happened. And then he told me that they were doing all this crazy, crap going to him, trying to build an alliance. And when me and Joe talked, he chewed me out pretty good. And he had every right to. Mm-hmm. And I accepted it. And I told him, I said, you're right. I got had. And what I told Joe Doyle is this. I said, I apologize. My deepest apologies. You're right. This guy's probably a scumbag. I should not have listened to him. But I mean, he didn't give me any reason why he would be doing this until later when we found the Damon Peterson thing, but thanks to Abe and Joe, because Joe saw it in real time happen. And we did a show about it, and he said it on the show. So I jumped the gun, being on high alert and being angry and agitated because these people were attacking me. I didn't know who they were. They're using fake accounts because that's what Ike does. So you won a first battle. You drew first blood, Ike. You did. You smacked me. And you got me turned around.
Well, he tells you what he's doing, but he says that other people are doing it. Like he said that Hellbent Holler approached him to form some alliance against you. No, you did that, Ike. You also said that DDoS and Dark Waters wanted you to go out into the woods with them to do some satanic ritual. Well, they both said no. That's what Mike wanted. He's telling you that we did that's what he does. That is what you do. You tell everyone exactly what you're doing, but you flip the script and blame someone else. And I find it very interesting that is also part of this legality of the demonic. It's like they have to tell you what they're doing before they actually do it. So you do it technically. You tell everyone, hey, this is what I'm doing, or this is what I'm going to do. But you put that technicality in there where, but this is so-and-so was doing this, not me. So-and-so was doing this, because technically you put it out there. So I don't know. I mean, I do know. We all know what you are. You're a demonically influenced little bastard. Fat one too.
Yeah, fat little bastard. And like 86 says, like as if Hellbent Holler would approach him. See, and at the time, I didn't know who was attacking us. But Mike and Kirk Reed, God rest his soul, rest in peace, Kirk. But you came clean, you did, and you told me and Nelly that you were sorry for being a part of that. You were on the phone with that conversation when he said that. But I believed Kirk when he says that he didn't know that didn't really happen because Mike was lying to him too.
Yeah.
That's just his MO. That's what he always does. It's his MO.
And here I go up there and shoot my mouth off and say some things about them because I was pissed. I was like, oh, these people have been attacking me. Shame on me. I had egg on my face. And I deserved Joe's ire. But Joe's a good guy and he's sensible. And he turned me around and says, look. And I'm like, there it is. And I apologize profusely for it because I love Jesse and Joe. And I love Martin Groves and Daryl Denton. I just don't like some of the people that they're friends with. Now, Helbin Hall they're not friends with. But I don't like Barton Nunley because Barton bought into Ike's shit and he went full tilt on me. But like I said before, you've been deceived. But it's easier to lie to somebody and deceive them than to make them believe the truth that they've been deceived. They don't want to accept it.
It's that pride.
And I hope pride doesn't get in the way. And one day, before we're old and gone, I hope that Barton will actually turn around and say, hey, I'm sorry. And I'll say, I'm sorry already right now publicly for what I've said and done. But it was the truth. I didn't lie. I hated to dump all that out there. But this is a messy business. When you start a war, this is what happens, folks. This guy up in Oklahoma, he started a war. Most of the participants that originally were fighting with him have dropped out and gone on and moved off. They put their swords away and went home. He's still fighting. He just keeps building new people, gets new people, and gets them brainwashed and involved. He's a replicator. And Larry's his willing participant. Larry will attack anybody. In fact, you anonymous with your bullshit. You and Larry, you attacked Barton in that group. I know you did. I watched you do it. He may be so turned around he doesn't know it, or maybe doesn't believe it, or maybe he doesn't even care. But I know you did it. And that actually hurt my heart to watch y'all dog him out like that because I knew what you did. You suckered him in. You got him to fight me. You and Roger, that little reprobate shit, who's been dying and panting like a dog for me to say your name, the LBL fraud. You go good shucks, guys.
Yeah, the failing podcaster.
Yeah, I'm a failing podcaster. How about it's better than being a failing fraud? How about that?
A lot of podcasts are podcasters.
You had your 10 minutes of fame and fuckery.
It's 10 after 3 in the morning, and you've got 391 people watching you live.
Yeah, I'm failing.
Yeah, bullshit. That's fucking retarded.
Exactly.
This podcaster's failing. He's a failing podcaster.
Golly gee, guys, and Amish people and Dogman and people in the tree and blah, 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 blah. Oh, here goes Loki right here. Loki says Derry had dark energy from the very second I met him. That's what Brian said. That's what Scorpion and D said too. And in fact, Clough gave it. Y'all two know. Clough gave us an entire speech about Larry and how evil and dark and dirty he was and how he didn't trust him and didn't believe that we should be working with him.
Yep.
But I didn't see it because I wasn't out there dealing with it, but I had everybody telling me, and eventually I had to face facts. And when he was let go, he turned on us and and then he was dumb enough to try to go to Marty and try to get his job back. Dude, Marty's my partner. What do you think this is? You think he's my boss? You dumbass. You will never work for us again, ever in a million years.
He was working for you too, and he turned on you?
Well, he worked for me for like almost 2 months, but working, he wasn't working. He was sleeping. That's all he did. There was never a shift where he didn't go to sleep, Dick. Ever.
Really?
Never. Wouldn't wear his uniform, and he harassed women. I mean, I could say some shit, dude. I'm not even going to get into because that guy's a psychopath. He is in my opinion, he's a psychopath as bad as Mike. And I believe that he was in cahoots with Mike for a long time. And when Roger was going full tilt on Helbin Holler and Barton and saying all kinds of crazy shit, me and Anthony were headed out to my uncle's farm to help him because he had some sheep at that time. And so this dumbass calls us. I don't remember, was it like February or something? Cold as shit. Hey, you know what I think is a good idea if you just bury the hatchet with Roger. And I'm like, what? I said, you out of your freaking mind, dude? I knew he wasn't on our team because I was like, why would I do that? He's attacking Barton every day. He's attacking Joe and Jesse. Why would I be friends with the guy? You lunatic, maniac. He was with him the whole time. Son of a bitch. And so was Vulture. I don't care what they say. They act like they weren't buddies. They had to be because Vulture was trying to throw us off. You know, these people, they did what they did. And then the thing that happened with Bettina, that dude, I wish she had the stomach for this because she could really say some things and about what Dana Ortega did to her. Because these people, folks, the reason I'm talking about this is because these are evil, vile, shit-stained people who will do anything they can to hurt you and to hurt this community. I promise you, in my opinion, they are evil beyond words. Demonically obsessed isn't even the word. And Mike is their ringleader. And yes, Rain, a con artist, weirdos, grifters. It's unbelievable that what they've done and what they've said. And Dick, the thing is, people don't understand as PRT, fans or whatever, you don't see what we go through every day. We get attacked every freaking day by these people. Yeah, and it's insane. Day in and day out. And I got to get message by my fans because my fans have to see this shit.
That's completely insane.
It's nuts. I was talking to Marzulli, and he was like, hey, man, join the club. He goes, he's been dealing with it for deranged, crazy people. Chris Garitano, he's got crazy, deranged, freaking people. And these people who've been in this field for a long time. Ken Gerhard the other day, I was talking to him. And he was, I'm not name drop. I'm telling you the truth, my friends. They don't understand that. He goes, he names drop famous people because they're called friends, motherfucker. Yeah, it's like whenever people act up, they're jealous. When you get a call to go to an apartment complex because they're like, some loud noises are going on. They're called neighbors, fool. You live in an apartment, dude. If you don't like the noise, don't live in an apartment. These people don't understand that. And they don't understand friends. But Kenny told me, he's like, man, these people, they're horrible. You're going to deal with these horrible people. He goes, and I've been dealing with this since I've been in this field. It just brings out some crazy, nutty ass people. Yeah. But the thing is, I had to fight wars, with these other security companies doing dirty things, dude. They took roofing nails and they threw them in our parking lot when we had our place in Round Rock about 10, 15 years ago. And our patrol people ran them over and just popped all of the tires, man. Like we lost, how many tires went flat, Anthony? 4 vehicles?
Yeah.
Every tire. We had to replace 16 freaking tires.
Shut up.
No, dude.
Oh, no, it was worse than that. I would have my gas tank drained.
Mm-hmm. And then they sent a virus to Marty's computer, fried it, So these people think that this is my first rodeo, my first war that I've been in. They're out of your freaking minds. And nobody really knows how many wars I've been in since I was young. Being locked up, being woken up as a kid, and told, go fight this other kid so you can eat tomorrow. Well, try doing that. Yeah, they eventually investigated them, but not until after I was already grown and, 30 years old. And I'm like, oh, now those people are all being punished. Well, it's about time. Where were they to help me when I was a kid?
Yeah, those JIT camps are gladiator schools, eh?
They are. The one I was in was called literally gladiator school.
Amazing.
And that's all they did. That's all we did was fight. And they'd be like, this kid, and they'd put me in there with these big ass dudes, man. Some of these kids were older than me, bigger than me, but they knew I could fight. So that was my mistake. And there was this one.
Yeah, they were betting on you.
They were. This one black kid, Byron, Eldridge, he told me, he said, you shouldn't have done that because I fought this one Mexican kid over some chocolate milk. And he said, now they know you could fight. He's like, they're going to make you go to the QR and fight. I'm like, what? I was like, I hadn't been in a facility like that. I'd been in some other ones, but not like that. Sure enough, they knocked on my, told me, come up, get out. We had these little rooms. It was like with a metal door. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a jail cell. It was like a metal door. And they knock on it, with the little nightstick. Come out. Go out there and go fight this dude. When you are brought up like that, do you think I'm going to give a shit about some podcaster up there going, hey, folks, let me tell you something about Josh Turner. Nobody gives a shit about these people. And if it was just me, Dick, I wouldn't give 2 shits in a bucket. Fuck it. But they're attacking people I care about, and they want to menace the community. And I'm telling you, they're getting backed by somebody. Somebody's paying these fuckers to do it. Or they're just that weak of spiritually, inefficient or inept, and these demons are just on them, Yeah. But I'm not going to stop, and I'm not going to let demons run me off and do what I stop me from what I love doing, which is telling the truth and spreading, the information that needs to be spread.
Exactly.
Do you have
That's
any
what we gotta
suspicions
do.
on who the ringleader is? I'm not asking you to call out names. I'm just wondering if you have an idea.
I do, but I don't want to say anything like that because it could be,
false accusation, right?
Yeah, but you and I talk, so we'll see each other. We'll talk. But yeah, there's some people that I think are above them, and then there's some people above them. What's up, Kevin Murphy? My boy Kevin. What's up? We've talked about this, with the paratroopers. Everybody knows these people are the way they are, and they're going to keep being the way they are. All we can do is pray. Now, I'm sorry, folks, for the cussing or whatever. It's after hours, like I said. So you get to about the 3-hour mark, and then I start saying some shit. It is what it is. So I don't want anybody getting offended. It's like that time to put the kids to bed and come back and listen to Josh Turner talk some shit. Here he is. So tomorrow night, we have a Dogman story. Like I said, it'll knock your socks off. And then we have, and she tells the encounter or whatever. And then we have Wednesday. We'll be retelling people's encounters. We have some really good stuff coming out. Got some really good stories lately. I mean, I hate to say good stories because these are people's stories. Like they suffered through it, and it becomes entertainment. I get that, but you always temper it and remember that this is it's an amazing tale that you're hearing, but someone actually suffered through this.
Yeah,
like what happened to you, Dick. I could tell that story, and it sounds great, whatever, but then it happened to you.
Yeah, really. When you have a 9-foot werewolf breathing in your face, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It changes everything forever.
I think that puts everything in perspective. And I think that set the tone for my life, because when you're 15 and you see something like that.
It does.
Yeah. What are these people? Who cares? When you've seen that shit, you don't give a shit about it.
Yeah, for real. Nothing can touch you after that, man.
Yeah. You're done. My cousin had his leg ripped open by a bull, and his ephemeral artery was exposed, and it was just nicked, just enough. And they stopped the bleeding, saved his life. And he's like, after that, who gives a shit? When a bull throws you up in the air and nearly kills you, and it ripped a part of his guts out too. And so,
yikes.
Yeah. I mean, everything else after that is just gravy, right?
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you for coming on. Dick, I appreciate you hanging out with us, man, and being a part of the rant.
Love you guys, man.
I love you too, man. But we had a great time. Guys, always remember, support the smaller channels too, like Blondes and Booze, BMR, Tex. My boy Tex does a great job. Anybody we missed, no offense to anybody. I can't remember everybody, but there's a lot of good people out there doing work. What's his face? Paranormal Paul. He's a good guy. Monica Rollins and Joe Breezy. They have shows on Thursday and Friday. Joe Breezy Speakeasy, and Monica Rollins is Our Paranormal World, I believe. BMR is Bigfoot Michigan Rob, and Blondes and Booze with Krista and Brandy. Great people. And Jason Bland, of course, Paranormal Soup. And don't forget, last but not least, Abe Cius, who's always bringing the heat, my man. Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. He's my boy. I like him a lot. He's a good guy. They're trying to get us to go at each other by, they want to fight each other. Like, dude, we're friends. I don't need to fight the guy. It's ridiculous, dude. These people, they're on the little playground with their minds where it's at. Just ridiculous people.
Well, it's gardeners talking about warriors.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see you guys. Thanks for popping in. Dick, you ought to just plan to come on every Monday.
Sure, I'd love to, man.
Just come on and be the co-host on Monday.
I appreciate it, brother. That's awesome. Yeah. Appreciate the offer.
Yeah, you just come on and hop on and whatever. And we can bring Kevin Murphy, and I see everybody in here that comes in. Guys, it's just a hangout on Monday. We hang out, but you get a lot of crazy stories, man. The last 2-3 weeks, we've gotten some really wild stories. People talking about Dogman and vampires and all kinds of stuff, man. It is what it is. And so, sorry for venting, folks, but I had to tell you, and it really started because there was a lady who had messaged me through email, and she was concerned, and she says, who are these people? Who do I avoid? Why are they doing what they do? And I said, you know what? If I have time on Monday, I'm just going to lay it out there. So she's not watching, but she'll watch it on the replay. She has to get up in the morning, but she's an elderly woman. And so there's Kevin right here. What's going on, Kevin? We're about to shut it down, man. You showed up late, brother.
I know, man. I plead guilty with an explanation. I was at a monkey cake tournament with some dwarves.
What?
I got injured. They have hey, look, easy to overlook them. I'm sorry, that's bad. But I want to say one thing, Josh.
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot of privatized corporations out there, not just the government, doing everything from super soldiers to ritual abuse magic, and they want to stop your flow. So stay strong, lead into your faith, keep those that are your best A team close by you, and remember to pray. That's all I got, brother.
Yeah. Well, you're a good dude, Kevin. You take care of yourself, and you too, Dick. Y'all be safe. I'm gonna run, guys.
You too, bro.
I'll see you guys tomorrow night. We'll have the hour-long podcast. Check it out, man. This woman's story is incredible, and I barely talk on the episode. People are like, thank God, she talks. I mean, and she tells it. It's a whopper, and it is amazing. I mean, she tells it because she knows. She's told us before, and she remembers it like it was yesterday. Really sweet woman. We prayed with her. It was awesome. And like I said, my sin, I cuss. I know I'm sorry. I shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't get so, wrapped up in what I'm saying. And I'm sorry if I sound arrogant. I'm not arrogant. I'm confident because I know what I'm saying is the truth. Truth always comes out. No matter how they try to suppress it, it'll come out. And then Wednesday, I'll be back. Okay, for another live stream, another adventure. Nellie has been on me. She's like, you aren't going to put anything behind a paywall. And I'm like, yes, I am. And she's like, no, you're not. So we're like two people battling back and forth because she's really concerned. And I said, look, even if I go behind the paywall, which is, I think, in our best interest, but I'll still do a couple shows a week on here. Just so everybody's happy. Because I don't want to separate the family, the paratroopers. I want everybody to be together, but it's hard, man, because I got to do something, man. I got to be able to make a living. And this is just,
you realize real quick why people do that. Because you don't have a choice. Yeah.
And that's the way it is. But that way we would separate the wheat from the chaff too. They can't, what did Joel say? He said, I found witchcraft going on in the woods. Oh, wow. Well, that's not a shock to me. The UK is full of it. UK needs to have a revolution. That's what they need.
Yes, they do. My dad's English too, so
or they're in trouble if they don't do it.
Yeah, big freaking trouble, man.
You better do it now before the warriors get too long in the tooth. I hate to say that.
The damage is done, bro. The damage is done.
There's nothing that can't be undone.
I agree.
The reason I say that, Dick, is not to be argumentative, but folks,
no.
My mother is half Spaniard, half Comanche. So they're stuttering, whatever. My mother, no, it says like a Scorpion's half Navajo, and he's right there. Navajo. I'm joking, but because we were talking about Billy the Kid earlier, right? But anyways, Scorpion's half Navajo. I'm actually a quarter Comanche. But when you look at Spain, okay, my mother was half Spaniard. They were ruled by the Moors for 800 years.
Yeah.
And what had happened, Martel comes in and the hammer, and he joined forces with them. He called them the bastards, the Spanish bastards. He coined that term Spaniard, Spanish bastard. Bastard being a French word. You are a bastard. And they were bastards. They had been bastardized by the Moors. When it was over, though, they left, the Spaniards, because they weren't the nobility. They didn't have the good land. So these Hispanians, these Spaniards, they went to the New World and they conquered it, and they became the aristocracy. That's how that works. There's always hope as long as there's people there that are willing to fight. Islam had control for 800 years, and Spain is living proof. Then to just to drive the point home, look up the Siege of Vienna, where the Spaniards were the heroes, and they went in and they killed the living shit out of the Ottomans and drove them out. And Vienna was saved. The Habsburg Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire would have fallen not for the Swiss pikemen and the cavalry.
And the Polish
The
hussars,
Spaniards.
too.
And the Polish hussars, let's not forget about them. And the Polish are doing it right. Everybody's talking mad shit about them, but they're like, hey, we're still Polish. We don't have 8 billion immigrants here doing what they're doing.
Canada's about to become India, so I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
There's a revolution going on everywhere right now, fellas. There's
Spiritually,
a battle, huge battle,
physically.
huge spiritual battle, like it's never been before.
Well,
It's
look what
light
happened-
versus dark, folks. And you got to have people that are willing to get in there and fight. You know, I'm a fighter. I've been a fighter forever. God has given my body, you know, I put it through the ringer, but I was working out last night and I'm stronger than I've ever been. I'm stronger than I was in my 30s. And how is that even possible? I'm not drinking adrenochrome. It's just God restores you and he keeps you. And I know he's keeping me for something. It's going to happen again.
I know that feeling.
And you got to be the leader that you were born to be. I mean, and every one of you. The German, Japanese armies during World War II, I know they were supposedly the bad guys. The Axis, everybody was the bad guy, honestly.
Yeah.
But there was no good guys. They were all bad. But they had a saying, both armies. Every corporal had a field marshal's baton. Field marshal and their militaries were higher than the general. You have to be ready to lead at a moment's notice. You're the paratroopers. You know the truth spiritually. You know it mentally. You know it physically. I talk about economics. I talk about everything. Mathematics we talk about down here. We talk about everything you can imagine on here. Knowledge, because Jesus says we die for lack of it.
Amen.
You will never go hungry for knowledge here. Ever. Okay? Because I'm going to give you the tools you need as a true leader would. The word Joshua actually means leader in the Bible. My mother always told me that because I hated my name. She was like, why do you want to be called Wolf? I said, I don't want to be called Wolf. I just am. It started out as a mockery and I just accepted it and became who I was. But she says, you know, you're a leader. Mijo, you need to lead. That's why you're Joshua. She said that when I was in the womb, that her and my dad had decided that they were going to, if I was a boy, I was going to be named Joshua. And they loved that name. And both of them said, you're going to be a leader. And when I was young, I was preaching the word when I was an 8-9-year-old boy. And we were up in Oregon. I'll never forget, near Medford. And we were camping. And I was preaching to these older teenagers. And they were all sitting there listening. And my parents came and found me. And when my mom tried to chastise me, my dad said, do you remember when Jesus did the same thing? And my mom's like, well, he's not Jesus. Good point. But we are supposed to strive to be like him.
Amen.
We will fail every day, folks. You will fail. Don't, just like working out, you're going to fail. You're going to fail. You're going to try and eat right. You're going to fail. But you fall off the horse, you get back on. You fall off the horse, you get back on. I've rebuilt 1,000 times, and I'll keep rebuilding. Every time they knock me down, I rebuild. Scars, I got one right here. It's a nasty scar, but you know what? It makes you stronger. It makes you stronger. Each scar recites your story, right? And you got to fight. You got to fight. Fight like a Cossack. Fight like a Cossack from the deserts of Africa to the Russian steppes.
Gives you something to shoot for beside your foot.
Yep. Battle through the heat and the cold. That's what you got to do.
Look what 3% of Americans accomplished back in the day against the British Empire.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Gave them a good old black eye.
Yeah, they sure did, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. That's it. That's all you got to do. Folks, I love you. I really love you from the bottom of my heart. I thank everybody for the donations. I thank everybody for the memberships. Thank you, everybody who's a Patreon member. We need y'all's Patreon information. We're going to have a Patreon meeting. Or maybe we're going to maybe set up for Thursday, hopefully.
I'll see you next Monday, Josh. Okay.
Yeah, and if you're a Patreon member, I got to get you one of those tumblers. So we got those tumblers ready to go. We're just going to mail them off.
God bless you.
All right. God bless you. We'll see you guys. Thank you. We love you. All right. Good night. So everybody, thank you for being a part of PRT. Sorry I had to lay it out there the way I did, but it is what it is. And these people, they can keep squirming and doing and being evil and being bad and doing all the bad and whatever. Doesn't matter. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. Just like you're never going to grow your hair back. Hair plugs. I don't know damn hair plugs. You wish. I seen your mama's hair plugs, though. They look good. They do. She don't look her age. She looks younger than you. It's what that evil will do to you, though. It ages you. Maybe you should knock it off. Oh, well, guys, there's no threat of that. He'll keep doing it. Don't worry. Hellbound, right? See ya.